Getting U.S. trade balance data month over month. Also retail inventory data coming out here at 8:30. U.S. advanced goods trade balance negative 91.13 billion versus negative 93.7 expected there. If I zoom in, you can see it better. Retail inventory is basically flat. Looks like wholesale inventory is basically flat as well. Those were the major economic releases. 10:30, we'll get the weekly EIA, not natural gas, crude oil inventories number, as always, on a Wednesday. The big event, though, coming up at 9:30 this morning. Fed's Powell going to be speaking at the ECB Central Banking Forum. It's a Q&A, or at least last year it was more of a Q&A, kind of a forum where multiple people are on stage at the same time. So it's not necessarily just him delivering a speech, but we'll keep an eye on that and any comments that do come from that. Could be market moving conveniently right when the market opens this morning as well. Individual movers to keep an eye on so far this morning. Chip stocks all downside in a big way. The U.S. Talking about more measures against any of these companies trying to export some of these GPUs to China, specifically AI related. So we'll talk about that. All of the group in negative territory. Trying to bounce here, though, so far this morning. Netflix upside. Just saw a positive note come through there from Oppenheimer, raising their price target to $500 on Netflix. Pinterest with a nice note from Wells Fargo today as well. We'll touch on all of that. It is Wednesday, June 28th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Here we go. Look at a red board to kick things off so far this morning. The NASDAQ leading, all because of the chips, essentially. Everything else, little change to slightly higher, to be honest. 0.15 for the S&P now. Dow was the last one to go red there. 0.01 only in negative territory. A little more negativity down here. 1% for Bitcoin and Ethereum to kick things off. A bit of a wait and see ahead of 9:30 coming up this morning. If you remember, last week, we got comments from Fed Chair Powell in Washington. This morning, again, he'll be speaking at the European Central Bank Banking Forum that's going on yesterday and then today as well. So it remains to be seen whether we'll get anything market moving out of this, but conveniently going to be right at 9:30.
Yeah, the market will be looking to see what he says about the 2 rate hikes that he spoke about earlier last month, I believe it was, or earlier this month. I'm also looking at Chinese AI stocks, Brendo, because we know the A800 chip from NVIDIA now part of the prohibition ban to China for exports. So we'll see how their AI chips fare. I'll be looking like at the names of Baidu, for example. So we'll see how those fare. Yeah,
a little bit lower right now, but it seems like everything just kind of waiting to see what comes at 9:30. We didn't really get much market move, if you remember last week when Powell was in Washington. We'll see if this turns out to be anything, but I got to keep 9:30 on watch here, guys. But yeah, Wall Street Journal reporting this after the close yesterday, suggesting that the U.S. is going to come out with more measures to prevent companies like NVIDIA, AMD to send these GPUs over to China for AI purposes, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Last time around they did this, NVIDIA kind of found a bit of a workaround, and you know what's happened to the stock. It's been absolutely flying and been just fine. Today, maybe testing that 400 level. We'll get to that to be sure. All the chip names in play. Micron is going to report after the bell, so that's yet another reason to be looking at the chips. I know, not the kind that you want to eat, but the kind that everybody needs. Want to keep an eye on crypto here. Bitcoin. It's been holding a 30,000 to 31,000 channel, a little bit of a flag. So that breaks either way. I think you want to be involved. A lot of times we've been looking at Riot and Mara in terms of stocks, at times also Coinbase, which I believe is getting to a frothy zone. But yeah, this is a little channel here in Coinbase, sorry, in Bitcoin, 30,000 to 31,000. That breaks up or down and starts trending away from there at any point in the near future. I know the names that I usually like to trade, and we're going to be looking at coin. It had that 70 short, which was a level on the daily chart, which had some resistance. And it's another level I'll be looking back at for some opportunities. I think if it breaks through 73, you're squeezing again. But in that 70 to 73 area, it feels like it's a short zone for me. As long as we're not busting out. And if we're busting upside, totally different story. NVIDIA seems to want to bounce off 400 again. So it's down at 402. That's got to be on watch. Tesla is an absolute monster. It is up in the face of a flat market, back above 250. So 47.50. Those are two lines I like. You got to just give it to Tesla. Like the buy the dip has essentially been working like gangbusters. Double bottom yesterday. Let's see if it can put a nice little low in here, that 247 again. So there's a lot to watch. There's even an IPO, which normally, I don't even know, it's super small, GENK. But because it's a restaurant stock and what Kava did, I'll have it on watch. I think it's priced at $12, but Kava was priced at 22 and open at 44 and managed to hold that open. So at this point, I'll give even a small stock like Gen, I'll give it a chance when that does open. Expecting it at some point today, no idea when.
All right, guys, what's up? You know that we've been shorting, these names, AMD, NVIDIA, for a very, very long time. We've been having this talk on AMD and how frothy it's been up at that top of $130. Like now, it was just such a great, honestly, it's been such a great call to fade these names. Here, if you come over to the daily chart, Fabian, we can have a quick look at this right now. But we've, and those of you that looked at the sticky note, you can find it out. It's going to come out in just 1 second here. We've been talking about this the whole way down. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed a 20% move here to the downside in AMD. And it looks like it wants to continue today on what I think is a stupid story. But we'll wait to see what the market thinks. And what I'm going to write on the sticky note here today is I'm still looking short in these. This is the sticky note. I'm still looking short in these names, but the point is this market hasn't made sense to me in a very long time. Yesterday, we went from under 15,000 and ripped up 2% in the NASDAQ intraday, right? So, I mean, I see that there's a lot of bears out there. There's also a lot of bulls out there. So this is going to be a little bit of a push and pull here today. This feels like it's just a reason to get AMD a little bit lower so that we can buy it up. But now you're breaking below the 50 period right now. And to say that the writing's been on the wall for these names, for me, it's been pretty obvious up at the top. I got a little bit of slack for calling NVIDIA a Ponzi scheme, of course. But this is down. This isn't down as much. This is only down from 440 down to 400. So you're down 10% off the top here. I feel like there is going to be buying opportunities. I'd like to see this break this 380 and then get back into 320, 340-ish, probably somewhere where I'll start to rebuy it. I've been selling these names and been selling tech names here for the last couple weeks. So yeah, sometimes you have to make decisions that you don't want to for the longer term, but raising capital over the last little while when you see these stocks sort of go parabolic like this. I mean, a perfect example is also AI. I mean, how many times do we have to say about these names, right? It's actually held up pretty good, just to be honest with you, still being at 33. But as if people, and this is, again, we can go back to when I was calling all of this, just basically how many people were buying at the top, wanting to get their money in because this is a FOMO thing. And look at AI now, from $40, $45 down to $32 in a week. Like, it's really getting crushed here, down 30% in a week. It's a lot. And are we finding a bottom here? Maybe this is the time to get in. You never want to be rushing to buy things when we're at the top. Let things settle down. There's been great opportunities to buy stock long, right? I mean, Apple is still at 188, which is absolutely. I was speaking with people yesterday at hockey, and they're asking me obviously about the stock market, and I was just like, well, Apple, also reached 52-week highs and all-time highs just today. And it surprised a lot of people because there still is a lot of negativity around the stock market despite this kind of bump that we've had, right? Sharif and I were talking about a podcast that we listened to last night, and some of the biggest rallies come from markets that were already frothy. Being up 23% in the NASDAQ doesn't mean we can't even go more than that, right? And so is this an overbought situation, or are we just getting excited because there's so much money on the sidelines that people are fearing they've missed this huge rally in the tech names? Well, now you're going to get an opportunity to basically put up or shut up on names like, I'm going to let them fall even more, like an AMD, like an NVIDIA. If you missed it and you were buying AMD at 130, well, I can't seem to think that you wouldn't understand that 107 is a much better price, and maybe people are starting to average into this name as you approach the 50-period moving average. So despite what's happening here in China, I'm still going to go short these names, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point here, like $100, 105, the AI rally is really just beginning, you know, in the long term of things. But as far as stocks are concerned, yeah, things have been overbought for a while here, and it's glad to see a little bit of a pullback. You saw one in Tesla recently, and then now today, they're going to be breaking records here in China, apparently, with their sales. So we're going to wait to see about that. Huge move up from 278. Hey, what's going on the show? It's all starting, Fabian. Fabian? All right, over to Brendan whenever you're ready. I like that. We love that intro
Fired
so
it
much.
up. Fired it up.
That's for people that have never seen that before.
Yes.
So, all right, we'll talk about Tesla and go over all this stuff when we get going. Over to Brendan.
Couple of things of note. If you missed the first time, then you got to see it the second time there. Some of the supporting acts as far as chip makers are concerned, also under a little bit of pressure. AMD, NVIDIA, the main ones, but Marvell downside as well. QCOM, some of the packaging-related companies also getting hit on that. Obviously, shipping going to be a bit of a problem. It's worth noting as well, the Fed's scheduled to release its 2023 annual stress test results today on the big banks. I dug into this a little bit this morning, but wasn't able to come up with a time as far as when that is scheduled to come across, but it's worth keeping an eye on some of the banks possibly today as well. Meanwhile, we talked to Frank Caberna over at IG yesterday about what is to come in July from the Fed. We're back down to 76.9. It was basically 80% in favor of a quarter-point hike coming up in July. Do we learn more about this today or not? Remains to be seen, obviously, but worth noting we're still on deck, at least, or scheduled for another hike here.
Yeah, and this Fed capital requirement talk has got me raising some eyebrows here. I didn't think we had a capital requirement issue with the largest banks. What I was anticipating this time was regulations with respect to accounting practices for some of these banks and how they mark or how they assess basically their holdings for long-dated assets. So they have to mark to market, and basically the accounting principles were a little not kosher there. With respect to any more money that they had to put in, I thought it was going to be put into a deposit trust, an insurance trust for some of these rainy day funds. But why would they require more capital requirements? That, to me, is a bit of a red herring. It's been a red herring the entire time, and I don't get it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens today. Again, no, that I saw anyways. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone has seen a time. But stress test results to come today, guys.
Yeah, I think if you always separate between like the bigs and the regionals, because the regionals have been in a bit of a, and I'm going to look at KRE here, they've been in a bit of a bounce, and there's some fear that that could be kind of abating. If you look at it, it's not a good-looking chart. And again, you can talk all you want about the fundamentals. We're here to look at possible trade and momentum. But this KRE, if we can come to my chart, it just got back to the 50 period on this recent bounce. Okay, so you're making higher lows off the bottom. Great. Wipe out on big volume to make a low, and then higher lows since, reclaim the 50. But we just recently broke back under it, got back to the 50 period, and kind of, it's not a fail of the level just yet, but it's the beginnings of a fail. You have a wick through it. If you don't hold on to 40 and trend back down from here, that would be a pretty bearish look, and then would seem like it's a retest of the lows. When was the last time, so think about this, when was the last time there was any kind of a sector crisis, for lack of a better word, where the initial fall was that was it? You know, like, okay, so we had the first move, we had the big crisis, everyone was feared about the banks, and then everything is settled down. I'm talking about the regionals here. It just seems to me like the shoe hasn't completely dropped yet. It doesn't mean they have to make some fresh lows, but I'd be concerned about these guys rolling over. So if you're talking about the recent runs in PACW and Western Alliance and some of those, just watch out, because this looks like it's about to roll back over again. And if this breaks down, the regionals break down, a retest of the lows, we saw what happened before. Once they start rolling over, it gets pretty intense. That's what I'd be watching, because we know we want to trade those when they start moving around again. And a break of this consolidation, either direction, could get the PACWs, the WALs of the world moving.
We have just, we're going to talk about quickly a name that's on the pink sheets that's been running as well. This is First Republic. Just talk about the regionals as well. 18 up to 44 cents. So although obviously this is you know, not where we've been recently in this stock, and everyone that's holding this stock knows that down to 43 cents is pretty bad. But this is a nice move up here. You saw the move yesterday, just looking at this. Look at the 5-minute chart. The last couple of days, sleeping, and then it's just woken up. So as per Neil's point here, we're nicely rallying from 25 up to 45. It's been a nice move in FRCB. Obviously, this is not investment advice or anything like that, but for a trade, look, we're trying to break through 46 right here. We can see if we can do that today, but this is, it's best days are right now since we've gone down to the OTC market. So watch out for FRCB here coming through. There's also SIVBQ. I didn't look at this because, okay, 45 cents. This is also on a move upside, as well as a lot of these regionals starting to rally back a little bit. I don't really know the play here. You know, when Silicon Valley, obviously one of the first big names to crack right there, came out, they also landed at 44 cents and ripped up to $1.50 in the first couple of days. I remember trading that. That was quite active and quite a lot of money there. But 30 cents the bottom, and now you're getting a little rally in that's still FRCB, but in SIVBQ as well, back up to 45 cents. So we'll see if a lot of these names can take out some levels. It's 56 there for SIVBQ and 54 FRCB. So we'll wait to see if there are more rally opportunities here in the regionals, Brendo.
All right, let's bring in Dan Pipitone, the CEO and co-founder of TradeZero, joining us for the first time on the show to have a quick discussion on a few small caps that are moving around this morning. And it's been a wild couple of weeks and a wild month overall for some of these low float, you know, teeny tiny stocks that can get going on any kind of intraday basis for no apparent reason some days. Dan, great to see you, first of all. Welcome.
Likewise. Thanks for having me, Brendan.
It's an interesting day. We have 3 or 4 that we'll jump into here, but we really want to focus on the fact that some of these little small float type of names can be hard to borrow if you're looking for the short side of the trade or the back side of the trade, as some traders like to look for when some of these tiny names get going. Tell us some of the features, or give us a little bit of an overview here
Sure.
before we get into some of these names on how traders can take advantage of TradeZero in that way.
Awesome. Thanks for the tee up. So, you know, every broker can facilitate long trading. Not so much on the short side. Everyone knows that in order to get into certain short trades, you need to either get a locate or a borrow on the shares, and not many brokers facilitate that. At TradeZero, we've kind of led with that for the last 6 years. We have a patent pending innovation surrounding around our short sale facilitation tool, or our next generation locator, we call it. If we pop into the platform here, you can see that on my screen here, this is our level 2 order entry. This is our short list, short locate window. So for example, TOVX, one of these intraday gappers you were talking about today, you see it's up almost 44% this morning. So this is a stock that's going to be, you know, typically is going to be not easy to borrow. You can't just press the short button, unlike your Teslas or your Apples or your Nvidias, the guys were talking about earlier. So this you're going to need to get a locate for. And so at TradeZero, we've made that very easy for traders. So in our short locate window, you would put in the symbol. I've already pre-populated TOVX. You press the locate button, and in a second or two, you see that the locate can be brought down. So once I hit the accept button here, I'll be paying 35 cents. We heard that sound. And then TOVX now changes on our platform from being a locate required to actually having the shares. So if I wanted to come in right now and short TOVX, we'll see that I have 100 shares available to short of 100 located. So if I can come in, I can press my short button here. This is a limit. Let's actually do a short that executes right away. I can short the symbol. The short goes through. If I want to now cover the stock, even though I'd be losing a penny here, I really want to demonstrate the real key differentiator for TradeZero customers is that once I have my locate here, which is demonstrated in my short locates window, in my inventory, I can see that I'm long 100 TOVX just as the locate. So by clicking this little credit button here, I have now enunciated that I want to sell these locates to the next TradeZero customer, so that the next person that wants to come in and short TOVX they'd actually be taking the locate from me. What this does is it gives our folks a competitive edge. One, they can monetize something that you really can't monetize anywhere else. And number two, this helps both us and the trader. As being a top broker for short selling, we want to ensure that if you guys and our customers want to short something, that we have the shares. So by nature of coming up with this wheel, we have now facilitated a locates marketplace, if you will, whereby even if we're out of shares, at 9 o'clock this morning, traders know that by nature of us having it earlier in the day and nature of having the marketplace, that they have the ability to get those shares somewhere down the road today.
It's a great feature. There's a few other ones moving around here that I want to make sure we get to this morning as well. OPK, another one that a few people are mentioning in our chat this morning. OPK on the NASDAQ, another one that's going to be most likely, depending on your broker, hard to borrow.
Yep. OPK was on our top list today. LUCY, another that we had a lot of interaction with this morning. And you can see, Brendan, that all of these symbols that have kind of been topical this morning, we have availability on. It's very easy to see just by the glance here that those symbols that are in green, easy to borrows. So you know that you don't need to get a locate. You can just press the short button on the platform and send that short order on through. For all of the others, we're going to quote you a rate, and these rates will actually update dynamically in real time as those prices change.
Great stuff. A number of movers over we seem to be anyways in that time of year, in that market where a low float name that maybe popped up on Monday or Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the afternoon can randomly get going again. Really want to emphasize the fact that, and the ease of use, intraday, as you were mentioning, even if, it's not something that you were looking at pre-market, if it pops up again intraday, it's something that's accessible.
A great point. So the locates and pre-borrows, whichever you would take from the system, those are valid from 4 a.m. Eastern till 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. That just facilitates the intraday short sale. Once you hold the stock overnight short, that turns into a borrow. Typically those borrows will be met. So folks can understand that when they're trading with Trade Zero, we really do an inordinately great job of sourcing our non-easy to borrow shares so that buy-ins are fairly infrequent on the platform.
Great stuff. Dan Pipitone, CEO and co-founder of Trade Zero. We appreciate the time this morning.
Thank you, Brendan. Be well.
That actually, we were just talking about how cool that platform looks there. And how easy it is to get those locates. I mean, here at Day Trade the World, we're able to get them as well. But that's pretty awesome there. And thank you for just thank you for being just honest with the prices. I mean, they're right there in front of your face, right? There are some brokers there that will try to sort of gouge you and give you. But I thought 35 cents there is pretty decent. It's
pretty reasonable
for that TOVX.
And you can sell them. That's the other thing too.
So if you're not trading it, that's a great idea.
Early bird gets the worm. You come in and just by nature of you seeing what's moving.
Wait a second.
You can go in there, pay for locates. If you don't necessarily want to trade it, all of a sudden, look, if TOVX halts up like multiple times and goes HKD, the borrows across the street. Like when HKD did it, borrows went from pennies to, at one point you were paying like a few $100s for 100 shares. So I'm not saying that would happen with TOVX. It's just if that kind of a thing does happen and you're the early bird and you decide, hey, it's gapped up, I want to pay for the locates, and then the ability to sell them, that's pretty darn cool because like I said, if you're an early bird, this goes to $3, $4, $5. Trust me, everyone and their mom, if this were to do a move like that, is going to want those locates. And at that point, it does become pricey. You're not looking at 35 cents a share if this goes to $5. I pretty much will guarantee you that. That's how it works. We see it on our end as well. So I love that feature. It's a cool one. The other one that's moving, I only want to mention it because as we were going, and you could actually, I know you could see it on that layout with TOVX. I'm just calling it TOVX. I don't even know if that's the correct name of the company. Was Nerve. And Nerve got right to, I don't know, should have probably just paid for locates to look at the 9 short, right to 9 on the daily chart. And did a bit of a right turn to the downside here. Maybe you can hold on to $8, but NERV, if this can get back up and break out that top, it is a pretty significant level on the daily where you could see some follow through. Next big level, I don't have to tell you that's up, $13.50 to $15. And if it got up there, once again, you'd probably see locates double or triple in price. So this is worth watching. If it can make a top end break, hold on to this 8 level, take out the top, there'd be a long in front of 10, and there's lots of room to go on nerve.
Yeah, no, I've already sort of said what I do. I mean, I like it. I think that makes a lot of sense. Get 3 months free. I mean, I don't know enough about the platform. I've only ever traded on this platform, but it looked pretty smooth, man. I like the fact that you can resell those. And hey, man, as long as you can trust your broker, that's what it's all about. Execution speed, time, uptime, things like that. Do your own research, please, and thank you. Like I said, I'm going to just promote Day Trade the World continuously. So if you are interested in outside of the U.S., make sure you do check out daytradetheworld.com, and then obviously there's the Trade Zero right in front of you. So I feel like, you know, the more experience you have, some will like one platform, some will like the other, but yeah, experience them all until you do find the right one. I want to thank Trade Zero for coming on the show.
All right, let's get a few analyst moves for you this morning as far as upgrades and downgrades are concerned. Interesting names once again. We'll touch on Pinterest, Wells Fargo with a very positive note, pointing to their combination or deal with Amazon. Workday on here, Uber, Walgreens, Regeneron after that note yesterday from the FDA, and Valet on here as well.
Surprised. I think yesterday someone even asked a question, are there going to be downgrades on Walgreens? Of course there are. Regeneron got absolutely shellacked yesterday, and that was a nasty one. But I was just asked in the chat if I was looking at Pinterest, so maybe I'll start with that. If you look at the daily chart on pins, to say that the stock, anything that's up like 30-40% from the bottom, it's hard to say it hasn't really participated. Okay, fine. So it bounced from 20, we're at $27. That's not all that bad if you just go back from May. That's a perfectly reasonable and a solid gain. But this stock has been doing absolutely nothing after getting squashed like everything else. It's just been hanging out at the low without any significant breakout. And I've seen this on several names. Oddly enough, a very similar chart as XPeng, believe it or not, but Pinterest, if it gets through the 52-week high, which is just above 29, and can clear out 30, there is just oodles of room to the upside. You're back above the 50 and the 200. I think this is a situation to kind of look for the long and just be looking long until you get back into each consolidation level until you get to 30. So that today would mean that the 26.5 we're gapping away from, that's your dip support. I can't even sit here and argue with the notion if it dips back into the even $1.27, maybe look for a dip buy long in there. If it never breaks the low, then that's going to set you up for a breakout of the top. All of this probably requires a bit of a bullish day in the market to continue going. But when you see this, it's hard, not upgrade or not. It doesn't, to me, matter why it's making the next consolidation break higher. It's above those major moving averages. It's very clearly an upward trend. And it's got 10% almost till it gets to big resistance on the daily chart. So if room to run, you just look for those consolidation levels and then break out of the top or along the bottom of the consolidation and only look to that long until it breaks this recent trend here on Pinterest.
All right, the name that's most interesting to me there are going to be Uber, of course, because we always talk about it, but no surprise there that you make the 52-week high, and then, of course, you start to get some downgrades coming through. There's $45 right there. You know, it's funny because the Uber downgrade comes with a price target of $51, so we still have a little ways to go before 51, yet it was downgraded, but that's okay. This is what happens in the market. The market obviously is a rigged place, so you're going to come down here into $40, I hope, and then that would be a spot to buy some more shares right here, right? And so that's it, $40 for Uber. I don't think you really want to mess with it too much in here. If you thought about a 42 area to buy, you know, then that could be something there. But on upgrades and downgrades, it's tough to trade those names intraday because they don't really, you know, they don't mean that much, an upgrade or a downgrade, because you don't really know the positioning of the firm. Like, why would you downgrade a stock yet put the target at $51, right? So that's what I mean. So it's like a year-end target. Is it a quarterly target? Like, so you just got to watch out for these things. I still like what Uber's talking about here. We had an example yesterday about how many people use Uber, and I like the business, I like the name, and then I also do think that if you are going to go 100% EV, which they're trying to do by 2030, I think it was, that does give up a lot of expense. I mean, it's going to take a lot to get there, but as far as you know, having to employ drivers and things like that. I think autonomy, AI, all that kind of stuff hitting Uber is a very, very positive thing for shareholders. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Uber here. But hey, I like the name, and I think the downgrade gives us an opportunity to hopefully get this name back into this $40 range, back down to the 50 period, where you do want to pick something up there for Uber. So I like the name. The downgrade doesn't surprise me, as you just hit 52-week highs. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone comes in and downgrades Apple soon or something like that. So we'll wait to see, but there it is, Uber on the downgrade list, just giving us an opportunity to buy more.
25, 280. We'll touch on a few other names here as far as analysts are concerned, but here's that Netflix note I was talking about. Oppenheimer raising their price target to $500, just making an even 500. Nice daily chart, looks great. Coming back into support, held nicely at 400, up 1.5 here for Netflix as well. Another one that analysts are liking today. Let's get a check of the overall market here. Sharif.
All right, 4,400 in view again, guys. We claimed it yesterday. We had a very strong afternoon. We blew through that 4,300, but, sorry, 4,400. But we didn't make a higher high here on the half-an-hour chart. We stopped off at resistance at that 44.25. So here's what I'm going to be looking for. Number one, do we stay above 4,400? How do we trade around there? Number two, if we don't, do we hold yesterday's support? 43.70 was the level. Now, if to the high side, if we reclaim and break above 44.25, I want to see us trade above this level, claim it, and then move up. I'm not going to be just taking perfunctory breaks. Let's see how this trades today.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here. Again, 9:30, we get Powell, guys, so be aware of that. Again, no guarantee that anything will happen major as far as market-moving events, but we'll keep an eye on the comments that come through. If you haven't done so, that was the watch list. Watchlist.tradertv.live. Very easy. Enter your email address. It comes right to your inbox every day for free. If you missed it at the top of the show, we were talking about semiconductors. The Wall Street Journal reported this initially after the close yesterday, but the U.S. working on further curbs as far as some of these companies sending these GPUs, AI-specific GPUs, over to China. Obviously, a massive market for all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's ironic because most of those GPUs are made in Taiwan at TSMC's foundry. So interesting look. We know the A800 chip is in high demand as companies want to train their data on large language models and the like. We'll see how this fares for Chinese AI names. I'm going to keep my eye on Baidu and some others. Let's see what the day brings.
Downside to start here, guys, but I mean a few of them anyways, trying to get back to the upside already.
Decent bounces. NVIDIA bounced off 403-ish. I just like the use of the word perfunctory, which I looked up, and it was actually perfect usage of that because I made some perfunctory trades on Lordstown yesterday. And the idea at the open is not to make perfunctory moves, which is, if you're looking at what the word actually means, it's if you don't put effort or thought into a decision, essentially. Right? So you want to be putting effort and thought into your decisions. There's a chip name that we don't usually talk about, and we've mentioned NVIDIA, and we've talked about Intel, and we've talked about AMD, and we'll talk a lot about Micron today probably. But I just want to point out the little flag pattern on Marvell here for a quick second, because it's down 3%, and it's making lower highs and getting into a bit of at least a test of this recent low, 56.57. Now, obviously, you remember this stock went ham and had pretty much a magnificent breakout from the 50 level, getting almost to $70. Well, it's pulling back in. This is another possible test of this 57 if we do have a big red day. Now, the last time it got down here, you can see there's your wick bottom break of 57, establish higher, then hold the level galore back above $60. If we have a big enough red day, Marvell has a decent chance to test that. And we've already mentioned NVIDIA. I want to get to Intel was pretty much a great long off the 33 level. It broke out 34 late in the day. I was kind of hoping we'd see a continuation there. Ideally, we had the 34 break late, and I wanted to see this opening up above that price and giving you a move to 34 for 35. Instead, we're failing it underneath because of this headline, and that could lead us back into the 33 level, at least temporarily. So I want to buy this at 33. If there is a short to be had, I need to see this really fail up at 34. And the big one, NVIDIA, 420 never broke. 400 is now a double bottom. If 400 breaks down, it's just simply a technical break at 400. But if that happens and you miss out on it, my thinking will be that Marvell's going to be available on that flat bottom break. That's why I brought it up. Just in case NVIDIA does one of those moves that's just too far, too fast, Marvell's sitting right there for you if it does break down that 57.
Just a quick little headline here from Square. Just hit. Square will be launching their own credit card with AXP. I just looked at the chart. It's not on that news here. It's not doing anything. Square very, very quiet today. Only 30,000. So it's not like that's actually moving. Let's just check out right now AXP. I don't think this will move the dial on anything. No, it's not. So what we were looking for here was, I just tweeted this out. Square needs to take that 68 right there, right? So you're down here. What are we today? 63 or so? Yeah, 64, 63. So, right here, we're up here right now. We need to take the 68 before it gets super exciting. So just watch out right there on Square. I just want to talk about that because we just tweeted it out. And that brings me over to my next message here, which is AMD short sell. We talked about this here early on. You can go find it on the sticky note. I saw someone in the chat. Every time we talk about a perfunctory break, I'm just going to call it a P-Funk. So there we go. It's a P-Funk breakout right now. But what about AMD? So AMD, we've talked about this over and over again. I wonder if this is just throwing a little bit of shade here. The market's already down. Joe Biden's come out and talked about possibly export bans and things like that. I think that's all a bunch of BS, to be honest with you. But either way, we're still down. We're just broke the 50 period right now. The big thing about what's happening on AMD is that 107 just got broken right here. So on the downside, this 107, 107.50 area, pretty important. It's been holding on this move down. And again, we've called this whole move down. So I hope that you guys have been part of that. If you've been buying up top, and I just answered a Twitter DM about it. If you're stuck up here in the 120 area, I think this is a long-term story anyways. So I don't, it's not like you're stuck up on C3AI at $48 or something where it could fall down. This is a legit company that's producing an actual product that people want to buy. So this is not a small cap name where you're stuck somewhere higher. You didn't buy Bed Bath & Beyond. You didn't buy AMC or anything like that. You bought a company that's going to have more stories to tell in the future, right? So I don't mind being stuck up here. I just think you just got to now wait a little bit more, and then you want to try to average in at the best prices. But you just broke back down below 107.50 here. So for me, I think that's going to be a short at some point today. I was really interested in this 110 level that we got to yesterday and kind of bounced off of it to the downside. Sure, when we got really excited, we got up there to 111. That was the ultimate short. But I really feel like this 110 area could be an area there where there's going to be a lot of supply and demand. If we can get back up there, I'd rather be on the short side than the long side of this name today, obviously being down 2.7%. For me, AMD is a short, but I don't know if we can get back to 110, which is yesterday's close. So in that case, this is a name of patience, right? And so you're going to have to wait for it to give us a top that everybody wants to sell at, because I could see this name ripping off the open for sure here, just people buying this dip up. But at the same time, I could also see people fading this. We started the show with saying that these names were down, but they're not really. To be down 3%, come on. We saw NVIDIA yesterday rip its face off of some of these plays, right? And so you got to be very, very careful. With down 3%, that can make it all the way back. Just yesterday, we were down here before at 406, right? We closed the day at 418. So, this name does have $10, $15 back to the upside just because the NASDAQ wants to go. So obviously more negativity around these names today. I don't think the short is great at these levels, but hey, if people want to come in and sell this name, the hedge funds, everybody, to try to really trap everybody that bought at the top, I could see that happening as well. It's the right headline today if you're a bear. So let's see if they follow through.
All right, let's talk some EV news, shall we? First off, Lucid, worth noting, the CEO making some comments once again today, talking about the Aston Martin deal earlier in the week. But basically, long story short, he said they're going to continue to look for these types of agreements. So technology-based agreements with other companies. Lucid not really doing much here so far this morning, down 1%, but nice move off the lows yesterday, as we saw. Tesla, meanwhile, had this to contend with this morning. Prominent analyst over in China that covers the not only EV market, but autos in general, comes out with this note that I just lost. There it is. suggesting that not only will they hit records this quarter, but the full year is still shaping up to be one of the best ever for Tesla in China, even as they are apparently losing some market share over there.
Yeah, isn't that a great story? You lose market share, you do better though. Yeah, BYD and Ion are really chomping at the bit there behind Tesla, eating away at its market share. We know BYD is vertically integrated much in the same way that Tesla is, with its battery technology already in the manufacturing process. So it's going to be interesting to watch the duel between these three, but not duel, it can't be a duel if there's three people.
You were also saying it's Elon's birthday today.
It is. Happy birthday, Elon Musk.
Happy birthday, Elon.
No idea the historical performance of Tesla stock on Elon's birthday. So if it always goes up on that day, you let us know. If you look at the move that Tesla's been making, okay, so you're in a bit of a pullback, you're testing a bit of a gap range. There's room, if we don't hold on to here, there's room to 235. That's what that daily chart is telling me. But we are up right now. And the line I'm looking at here on Tesla, for 2 days, 247 has had significance, both as resistance 2 days ago, and then in the morning yesterday, 247 was good for the short. When it broke out, it turned into some support. So if we don't hold on to 50, which feels like it's floating in the middle of yesterday's range, the last 2 days' range, I like that 47 for a dip. If we don't hold on to the bottom, it really does have 235, 236 as the next support level. I don't think I want to make an initial, like yesterday, if you just took the initial dip into the previous day's low, like that first one that was available, right into that bottom at 240, it was just a run to the upside. 250 is where we closed, again. So it might do the same thing. I know I like the 47 level, but if you're just playing off the previous close, it would be that 250. Lucid might not be moving now, but it's holding $6, which means that 625 top is still in play. So wipe out double bottom, holding above 6. If it never breaks 6 to the downside, I don't see why it's not another retest of that quarter high and a potential break for Lucid. The story as far as, I mean, they can say all they want that it's just the beginning, but quite frankly, you made a partnership where Lucid's biggest investor is the Saudis. And the partnership that they made was with a company that the Saudi investment fund is the #2 shareholder of. So it's just one that makes sense. To me, I don't want to say that it's a harbinger for things in the future, but there's no details, and the partnership they have, as far as I'm concerned, it was one that made a heck of a lot of sense, and there was already a tie-in with regards to those two businesses. So I don't know if that's the catalyst that gets them going, simply saying that you have more to come, but if it holds on to $6, this stock has squoze before, and there's certainly a chance it could always do that again. We can talk about Ride at some point, but I'm waiting patiently on Ride to do something stupid to the upside before getting into any perfunctory trades there.
Yeah, I don't like the P-Funk on Ride there. We'll wait on it, man. I lost way too much money on Ride yesterday. I'm not going to go back to that well. Yeah, like Neil said, though, if an opportunity is there, obviously we'll be there. And again, another shout out to Trade Zero. I mean, you might have to get Boros on Ride.
True.
That's what we should have done. Maybe the next time Trade Zero's on, we'll talk to them about like a ride or something like that to see, once they file for Chapter 11, do the Boros wind up, really getting expensive. And then I don't mind that the funny thing about Trade Zero is the fact that you could sell your Boros would mean that now not only can I trade stock, but now I can trade my Boros. So like I feel like I would be distracted doing that. I'd be like, oh my God, how much can I get? But the thing is, if it's only 35 cents, even if you got 2,000 shares,
dude, there was
35 cents per 100 it was? That's only $7.
Yeah, but there was a day.
How much are you gonna?
There was a day on HKD.
Well, that's what I
where
mean.
I had gotten the locates here at Day Trade the World. I'd gotten them in the morning, and then it was like 25 times higher by the time we got to the afternoon show.
That would be a good example.
And like it was so crazy. There was no way I was going to trade it at that point, unless.
But even if you bought 2,000 shares, it was $7 and it went 20 times.
It's free money.
Yeah, but that's a huge example, but it's only $140.
No,
it
is.
It's still really nice.
It's still.
Okay, over here to Tesla. I mean, I think you want to buy this name as many times as you possibly can here. Today, breaking records in China for sales. Possibly there, 150,000 units. We're going to wait to see because this 47 area I just lopped off right now and is the level that we talked about, wrong way, on our sticky note. This 247. Top right there, this just goes back to yesterday, so we're not doing too much work, but then the day before, 247 was the top, broke, then support. like when you look back at some of this stuff, honestly, this is what I have to do more of. I have to just chill the out, because like Tesla was so obvious if you just traded that 247 level. Like, it's the top there, it's the top, it's the top. You could just keep fading it. When you're wrong, maybe you hold it 50 cents against you, then you punch the long, it goes to 250. Okay, where do I get long again? Well, it just comes right back to 247 again, before ripping back to 251 at the close. So, I mean, it's like it gave you the short, it gave you the short, it gave you the short, breaks it, gives you the long on a test again, and that's also the 200 period, which we're up here now at 250. So I think you want to wait for 247 there, and this is just again going back 2 days. That's what day is today? Wednesday. So that's Monday, and there's Tuesday. So let's watch out for Tesla today. The fact that it's up now still, I don't know if it's going to stay up, but the market's now down 0.5. So 0.5% down into an up market for Tesla. We know what happens when this name gets going to the downside. It just seems to get bought up. So we'll wait to that. And then I also put down on the sticky note that in case that 247 doesn't hold, which it might not hold and you get out, right? Then there should be some support here. And it looks like a lot of it down here at between 242 and 245. So I feel like all this back and forth here, Tesla had a great opportunity to tank when we broke through 15,000 yesterday, and it didn't. Quite frankly, it stopped here at 241. So, you know, if this market does fade out today and Tesla for some reason gives it back, then I think that you want to buy this name for sure ahead of this 240 area. So for me, Tesla's a buy. I like it. I like it a lot.
All right, Pinterest to the upside this morning, a name we haven't talked about in quite some time, but nice looking daily chart here. This is another one that's made quite the move off of the lows going back to May, back to 28. We're coming into significant levels, though, obviously from months and months ago. Wells Fargo pointing to this Amazon agreement. If you remember, going back, I think 2 or 3 months ago, they announced this deal with Amazon for click-through ads on Pinterest for vendors on Amazon, and partnership in that sense. So if you're on Pinterest, you might get an ad that redirects you directly to something being sold on Amazon.
Yeah, and it looks like they also made some cost-cutting measures, outsourcing some monetization to third parties to overcome some attribution and scaling challenges. But the chart is the more interesting look here, Brendo. May 1st was kind of like the local bottom here. We got right down to that $20 level. It's been up and to the right. 27 and change is where we kind of topped out at today. But all you need to do is look at this 4-hour chart, and you know that there's a wide consolidation area at this price. So I expect probably a bit of resistance here, $1 or $2 to the high side.
Not much volume behind this move, but market basically at session lows here, and we're still holding a nice 4% bump.
Yeah, and I mean, the market at session lows, just keep in mind, 15,000 on the NASDAQ, right? So we are 36 points away from that. If you do get a test of 15,000 and a bounce, the question will always become, like, what names, and I guess you can look at the ES as well, like if it holds on to 44, whichever one you're watching. But if both of those hold, what's going to hold up for the dip? I want something in an upward trend. This also has a catalyst. Kind of mentioned it's breaking out a little bit with room to run. As Sharif said, you're likely to have chop, but if you tell me there's chop on a stock for the next $1.50 up when it's a $27 stock, I mean, that's a capturable range. Now, ideally, it holds even, and that's fantastic, but if you look at what's happened on each of these channels, the test has been to the previous breakout price pretty much every single time, right? With the exception of the big move from 22. So if that's what's going to happen, you look back to 26.5 as the area, kind of like the Alamo, like that would be that last effort. If it can't hold down here, then maybe you're going to break that upward trend. But I want to be looking long on dips, just a continuation of the pattern here for Pinterest. So that's what I want to see for this name. If it were to get to 30 on the daily, probably a short up there. You can't have levels like that hold up for so ridiculously long that aren't initially a short. Like Micron eventually broke 64, 65, but you were shorting that level at will on the daily every single time it got there. That's the same thing when Pinterest gets to 29 and 30. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm looking for the long on the dip buy, 26.5 initially, but if 27 holds the open, I'm open to that too.
Guys, what a great interview with Trade Zero. What a couple good talks here this morning so far. So the one thing that everybody has to do is this.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yeah, so you hit the like button, you hit the subscribe button, and you can join us in the chat, which seems to be bumping around lately. So make sure you do that. Streamlabs is in the chat. We're having a lot of fun with all of that. So the NASDAQ continues to make a march a little bit lower. We're going to watch out for that 15,000 level. No more important level than that, as yesterday we ripped through it, kept going. Now today, are we going to tank and continue to go downside through 15,000? Let's see if these chip names can hold bids as we wait for the imbalance locator to show some NASDAQ names, because right now there's nothing on here whatsoever of any kind of interest to me at all. Like, I don't even see, like, I mean, Alibaba for 50,000, what is that, someone's default? Like, I don't see anything here worthy of any kind of trade. So right now we're gonna pass on looking at the imbalance locator and then really wait out for 925 is when they come out. We'll wait for 930 for something to hit here. A name that we always see on the imbalance locator is Palantir, which I don't see today. But this level could be something that we want to watch out for here at $14 again. We talked about that yesterday, and then it just kind of, I mean, did it rip? Sure. I mean, it was a great level at that 14, and here it is right off the open. Dips down as low as 13.95 there, and then it was boom, right up to the upside, $1, almost straight up on Palantir. But you could see it did sort of represent VWAP right there on a little bit of a dip buy. So right now we're opening the day underneath VWAP. So possibly shorting opportunities here in Palantir against yesterday's high of 14.75. Although there is news again with Snowflake on a couple upgrades today. So I love Palantir, I love Snowflake, and I feel like these are the names that I want to be buying dips. Not yet. This is not a dip. If we can get somewhere into here, $10, $11, these names are very, very frothy again on the upside. Look at this move from 8 all the way to $17. Of course, you're going to get some kind of a pullback. So we're going to continue to watch out for some of these names here, as I know they're going to be popular to trade. Already 700,000 shares here on PLTR. We're running out of time a little bit here. It's 9:22.
All right, let's go on to Google downside once again this morning. There were a couple of minor headlines on Google. This was one of them. CNBC reporting productive talks with the EU on AI regulation as far as AI is concerned. But as we've seen throughout this week, we had 2 or 3 negative analyst notes suggesting that they're going to have less of the share of search on the advertising front once this AI thing gets sorted out and the leaders get sorted out. I did see the CEO of Google's AI division came out yesterday and said their next version of, I guess, Bard is going to be far superior to anything that anyone has seen at this point. But just comments at this point.
Better be, because it misquoted me several times, Brenda. No, kidding, of course.
Never want to do that.
No. Also, they're looking to make cost-cutting measures. They're looking to, sadly, lay off some people in its Waze division. They're looking to consolidate some of those features with the already existing Google Maps. So they're looking for price reductions in their workforce, something that these Fortune 500 companies have been doing all year.
More to come, possibly here, guys, for Google. I mean, overall, the daily chart's still very constructive.
It is, but we're now at the 50 period on the daily at 116. So if it was a stock that was breaking down already, and you can talk to me all you want about the notion that the search business is going to be under pressure because of the AI boom, but the AI boom, which is supposed to and very likely in the long term going to change the tech economy in general. There's going to be a greater need for storage, cloud storage, which, believe it or not, oh, that's right, they're involved in that too. So rising tide lifts all ships, of which they're one of the biggest ones. So yeah, while it might pull away potentially from their core business, there's going to be growth elsewhere. So I think the long-term picture is fine with them. That would be my 2 cents. However, it has been breaking down. It's been one of the weaker names in the bigger tech space. And quite frankly, since it broke 120, it does feel like now that you've bounced off that 116, which is you know what, let's go to these charts. I'm missing some data there. Yeah, so now that you're bouncing off 116, I think it's a 50 period that comes into play here for the test. 120 is an obvious short level if you have a big, strong move to the upside. And I'm looking at that lower high at 119 even. The Alamo is 116. You've made one move to the bottom there, and I think you're possibly making a second move. Just going to move that out so I have another chart. And I think you have another move coming, potentially, to the upside off that 116. And I want to fade it. As long as we're beneath 119, 120, I want to look for those shorts. If 116 breaks, fair enough. you're probably looking at a flat bottom break. But we had a bit of an quote-unquote inside day, and that usually means you don't break major levels. In this particular case, were you to get an inside day, I think you want to be open to the notion that you short in front of the highs, and if 116 comes into play today, at least looking for the long initially. But Google has been a bit of a dog. It is weaker than the overall market, so I want to lean short first.
Okay, so yeah, so the other name, Google's down about as much as Microsoft, so that could be another name to look at as well if you're pulling names down. But one name that's not been pulled down at all has been Amazon. Amazon continues to make some nice levels here up near 130. So with this app fabric, whatever the heck that is, you know, that's going to be something here that's just upgraded their stock today. So I like Amazon here, but here's the fade. Oh, the imbalances just came out. So I was going to say about Amazon, watch out for this 130 right there, or if you want, I'm only talking longs on Amazon, or this 130, 150, which is that very high on the daily chart, which is going to break through 52-week highs right there of 132 coming into play right there. So 130, 150 is the level for me on Amazon. Obviously, we've just turned red on the name. It's a move to the downside. As you can see, the NASDAQ's not doing much, but these stocks sure as heck are. A nice downside push here to start the day. Amazon. I mean, I don't see it. There it is. So yeah, so it's only 100,000 to sell, but it is the biggest tech name on there. Coinbase with a buy. Nothing else of any interest. So that's why Amazon's starting to get to the downside right there. So there's a nice push for Amazon downside. I don't know. I'd buy that. I'd buy this move down. So let's wait to see if Amazon. I'm going to put it up here on my screen. Do we have some nice buy areas for them? Yes, we do. 127 right there for Amazon. So let's see if that drops down. We actually made a lot of money on Amazon yesterday. I think it was my #1 stock because we did buy this 127 over and over and over again. So, and then we didn't get caught up in shorting it, which was good. So 127 on Amazon. I still think that's a long, but it is cracking here on that imbalance. So let's go back over to Brendan and discuss Snowflake.
Yeah. Let's talk, Snowflake, count them, seven positive analyst moves this morning from analysts across the board. Talking about this that happened yesterday, the CEO on stage at this AI and big data event launching a whole slew of new AI-related offerings from the company and data sorting software. So a nice look here for Snowflake.
Yeah, and this is what companies want. Companies want to have a method to take their existing data, put it in an AI model, and have it churn out and spit out whatever data they're looking for. And this is kind of what Snowflake does. They are a data cloud-based company. We know Jensen Huang was a guest speaker there, talking obviously about the correlation between the two companies. So let's see what they bring today. Good luck for Snow.
Yeah, we'll see. Remember, this event's still on again today, so the possibility of more to come as well for Snowflake. The rundown brought to you by, meanwhile, SurgeTrader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off.
Yes, sir. Snowflake has fallen $5 pre-market here. So, it was a little bit more interesting earlier on when it felt like you were going to make a potential breakout. So if you were bullish, you could have been breaking out from the mid 180s and then $10 of room to the upside. Instead, you're trading in the middle. If you remember yesterday, the one to watch, Unity, they had some news on their platform as well, which I think much better received in terms of the price movement. There was a breakout at 39. I didn't have it till the 40 breakout, but it did manage to hold on to this 42 level at the close. So I'm looking at this 42. It's the top end of the channel. If it never breaks that bottom, there's room for this to still get to that 45 mark. If you go to the day, we have 90 seconds till the open. If you go to the daily chart, 42, I think it's 42.65 or 66 is the actual 52-week high close. And you're essentially challenging that right now. So without a break of the bottom, this is definitely setting up that it has some room to be able to run. This is not a very big, if you look at this move it just made here, it's on very light volume. So you got to wait for this one to open up. But if it never breaks 42 even, and once it's above that 52-week high, you have room to 45 to the upside. Ooh, Tesla, that's real. Tesla just broke that 250. So looks like it might make a move to this 247 off of the open. NVIDIA's going the other way. NVIDIA actually just broke back above 406. So NVIDIA is once again a $1 trillion company. Tesla goes down a couple of bucks. NVIDIA decides it wants to go up a couple of dollars. I doubt we see 420 at the open, but you know my feelings about that level. I think it's a short if we see anywhere near to that.
Why can't
So looking at Unity at the open, of course. Oh yeah, one last one. Nikola at $1. I'll go for it again. It's at 106. I already have a bid at 101, just like yesterday. I don't think it's rocket science to say if a dollar breaks, I'm out, and I'm thinking about the short underneath the buck. But it was a good trade off that $1 level, so I'm sitting there once again. Katrine is on the bell on this hump day, so let's get this party started. I think we're getting a 15,000 test pretty quick here. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
All right. There's something wrong with my account. I'm not in trading. I'm not live for some reason here, so I don't know. My account has been locked out, so I have to find out what's going on right now. So over to you.
Brankle's on it.
Yeah. I've already talked to him.
You got him? Okay, good.
I've already got the big guy on this. So okay, so 109 right now. Starting to go to the upside here for AMD. Hopefully, I'm locked out on purpose because sometimes my first trades.
I think I know what it might be.
Don't go that well. So here we go. Nice upside move here for AMD up to 110. I really want to look at Amazon right now, so we'll have to wait till that one goes. 128.80. Wow, there's the Amazon buy. We talked about trying to buy that one here real early. So that one making a move to the upside goes Amazon. Watch out for that 130 fade.
Yeah, Tesla is nowhere near that 247. It looks like 249 is where it held up here. It's still in the middle of the range. I don't want to fight it. I feel like if you've been patient, you've generally been winning. But wow, NVIDIA just made a break to the upside, so it's going. You look at the other chip names. I wasn't looking initial long. Intel weak. Relatively weak, down 1%. That could be at least a little bit interesting. We forgot to mention Micron. They report tonight, and 64 is the Alamo for me on Micron. It's at 65.5. So if that weakness continues, I still look for that bid at 64 even on a Micron. Tesla's still in the middle of the range. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. I said if something crazy happened in ride, I'd short it. Well, the day that you don't sit in the short is the day that the short gives you 10% off the open. That's how it be sometimes. You just got to accept it because that's nasty. Annoying because yesterday if you sat in that same short, you lost 10% in about 2 seconds. Snowflake, this is running back up to the high. So watch out. If we get a break at 183, that was that big top on Snowflake, so it is going. Unity was the breakout I wanted. It is still underneath that 43 level, so a consolidation here for Unity, but no confirmation of this break yet. So I got to be patient. I do not want to rush into anything. The market is headed down toward the bottom. 4,400 is being tested on the ES, so rushing into a long doesn't make any sense to me yet.
Yeah, watch out for, so again, this is what happens sort of every single morning where you get up to the upside there off like an early buy. And then you sometimes, I mean, this is just a 1 minute chart. I mean, we're nowhere near testing the pre-market high right now. But there's the bounce. We're trying to bounce off that 15,000 right down there. So 15,025 right now coming through. You're not in any positions either. So my account right now is disabled. So I'm going to try to find out right now. But right here, 107, 107.50 coming through right now.
So Coinbase is going 8, but I'm looking at Bitcoin. We're still, I don't know, we're at 31.2, so I guess we're near the top end of the range. All right, buckle up because Coinbase is at this level on the daily. Of course, the first thing that sets up is going to be looking to find a top in coin. This was at that level. It is making a wick through 71.50 right now. I'd like to see it fail something first and then try to jump into this. You are front end of the trade. Whether that's 71.5 with the size at 71.5 here. That's going to get me in, at least initially. So 71.5, actually 71.65, a bit of a top. I did just see some sellers start to jump in. I think this is only, for me, short still 73 when I look at the daily chart. We're going to go to Brendan, but I'm in short at Coinbase off of this high, 71.65, Brendo.
This ECB forum to get going as far as the video feed is concerned anyways, nothing yet. Beyond Meat trying to get going here on very light volume. Apparently they've expanded their partnership with Costco. So Beyond Meat products in more Costco. But again, very, very light volume so far.
All right, so the only position I'm in, and thank you guys for mentioning it. Well, I shouldn't thank you yet, but I did say Coinbase. The market didn't seem like it was screaming enough that coin was going to be making this move, and I was watching Bitcoin not make anything crazy. I got 20s into that high. So 1-to-1's going to be at that 80 level, which you can see that's where I just took my first fill. So took the first fill out at 1-to-1. I think 70 is a reasonable target for a retracement play here. So I'm going to get a bid out in the quarter range and then just see what happens. Tesla's still in the middle. Unity's down at 42. Not really seeing any other entries. So it happens to just be coin, although Nerve, that small cap name, that's making another run at that $9 level. Alert to this. This is a big level on the daily. If it gets back through 9 even again, this one has some serious room to run. I want to say the float is 4 million, but I didn't double check. It's a small float name in there, so watch out for that. Nerve through $9 could get pretty interesting. It's just Coinbase for me as we sit there watching Tesla not doing anything.
No, remember
Google. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say we have Powell, right?
Oh, that's.
I mean, that's the other thing.
Of course, we're not doing
just because
anything.
I hadn't heard you mention that yet, so
Yeah,
I just wanted to remind everybody
of
that
course.
Powell's coming through.
Damn it,
So
Powell.
there is a potential here for a little bit of market disruption. For now, we'll see what is happening with that play. Okay, so we're all good. Yeah, I didn't do the compliance test, so I got to figure that out after this. 109 and change right there has been the high for AMD. Yeah, we're good to go now. So, again, that just goes to show you sort of the checks and balances that we do have here at Day Trade the World. So I give a shout out for that one for sure. It's on me, but right there, AMD 109, 109.50 to the upside right now on AMD. Would love to short that name, but the market's still going to the upside right now. I'm wondering about Tesla and just buying this 250 dip right now in TSLA. We haven't really gotten going yet, but there's that 249 area, which is much better to get to the long side on that trade. But look at the market, man. We talked about it being down, but for how long as it continues to go to the upside? And I'm still looking for some trades. Amazon really is breaking out too. Amazon, we called this long. Remember in the pre-market, just rewind 10 minutes when I said prime buy this dip on Amazon. Right there, it's up $2 straight up for AMZ. And what's up, big guy?
Datadog, guys, huge move here out of the gate. 3.5% was negative to start the day. 95 up to 99 bucks. Not seeing much yet on DDog, but on a bit of a move.
On a bit of a move and breaking 28 there was Pinterest. So I would have loved to be looking at the dip buy into 27. That didn't happen. I think there's room to 29.30. So that will lend itself to holding up for the 28 level to work. Coinbase is definitely churning. It got down there, was able to get that fill out in front of 70, so we rang the register on that. Yesterday, we didn't take the 70 short because it was too late in the day, but it just showed you a bit of a setup for the turn. If we don't hold on, we're underneath yesterday's close. If we don't reclaim that, you could easily see 68. So I do want to give this one some room, although I'm putting a trailing stop in pretty soon. So just Pinterest and... I think you're dead on about Powell at 9:30 and then waiting for him for a bit of a break of the range in some of the bigger tech names. But we are breaking higher right now. It feels like Tesla wants this top. It's held on at 250, 250, 250 has been it. I wanted 47. That's where my bids are. It's seeming like we're not going to get that bid down at 47. So I don't know. I wasn't looking for a breakout on Tesla today. I was looking for the dip buy, and I don't think we're getting it.
Yeah, for sure. That's the same thing as me. I was just thinking about buying that 250, and now it's 250. It's on the. What I should probably do is just not even put prices on here. Just take the longs. Like we wanted Tesla long, we wanted AMD short, we wanted Amazon long, and here we are watching all of these plays actually work out exactly as we talked about it. But some of the prices don't hit. But hey. Ball don't lie, prices don't lie. That's the one thing that we have to remember here over and over and over again. No matter what we think, the market will always try to humble you as much as it possibly can. One man who's not ever too humbled, which is a great trait, Brendo.
Just be aware, guys, this just getting going right now. So opening statements being made at this Q&A. So it is, again, a panel format. So it will be question and answer, but there's more than just Powell on stage, is the point, guys.
Yeah, so that's going to make it a bit annoying because it's going to last a long time before we actually hear anything definitively or know what's actually going on. So I got out of Pinterest. I'm going to slap the fail on that. I'm about to put my trail in at 70 on coin, so I wanted to show you this. But pins wicked me out. I didn't want to take a breakout trade. I didn't want it not to hold that 28 level, but the second I got wicked, I'm like, yeah, it's probably just going to go the second I give up on the breakout. I do feel like I should take multiple attempts at this given where it is at on the daily, and there's still room for that next dollar. It's out there for us, and the market is above that 15, and as long as that's the truth, Let's look for a consolidation above and try to join this trend because I should not have been out of that one. That was way too early. NVIDIA, what? 412 already? Sheesh. Okay, so NVIDIA's on one. If it gets, you know what I think about 420. I think that's, to me, a line in the sand where you want to be looking for the shorts. Micron still nowhere near the bottom. Why is this one so weak? It's down 1.5%. Tesla's, it's still trying to break out on Tesla.
Tesla's just a beast, though.
It is a
253, like it's still up $3. Like I mean, no matter what we think about it, it's a monster. It's a monster, and it's going to continue to be. It's a monster.
Lucid's at resistance
right now. Oh, Lucid's at 620. Okay, so we'll watch out for that. I'm honestly just focused on Amazon here. I'm going to take a shot at 130. So I know I'm long now, but I'm not long seriously. Now I'm long seriously here on Amazon. We just got filled up. You can see now my average price is 20. So you see what I'm talking about? Like yeah, I hope it gets pumped here a little bit, Sharif, because if we break through 130, which is about to happen right now, then we're going to take an L on our first trade here. But let's just wait to see where it goes. We do have a decent amount of shares, just a couple hundred shares here, but we're going to, hopefully this can go back up to the upside, at which spot we'll start taking a little bit out. A little bit nervous there as it just dipped into 130, but our average price here is 20, so we're not going to cry over spilled milk. Even if it does go to the downside, we'll take about a 30 to 40 cent, there it is, a 30 to 40 cent hit, on this right now. So let's just keep on getting some out as we go back up to the upside. Target positions, I don't really have a targeted out yet for this. Thank you, Sharif, for that one. He helping me pump this stock up, but there it is. Yes, sir, spin the money right there as we go 1 for 1 today on this trade. So far, 1 for 1. Yeah, let's see how high it can go. We just got some out at 46, 47. There's another out at 46. Let's go Amazon. As this market continues to go up, we like that 130, 150 here. Yeah, App Fabric leading the way here today for Amazon.
I like it. I like it. Oh my goodness, Pins is starting to go. I just got trailed out of Coinbase, so we'll take, I think it was about $1.40 on the last of it there. It did get back into the upside. I said I did not want to give up that move. If it did got back to VWAP, I gave it to the previous close. It bounced off 69, so I'm out. I think we can find the trend back in, but with the market screaming, with the NASDAQ screaming, I should say, because the ES isn't as strong. With the NASDAQ screaming, I could see this putting in a higher low and then just continuing to run to the upside. Tesla, as I said, is completely gone. Watch out, Unity is coming in pretty quickly here. Lucid is at resistance at 625. If that takes out about 30, I think it's a long. Might look it for a short first, but I like this Unity break. This is one we had in the afternoon. It held the low. Only one place to go if you hold the low. That's a breakout of this top. We want 15.1. As long as we're above 15,000 on the NASDAQ, show me a strong stock and look for the longs.
Yeah, for full show right now. I mean, this market's actually pretty damn strong right now. I said, remember, we wouldn't get to the top, but that just happened real quick right there. And we're just at the pre-market highs right now. So watch out for 15.1. We've seen this before. I always pull down the E-signal chart just because I have the continuous contract on here. So I just feel like it's a little bit better. But here it is right here, 15.1. Obviously, this is the high. Me and Neil, we pounded the table about this level yesterday over and over again. Remember, Neil, this 15.150?
Oh, my goodness.
So it's on its way back up here. I still feel like that's the area of concern. Let's see if we get to that. Wouldn't be surprised if we fade off 15.1, and that's exactly what just happened right there. We just bounced off 15.1. Instead of looking at the charts, that was probably a decent area to get some out, which we did, man. We just got a nice 130.65 fill there on Amazon. But here it comes, trying to make moves back in. Now, we can't sleep on Brendan today with Jerome Powell. What's up?
Powell cracking jokes in the first minute that he's speaking here, guys. This to be aware of as well. Joby receiving a special airworthiness certificate for their aircraft. So Powell is speaking right now, so there's that. And then this, Joby on a huge move through 750.
Joby on the move. Now, I've got shook out once. I'm going to give this one more room next time on Pinterest. There's a little bit of a dip. I'm just going to wet the old beak here in front of 28 level. I just think loading into this in front of that 28, fine, but you got to give it some more room. If I think there's room at $29, we'll give it some more room this time. Way too tight of a stop, so we'll get in a little bit here, look for a dip around that 28 level and a consolidation of this range, just to kind of go back to basics. There's room for 29.30 in this move. If the market's going to break 15.1, I know this was a name that I certainly liked. There is weakness in some names, and I'm just going to point one out here. We're very close to $33 on Intel. So I did not want the long unless it was above 34 and showing strength, or at yesterday's bottom where we started going long again. So it's at 33.20 now. The line in the sand, the Alamo, whatever you want to call it, it's going to be at 33 for me. I want to bounce off this level and then look for the long over there in Intel. Lucid is at resistance, as I said. It's a few pennies away, actually. It needs to get to 625. That's this high up here. It's getting pretty darn close. I think you can maybe fade it first, but if it takes out that top, this is a squeeze potential play here on LCID.
I think I might just ask compliance to shut me down every morning and then just turn me on, after a couple minutes, because we got a good trade here on Amazon because we were pretty patient with it. We didn't have to buy the tops or anything. Obviously, we did buy some tops there because I wasn't sure if we were ripping too far there. But on this pullback down, I still think we want to buy some more 130s. But at the same time, that's why we're getting some out. And this is the problem. I always look back and I always say why did I get out early, or why did we capture profit there when the stock is now $5 in the money or something like that? And it's just because of moves like this in the NASDAQ, right? And part of it is experience. I've seen this happen too much. We just talked about 15.1. There's the line drawn. There's the high of the day. We said we'll probably go to the high of the day. We've done this all the time. Look at this. The low of the day in the NASDAQ, well, pre-market low right there, pre-market high, both tested, both bounced off of it, and both gave you amazing trading opportunities. So, that's the market right now. Trade what you see, sometimes not what you think. And then later on in the day, at that point, you can start to analyze, some of the tops and bottoms that's already been put in and then play off of those. But look what we just did right there. Although I don't know if it's going to be a money trade or not, but it just fell down into my lap again. We just got long again at 130.10 there on Amazon and took it out immediately at 23. But you can see right now the market is falling down. The one short idea that we had, of course, was AMD. It's the number one name on here, and we wrote down a 110 short. It only gets as high as 109, but look at that short there. And then the Amazon long we already have, and then of course the Tesla long, which I know Mad Max has. So congratulations to Max. That's been a big long today as well. But again, and you're going to have Max on the show pretty soon, but I'm telling you, I think he's just like price indeterminate. It's been a huge move up for Tesla, right? And so you want to go long when there's good news there, and definitely paying off. So I'm not sure where he's long, but that 250 break was pretty sweet. We like that. And then it also gave you a double bottom twice, maybe 3 times there at 249. So great trading. And then look what happens to Amazon. Right? There's the out. We reload it. There's the out at 130. Now we can regroup on a move to the downside. But we only got out at 75%. So let's see if it wants to hold this level here of 129.70. What's up, Brendo?
Carnival again, guys, having quite the day here. 3% already to the upside, blasted through 16, which was that pre-market high right out of the gate. But 2-3 days in a row here for CCL on the move again.
CCL is crazy. The other name that we like short, well, I definitely like short, was Google. It didn't get to 119. You can see it at 118.5 here. It's now trending back into the downside. If we test 15,000, that's got to be one. Unity just came in, bouncing, so that it didn't make the break of the high. It just bounced off a higher low, the pre-market low in there. So I want to give this to the local low, not the wipeout bottom. I'm looking at that local, I call it the higher low here at 42.10. So we got the quarters. It's already given 1-to-1 here, so I should already be on the offer and just got some out there. So we'll try to ring the register on that one. Someone asked Pinterest if you want to give it more room, where you're giving it to the previous pre-market high on Pinterest. But 42.10 is my out here, just adjusting my stop because I was using the wrong type of stop order, so that was close. So we just got to 42.5. I'm looking for a test of that high, and if it breaks out the top on pins, I just want to be finding ways to get more or adding into the position. Sorry, not pins, Unity. Unity was a great long yesterday. Put in one higher low. Let's see if it can do the same story once again. Tesla is about to break 255. Even Nvidia is really strong. This is going to be interesting because
look at Amazon,
you are absolutely flying to the downside. If this market takes out the top at 15.1, there's about to be this shot at 33 even on Intel down here that I definitely want.
There's about to be shots fired. Yeah, this is going to be a big move. Oh, this is not going to be a big move. This is a big move right now. We did get reloaded up there in Amazon at O's. So there it is, 50 cents in the money. Remember what I mean? Again, you know, sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's tough, and most of the time it's tough. But, you know, there's the big move upside there for Amazon. Again, we talked about getting flushed out. I'm not using that 100% out or anything. We're just going to wait to see if we can't get a good fill when we're looking to get out, right? And so there it is. Nice move to the upside there on a reloaded position for Amazon. So I like it. There it goes right back to the day's high. New position alert for me. CCL at the highs, I don't know. We just took it. It's breaking out. It's up 4%. I'm going to give this back to around here, man, 630 or so. Would not be surprised, obviously, if it falls. This is a very light position to begin with right now on this trade. So we're going to have to watch out for Amazon right now. Or not Amazon, sorry, CCL, trying to come back into the 40s against that 30 print. So we're going to watch that against the 30. If we're wrong, and we get out at that 30 print. So let's watch out here. For CCL looking to pull back. I'm long Amazon. We made good money on it right now because we're back into this trade as it's taking out highs, hopefully here on Amazon. Next out for Amazon, 80, 130.80 AMZN. What's up, B?
CVNA again as well. Individual names, very, very strong. Here's another one, almost 5%. There it is, 5% for Carvana, guys. Nothing new anyways that I've seen.
Yeah, just guys, I'm not hearing the throws. Can you test my Unity at some point? Pinterest just got down to that previous pre-market high. It bounced off that. So if you're playing a breakout trade, give it to the previous top. And then you can get out of it underneath. It just got back above 28, so we're taking some profit there. I am now into Intel for the first time. Unity's still holding in the money, but that 33, we just bounced off 33.07. I got an initial long at 10s. If we get down to actually 33, then we want to load it back up there. So this one looks like it's going to be very, very juicy. Pins working. Lucid did break 25, but it hasn't broken 30. So this is 628, that wick high from before. I like it above that 30 level. This has lots of room to definitely run here, but Pinterest up 3%. The market, it's weird because the ES is breaking 44,000. The NASDAQ is trying to hold on to some of these tops. Some of these stocks are still setting up for breaks. Lucid more of a squeeze play anyways, and maybe just riding the coattails a little bit of Tesla. But it's about to break out. Pins, give me that high of the day break. I think once it takes out the quarter again, I'm holding on to half and looking for 50s and evens. But this one's starting to really churn.
I don't know. Just because the market just trying to. I only say that because every time I hear something, like every time the market starts to run a little bit, I think Powell's saying something. So I'm like,
Because he might be.
Because he may be just doing that, exactly. So we're going to have to still wait on CCL. But my newest and biggest position is right here. It's Mr. Google. Again, my largest position in the long-term account is now my largest position short here trading. And again, down 0.3. We talked about Google a little bit here today. Although it's not down, I don't think as much as people think. Like it's from 127 to 118. It's only down like 8% from its highs, which is similar to like an Nvidia, not similar to an AMD, which of course is down like 25%, 20 or so percent from its high. But I'm just going to watch out for this 118.20 level. I'm not going to give it all the way there to 118.40. Although maybe we'll look back and that might be the right play. But right now, short against that 118.20. So what's my average price right now? 92. So about 30 cents. Hopefully this will fall back in here to 80s where we could take a fill because that is where the 200 period is. And then we're trying to hold out for at least 1-to-1, which puts us down here to like 117.70 or so. So that's sort of the area that if you are an R2R trader, that's kind of where you want to get out for at least 1-to-1. And that's where VWAP is. And I think we crack lower here. But the market's doesn't really care what I think, like I said. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens now. Look at this top of 15.1. It pegged it to basically to the handle, right? And now, hopefully, we get a fall down, especially because I'm short Google.
Well, literally to the handle.
Yeah, literally there, right? And so, but there's Amazon. It's literally hovering around this level of 50. So let's put another offer here on Amazon. See if we can get, oops, that's still my, why is that still my Google chart? Right there, Amazon. We'll see if we can get this out in the mid to high 40s right here. And then watch out for this because here comes Google trying to make that move back down. We just got to fill at 80, hopefully a little bit lower, but maybe I should get out of Amazon if I'm thinking this market's going to go down.
I'm thinking Unity, but we didn't break 15.1. So Unity's doing a move again, but the fact that we're kind of retracing off of 15.1, this is a daily chart, that is 43.80, that is where we are turning. Yeah, that's a long way of saying Once we get to the next level on the daily, I tend to get wicked out, and if I get wicked out, fair enough. We end up getting that bottom break, bottom hold. So breaks a low, holds 42. We get the higher low. We get it all the way to 43.5. It does meet resistance on the daily chart, so I get out. That's how we do it. We're going to ring the register every single time. If it's going to go to 45, the way this market's behaving, I don't see any way we can't get back into this at some point. Intel, which is, I don't know, the weakest name in the market. You show me. If there's something that had a bigger fall at the open while the market was going up, then maybe let me know, because I didn't see anything. Intel bounced once off 33.04. I was able to add to it. I've gotten one fill above 10s. I got it at 16s. I'm looking for the quarters and then VWAP, and then hopefully this sucker can settle itself down. If the market wants to go higher and break 15.1, then I think 33 can hold. Pinterest, we did ring the register at the high of the day. It very briefly took out the high by 2 cents. And is kind of hovering at 28.20. But our last entry point was off the pre-market lows. Now we want to let this one ride. It was far too impatient the first time through. This time we'll power it up, give it some more room, be patient with where you want to add to it. And only because I have to look at it, what a difference a day makes. You know, ride down 15%, all you had to do was just, if you held the short in the pre-market yesterday, you got destroyed. If you held the short today, you would have won. So I don't mind the fact that I missed it. I was looking for something stupid to happen at the open toward $3, and then I would have played it. So pins long, Intel long, I almost said interest long. And watch out for this bad boy, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, still only green candles on the 15 minutes. So I don't want to tell you that there's any gloom and doom happening, but a bit of a lower high being put in here. So held 412, not really a level. But 410 is a nice round number. And if it can't hold on to that higher low, maybe we do get a retest of that 400. Would like a crack at that 400 level. Can't complain about anything today. Coin was a good short. We were in and out of that pretty quickly. Unity along, I wish I could get myself back into. Oh, there was something else I was supposed to mention. Zillow. This is the second day in a row that I was looking for a long on Zillow and got distracted by other names. First, it was a 50 break. Now it's holding above 51. Oh my goodness, like mortgage demand was higher than expected. This is breaking out on the daily. I don't know a way to get into this unless you almost just take it aggressively at the open. It's not a lot of volume on this stock, but it is upward trending. And finding a way into that move at some point, maybe it gives a consolidation like it did yesterday. And if we can find that, we can look for another long here off of yesterday's high, 51.60. I'll take one. I'll take one as well. Pretty much every time I'll take a copy here, Rob. Most times.
Yeah, Neil.
But what's the word? So it gets thrown out?
I agree, man. I've literally, I think every time. I think it's an every time thing. Okay, so yeah, again, look at Amazon. Let's freaking go, man. Let's spin the money on the reload.
I'm reloaded.
Oh, Lucid broke.
We're reloaded on that one. And we are also.
I'm reloaded.
So stupid. Here on Google right now, we just got a 95 print. Let's see if we can get some out on the downside again as this market's trying to make new highs right now as we speak, trying to get back to that 15.1, and we're only 10 handles, well, 15 handles away from that. So obviously, as Google goes, we talked about where we're going to be getting out on this one. And again, like, look, it went to that R to R, right? And so maybe that's what we need to do from now on, you know, especially when we have Fed speak and things like that. If the trade sort of works out for you, then maybe you just get out of it all. Right now, we got out of half, which is fine, but that's not enough because now, if it takes it out on the reload, Google will be a red name actually for us as it continues. There it is. So there goes the stop. Okay, so we only got stopped out at 75% of that one. We also wanted to reload AMD because that came upside here into 109. So there's the short for AMD into 109, giving that 109.28 area. We're just trying. There goes 15.1 right now. So all we were trying to do is play off this 15.1. Let's see what happens. Very, very interesting area here for us, obviously, on this market. So let's continue to sort of layer into the short on AMD. Watch out for that 109.30. That means that we obviously get a clean break there of 15.1 if that does happen. So let's watch out here for AMD. It's 10 o'clock. Powell could be throwing obviously a little bit of shade on this market here. It seems like whenever he speaks, he likes to get the market going a little bit. I know that's not the mandate here, but let's watch out. 109.20 there as the top for AMD. Starting to break higher and higher and higher right now. So the market's not stopping. There's 15.1. we don't want to bury ourselves here on the shorts today. So let's just make sure that we're responsible with this. We have enough shares where we can win if this is a problem. But for right now, it's CCL also, man. CCL right now, again, we'll hot dog gun this one up. We do want to get a little bit higher, but buying off the 50, now up to 65, a good little trade there. Let's see if the rest of this market wants to fall down as we continue to watch AMD at these levels.
Yeah, I want to be careful with these tops. So a couple of things. Intel off that 33. I got 10s as my entry, 9s and 10s technically. I just got 24 filled. It doesn't seem to want to get to VWAP. Remember, this is counter trend. The stock has been falling. I just took another leg out on pins. Why? Because it failed the top and then got back underneath. And as remember, Powell is talking, so 15-1. Just want to make sure we're paying ourselves out here. I think we hold on to Lucid a little bit longer, but I did take one fill out. It broke that 30. It got to 35, took one leg. This is at 25 level, so if I'm giving it to here, I want to get some 1-to-1. Let's see if we can get to 650. I'm only long right now, and the 15-1 fails. I mean, Google was the short I wanted. It's not at the price I want. But let's go to Brendan for happening now.
Hey guys, at 10 o'clock overall, not much that we haven't heard yet from Powell or before from Powell at this point. In these comments, he was talking about the rate of restrictiveness that they need to maintain still might not be as high as they would like it. So that caused that move to the downside in the overall market. Now red, 0.28 for the S&P, the Dow 0.38, the Russell 123,000 all red. Tech as well back to the downside. But the conversation continuing here, it's the head of the banks for the UK, Europe, obviously Fed Chair Powell, and Japan all participating in this. Few things still moving to the upside here. 7% now for Carvana. Not a red candle yet on a 3-minute chart. Here's Snowflake, guys. We were talking all the positivity this morning. 8% at day highs for snow.
Well, that 185. I guess the 185 break was okay.
Loving some Snowflake.
Snowflake in the house. So what do we think? 195? Okay, well, 195 is a local high. I'm not sitting here. We're not reinventing the wheel with this. 195 and 200. If you think there's a place where this could slow down or turn around, I suppose it would be those levels. As I mentioned, I'm only long right now. Lucid's going to be the one that's at least a little bit of concern. I thought it was going to be Alphabet for the short. I'm still missing some data from yesterday, but it never got to 119. It's not close to 120.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
But we're underneath yesterday's lows. Maybe that's going to be the play. Got to watch out for this Lucid. It is starting to pull back into the downside as we got that 63 break, but if it doesn't hold on to the quarters, I'll duck out and look for a place to get a re-entry. That nerve, the nerve of that stock.
Yeah, you tell him.
So it did break 9 a couple of times, but it didn't fail the break. This is actually a good look here. So no clean breakout that just kind of went up into any kind of a halt, but you are now consolidating off of that level. I do like this. You have room to 10. I think you want to be long before it gets to 10. That's the way I'd play it. I don't want to take a breakout, but I think if you hold to 865 from 9, this could be a good one to the upside. It's starting to form a little bit of strength here. And if it takes out that top and you're quadunked, if you're long between 860 and 9, you got yourself a buffer room.
Shit. Right now, there goes. So CCL, nice move to the upside. We just got 50s right there on AMD. So that was a 53 fill. That's what we hit that for, man. That was the big order sitting down there at 50s to take 30 cents right there on AMD. Let's see if we pull back even more now. We're off that 15-1. At some point, we're going to have to try to hold everything, and that's what we're trying to do right now as we speak. CCL, another banger as well. Shout out, I think it was Scott H. Shout out to you in the chat. Shout out to everybody that's there. What's up to John Spruill? What's up to Rio? What's up to Tyrone Hamilton? What's up, B. Reggiano, my paisan right there. Everybody else, Michael, everybody, thank you for being part of, subscribing and being in our chat. Euthanasia, everybody, Hamster, what's up, guys? Really, really impressive that you guys are back every single day watching and rocking with us. And thank you for some of these damn trade ideas, because that CCL is a banger. And look what the hell's happening right now. Let's go, man. The favorite gif of this show is that money one, and that's why, because when I spin it, it means we're making some money. I should have another one, obviously, when we don't, and that is this one, probably the second favorite on the show. But there it is, huge move down now for AMD. This is exactly what we're talking about. Look at us load that up there at 109. So again, man, like there's that 15-1. This is the trade that I wanted. We're at day's high right now. Also fading out Google as well, right? Did we get stopped out? Yes, we did. I feel like Obama there. Yes, we can. Yes, we can get stopped out. Yes, we can get stopped out right there. So let's see what's happening right now. If it comes back into VWAP in 79.80, that's going to be a next fill. And then watching 70s only VWAP. So hopefully we can get a nice downside move as, yeah, a couple more outs there. Like we just got 30 on AMD. Like, let's go, baby. Hopefully this can create some action to the downside. And then just quickly, we're only in 10% left of Amazon. Huge missed opportunity because this is when we were loading up AMD. I don't have a problem with this. I literally have 10, 20 times the shares on AMD left that we have on Amazon. So yeah, man, today, like Ice Cube said, so far, and I've ruined my days lots of times, but so far today is a good day.
The Lakers beat the Sonics, I think, on that day. There's no basketball being played
Damn it,
today,
Sean
but
Kemp.
It's still a good day. Weird that as the market pulled back, I just got my best print on Intel, but it's been going counter trend anyway. So we just got that 33 into 33.5. If we break VWAP, great. I think we can get to 50. But if this market wants to roll over from here and not put in a higher low, then you wait till it gets back down to support. The long was at 33. You didn't want to catch it early, otherwise just getting run over all the way into the downside. Lucid's holding on to 625, so have not taken an L yet. But I think if there's an L to be had for me, it feels like it's this breakout in Lucid. There it goes. It just broke down under that breakout support. So just like pins, I'm going to give it some room. I don't want to give up on the notion of a long. It's up 2%. If the market can put in a higher low, this can kind of do the same thing. And that might be down around that pre-market, we'll call it the post-market high, or the yesterday's high, 615. So down in that range, I'd look for a re-entry into the long. The longs have worked, but we have rejected 15.1. I'm going to stick with the notion that as long as we're above 15 and we holding up a higher low, I still want to be working the long trades, and that could be Lucid once again. I know I like this Pinterest for a hold, but again, it resisted a high of the day breakout. So it got up there to that 35, now putting in a higher low. I want this holding 28. If it holds 28, we've got the bottom, and then we can start thinking about adding at a better price. But it's time to be patient. As we've mentioned, Powell talking can have us going all over the place. I know Carvana's moving. Just wanted to go over the positions, tell you guys where I'm at here, because it's been a good morning. And, well, someone I know has been basically saying, I want Carvana at 27. Okay, you're going to get your 27, bro. That's all I'm saying. We are at 26.40. Carvana gets through here, it has every chance in the world to get to 30. This is a squeeze play. I am not in any way endorsing any long-term play on Carvana, but if you like green candles, Carvana is probably winning the race so far today. And on a collision course of 27. I think it needs to pull back before consolidate or something. I'm not chasing this move, but I don't mind joining it. If we get any chance at a dip buy, maybe back into 25.70, look for a long in Carvana. This stock is definitely on one. I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure there isn't even a catalyst, actually.
Yeah, probably not, but I mean, there goes Google. See, 30 cents in the money short. Amazon, 25 cents in the money long. CCL, what a bank CCL was. I want to thank everybody in the chat for that one, talking about, hey, get on those cruise lines, my guy. I might take a cruise at some point. But right now, CCL, nice upside move, and we took advantage of that. 1650 out here in the 70s. I don't know, my next offer is 78. That's the high. It's funny because it went to 78 and stopped, so we missed that. My offer's been here forever, right? And then my next offer after that is 89. Like, I'm just sitting in front of the dimes right now because you know on this show that we like dimes. And right there, hopefully that can come back up to the upside and continue to rip. But the thing is, not that we have a proxy or anything like that, but we've just cleaned up on AMD. Like, hey man, clean up in aisle GPUs right now because that was a good one for us to the downside. Let's see if it can really bleed even more than this as the NASDAQ is just, the NASDAQ's bouncing off VWAP. Let's take one more out here. Well, I just bid 36. Did we get it? Yes, we can. And yes, we did right there for that out. So now we'll wait.
Now I got you know what in my head.
Let's be a little bit,
Because you said Obama.
D-riding? Yeah, that's a great one by Boondocks. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later. But Google right now, out in the 70s. That was a good one. Let's see if we can hold it for a bigger move to the downside right now. But yeah, thanks to Rob. This coffee for some reason is like extra hot. Does it just feel hotter today?
I was literally just blowing it. I never do this, by
cheers.
the way.
We got the same cup.
Is it the same cup? Why are there two of these? Classy, sassy, and a bit smart assy. It says this cup.
This probably should be my cup.
That's actually, yeah, it's kind of funny. But it's hot. So it's
Obama
weird.
for tomorrow, Obama for today. Yeah. Who was that just wrote that in there? What's up, Harrison, man?
If you've watched the Boondocks,
win, dude.
if you've watched the Boondocks, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But I
wins,
can't do the actual song. I think the Boondocks is the best ever. We're gonna hit some home runs here. We just got 40s on Intel. It's weird because as AMD was going down and the market was going up, Intel is finding its legs. There has been one red candle in the last 20 minutes since we got that 33 bottom. We just got 33.40, so clean move. It's actually rebounded 1%, but it's still down 2%. So 1% off the bottom is good, but it is one of the weaker names in the overall market, which is a weird thing to say. Unity's pulled back at least, so I was looking for a place to get back into this and kind of thinking the market was going to bring us down to those lows again. Maybe it's just VWAP, but still patience has to be a virtue. Lucid taking a 5-cent hit is our only loss today. I do want to be patient. We have reversed moves off the top so many times that rushing into the longs has been the way to bleed back. So I don't want to do that. Only play off the levels that matter. CVNA does make some sense. It's starting to give you a little bit of a dip buy opportunity. So pulling back in on Carvana here. If it can hold on to VWAP or hold on to 25.80, start going sideways, it could be time to join this move. But yeah, 27 still hasn't gone just yet, so I know Max is probably still waiting.
Man, we like Outcast, man. We so fresh and so clean today. All these trades, man, pretty clean today. Really worked out. Obviously, the Google one did go against us a little bit there, but we got it back in, and we're able to get out and be really responsible with that out right there. So just for those of you asking now, I'm going to just wait for that trade to come again. But this 118.35, you could up it to that day's high of 118.40. But again, this name doesn't feel right. It does feel fine. It's just, as opposed to what's happening here on AMD, this short is just never gone against me. Well, I guess it went against me initially there, but it never went against us on that 109. Came up, broke it a little bit, gave us the fill that we needed, and now downside here on Advanced Micro. I'm gonna take another. I just tried to buy 26s, and you saw what happened there. I just tried to take another 26 fill. My best fills, as I'll just double check my trade list, is 21. So the best fill we have is 21 down there. So hopefully that can come down to the downside and give us that fill again. I just bid 26s, so that's what we're looking for right now. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Just a quick look on Tesla, as that's the other name that we were looking at here today, and just never got in early on this, right? And so if you did, that was amazing, breaking through either the pre-market level there of 252 or just waiting for this to happen. And of course, my account was locked out because I did not fill out the compliance test. So I'll do that. I'm going to rock that test. It's going to be great when I fail it and then I'm actually
logged.
You're not
failing the compliance
I know. I've written
test.
it every year for the last 15 years or whatever it's been.
No, I think the test has only been like the last 7 or 8, I think.
Yeah. Whatever it is. But being locked out, I think, was a good thing for me. So I'm gonna request that every day.
For those that don't, like, if you're at the issue of the world, you know what we're talking about. But yeah, you have to write a yearly compliance test, and that's just it's not incredibly difficult.
It's called checks and balances,
It's
right?
checks and balances, and that's what you want out of the firm that you trade for, quite frankly, right? So we're happy to always do it. Well, you're not always happy to do it, but you're happy that it exists.
Yeah.
C3AI just broke 35. So I had the 35 break the other day, so color me skeptical because the 35 break was not good at all. Yesterday, if you were going dip buying, that was a much more productive trade. If it gets through the recent top 35.5, that's a little more interesting. There's lots of room to go to the upside, but it's got to Like, show me it breaking that rejection from last time, and then I'll be a little bit more excited. As a matter of fact, I didn't pay for locates. I'm thinking failed break because that's what worked last time. Do we have free locates on this? I know the answer is probably, yeah, the answer is no. I got to go pay for some locates because a failed break here, it might be too late. Let's see if I can do this really fast. But yeah, I had the 35 long last time. It was no good. I think the short here makes more sense.
Fucking AMD can kiss my head right now because AMD, adios amigos, right there, right back into that level. We are loaded up at 109, but now we only have a third left. But there it is. We got a 108 fill. We got a 107.80 fill right there, and it is some downside. I don't know if it's a P-Funk break or what. I got to talk to my guy over there, but it was a nice move. It was no break on it, but we'll wait to see what happens with AMD. We missed that because we were too busy celebrating, of course, AMD. We didn't actually have any, this is my bad. I should always have bids at VWAP, and we didn't have that down there for Google. So punch in the face right there for me on that because we should have that there, and we don't. So that's my bad on that. So we'll have to wait out to see what Google wants to do now, as now it's trying to fall back in. But there it is, man. Downside mover on AMD. Get down right now as we watch that Arnold documentary or whatever the hell that is on Netflix right now. I was watching that.
You got to watch FUBAR.
No, I've watched FUBAR. I've watched 3 or 4 episodes of that one, but I didn't watch that other one. Nice downside move there. Oh, and by the way, 21, can you do something for us? CCL, bang that one to the upside as well. Man, we on one today, baby. So again, shout out to our compliance department and shout out to you, Carnival Cruise Lines, because this is a nice day for that trade as well. Carnival, we just got a piece out at 79. Next load, 89. But now that I'm seeing this, maybe we get out here. Nah, let's wait. There it goes, Carnival Cruise Lines. There it is. Nice upside move on that. Google's really going to be the one that bothers me the most because we did not get out down there, and that's bad order entry by your boys. So I should be out more on Google. And with that being said, let's get out another piece right now on AMD because that drop, there it is again on that drop down. So yeah, so far so good here, man. If you're rocking with us, you're rocking with the best. So let's go with Trader TV Live. Make sure you hit that
like and subscribe today.
And do it today.
Always do it. Do it every single day. I'm going to take little swings here at C3AI. I know risking 15 cents to try to make like $1 doesn't always happen, but that's what I'm looking for off this top. I'm not going to take a short in here and give it right away to 35.50. If it fails that top end break, I think that's a separate trade. That was the mistake that got made in Ride yesterday, is not taking paper cuts when you're trying to find a top end move. I did get out of most of Pinterest, but I'm still hanging on, and it just hung on to 28 barely. So it got back in. Remember I told you it was failing that high, and we kept taking a couple of legs out at that high? Well, it's still holding 28. A higher low can set up, which is exactly what the market's trying to do. So I want to be patient, as I've said a couple of times this morning. If we're going to hold that higher low and reclaim the high, let's see that happen first before we're adding back into positions. It's one thing if you want to hold on to a piece. You don't have to enter the long at every single point. Oh, really? Seriously? I thought we were going to get another never mind. I thought we were going to get a bit of a test there back to the downside. Because every time Sean's like, AMD's going down, in my head, I'm like, okay, Intel might retest and reload at 33, but then it's not really falling anymore. So this is still upward. Since we got it at 33 on the 15-minute, it's only green candles. Tesla just took out the high of the day as well.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Here's another one.
Look at CCL.
CCL is going, another travel name, because it just mentioned by Turner Music Productions in the chat. You'll like this one.
Airbnb?
Yeah. Well, because I said travel names are moving.
Exactly.
Airbnb is at the high of the day. So it's at the high of the day. I see legitimately should be 129. It might have even broken it. That looks like a bad dark pool wick. So I want to correct myself in saying that it has broken the high. Here is what 130 likes on Airbnb. 130 looks like on Airbnb on the daily. Yeah, that's a flat top break if I ever saw one on Airbnb. So alert to that name. If we take out the top, I can't see any way this breakout isn't. It has to be had, even if it's a trap. Like, that's way too good on a flat top break, 130 on Airbnb.
I'm reloaded.
Google. I mean, Google just came up to 118.20 there. We took a 118.20. Phil got them out at 118.10, half of them. Because you know what, man? Like I said, we'll be here for this short, but it's not a short, I don't think. So last reload on this one. If it breaks 118.42, then we're gone. I'm just holding this out in case the market wants to flush again as we get, well, I mean, flush. I guess that's a flush. I don't know. Where's my flush down the toilet? You can see I'm really relaxed right now today. You could see 15.1 coming through. We'll see if we can flush down through this level one more time. So that's basically what we're trying here on Google. We're 10 cents away from being stopped out. Not a great trade on this one today for sure. I mean, I'm here to tell you that. But there's that. I mean, you want to talk about a good trade today. We smoke in the good stuff on CCL because there's the move. We just got 90s out right there. You know, this is the thing, and it goes back to what we talked about before. You know, market ripping, stocks overbought, that doesn't matter. It's the relationship of the stock to the market. And if they want to buy CCL right now, when I say buy, hedge funds, people that are sitting on the sidelines that aren't in on, there goes Google,
even
by the
retail.
way. Yeah, anybody, retail, anybody, seeing these moves and saying, I missed it. Well, I mean, even though CCL's already doubled up here in a month and a half, there's still buyers. And look at it breaking outside because we know CCL can climb even higher than this. So there goes CCL. We'll wait on that. But there goes everything, man. The market's starting to bump back up. So we've given back a little bit here by shorting Google, which was wrong. And we sort of had that feeling.
God,
so now we'll get out of the way of Google, wait for it to get up to 119 and then possibly short that thing again all the way up at 119. But for now, we got to wait away on this one. What did you want to say? Palantir?
Palantir broke 15.
Jesus.
So finding a way, this has a big gap. It's a $15 to $16 gap on the 15-minute chart. So finding a way into this is a must as we're taking out the top. Let's go to Brendan because this market is absolutely ripping. It is time for the small cap recap.
That's always the first one.
Timing as well, guys, as we head back to the upside here. The panel here was just asked whether or not they see cuts coming through as early as next year. They basically said, no chance. So in a general statement, we're back to highs for the market. In a general statement, very hawkish comments so far from all three or four heads of central banks so far on this panel. Here we go. A few little ones moving around so far this morning. Minerva, they had an offering, 20 million private placement, session highs essentially right now, up 54%. For NERV, a little one making moves. TOVX, we were talking in the pre-market with Dan Pipitone from Trade Zero. If you didn't catch that, go back, check it out. Worth a look. Here's TOVX, though, kind of flatlining around this 110 area. 120 was a good opportunity off session highs for a quick fade. OPK, another one we were discussing pre-market as well. FDA orphan drug designation for cancer treatment, but wow. What a move down. Speaking of finding locates and being able to short, what a move down here for OPK, guys.
Yeah, that's
me and Neil just talking about this market.
the market's
like,
going the other way.
What?
The other way. You want it to be one way? No, it's the other.
Never.
So watch out. Coinbase is now at 73. My goodness, we got
Again?
pretty lucky there. So we got trailed out of this. I'll just come to my chart very quickly for a second. I got to finish the thought here. You got trailed out, and there's a reason for it. Upward trend. If you fight the trend, take your profit. It is now at 73. That was the next level. Let's go back to Brendan.
Quickly, guys, my bad. The small cap recap brought to you by Huiz, the stock ticker Huiz, Huiz, smart insurance solutions for new generation consumers. Huiz improved cost efficiency, leading to a 20.2% increase year over year in their Q1 results. Check out the QR code, bottom right corner, for their 23 Q1 results, guys. Huiz bringing you small cap recap.
Yeah, don't fight the Fed. I just saw someone say in the chat, and if you believe in that, then you are right, because fighting the Fed has not been a very profitable move over the last 50 years. Okay, so
It's working now.
is
Technically,
it?
we've been fighting they're signaling more rate hikes. And
Yeah, but they're also talking about being data dependent. I mean, I think whether or not they hike it one more time,
he said to.
Yeah. But I don't think in this time, I mean, I feel like the more he talks, I mean, Brendan's never really brought us any. It's so funny that they're never really that hawkish every time the guy speaks. But yeah, I mean, the data is there, so I guess you're right. Okay, so here's Google 119. This is the short that we wanted. We've talked about, waiting for key levels and whatnot. 119 right there. You know, it hit the last couple of days. Really, the high is 119.30. So I think you got to wait out for that. We're in it for that short. So 119.30 for Google. But like I said, we've only reloaded at key levels. Like the market is up. And we're fighting trend by going short, but we're not getting short too early. We're getting short at great prices, I feel like. So there we are, back short into AMD. And again, kind of the same thing, right? We just got filled at 109 again. So let's go to the downside here, as we just got a 75 fill. So maybe just by waiting for key prices gives us the good. So hopefully another push down to the downside. We've seen AMD collapse, on market moves down. So hey, like I said, the number one stock, obviously, well, actually, I know this is the number one stock. Amazon is right back as well. You know what? I had an Amazon order at 85. Why not just do it right here, right now on Amazon? Let's take advantage of that. There it is. We take some out at 55 as now because we're net short on everything. Not that that means that we don't have to hold on to Amazon, which we will hold on to a little part of it. But if we really think the market's going down, then being long Amazon obviously is not a recipe for success. But there's the fill at 119. There's some fills at 80 to get some more out on Google. So again, get stopped out, take the L, now play it back down to the downside. As look what the hell is happening right now as we go right back to the highest spot we've been at all day. Why? Because I don't care if you don't like Al Pacino,
I'm reloaded.
but we are damn well reloaded right now as there's the move down on AMD. Another 40-cent winner here. So there it goes to the downside. I will not hit the DJ Khaled one for you.
Yeah, I just got the same on coin. And again, wait for key prices. This one was not the same price. We didn't reload at the same price. That would have been completely insane at 71. We waited for it to get to 73 on the daily. And that's the level here. Pointed out in the morning. If you have a plan, the best you can do is stick to it. I think you got to be more aggressive taking it out. So we get some 1-to-1. If it runs the high, cannot be a losing trade at this point because I took out half. I will get out of Pinterest. I don't want to give up on it just yet because the market could always take out the high, but it just did not hold on to that 28 level. So if it wants to test back into 27.80, you want to see it put in a higher low. If I don't see it put in a higher low, then I don't want to rejoin that trend and be caught in this all the way back in. Intel's holding up absolutely beautifully off of 33. Again, we waited patiently for that. We're still above 33.40, right at VWAP as a matter of fact, just barely above it. So I think if you hold on to VWAP, this could easily be ramping back into some of those pre-market levels. It gave that 1% move and everything. Tesla, I know I was just asked about levels for Tesla. So look, 50's gone, 47 was where I like to dip by. All you can do for Tesla, if it's up here, like if you're long, where are you afraid? 258.5, 262? That's it. So maybe $2 away at the closest, $4 away at the highest. So if we do get a consolidation, there's plenty of room to still go to the upside. If the NASDAQ wants this top, whoops, that's the ES. If the NASDAQ wants this top, we're pretty darn close to it. There's going to be room to get in, man. You can be patient with it. You can hold on to what you got. But it has been an upward move, even though the market is flat. This is technically still an inside day. There's 15,000 at the bottom. Here's 15.1. I know you get a rise out of that one, Prad. He's laughing in the back. But until we break out this top, we're still working with an inside day.
Yeah, I mean, also today is the NASDAQ is down 0%. Yeah, so definitely on that one. Shout out to my guy Prad. Make sure you do check out his after show. It's an after party right there with Trader Prad every single day for now. Until he gets too tired. But I think
he's not getting too tired.
That guy's a lot of energy.
He's all kinds of energy.
That shows what it's all about right now. So check it out at the end. All right. So, the market just bounced off 15.1. We got out of some of that reloaded stuff, man. Look at all those outs on Google down here into the 70s, man. And then more outs on AMD as we drip down into the 70s again. So now, as we're again, we are fighting the market right now. I mean, going short against some of these levels as the NASDAQ, just this is what it wants to do today. Like, just keep on going to the upside. But again, we're just at the top, and as are some of these names. So we have to watch out for the stop out, right? AMD 109.20, I believe. Let's just go look again. Where is that level here today? 109.30 right there to the upside. Possibly reloading a little bit here at 109.10 as we get back up to the upside, but watch out for that break right there of 109.30 on that. And then Google, we already have our stop out for that as well. So, okay, let's put on a little bit of something here at 06.05. Oh, you guys just punched 05s there as you saw me cross the market to get shares. So there we go. So we just punched in some at 6s. We'll wait for like some 20s here. And then honestly, that top of 109.30, if it does break, it would suck, but that is the out for me if we do get up that high in this market. So we're gonna have
119.
Watch out right now. 109 right now for AMD.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was talking about AMD, but 119 is for Google.
Yeah, that's my bad. These stocks are priced too similarly sometimes.
It's crazy.
So this is the yesterday's high on Google. We're at it at 119. I know 120 is a thing, and it's to me a bigger thing, but it's not a double top technically speaking, but it's close to it. It was afternoon support on Monday. It was a resistance yesterday at 119. That local high is 119.25. So I think through 119, you've got room to 119.25. This was the level I was waiting for on Google. I've only had Coinbase short. That one might even take out the top itself. But these overfills, we're at resistance on the NASDAQ. So if we're here, then this is it. This is where to draw the line in the sand. So I want to get my entries. I want fills 19 to 19 and a quarter with a stop at 19 quarter. Once you're through 11, 15, 1, 5, I don't know. Fighting anything, I think, is going to be a bit of trouble there, but I'm taking my shot now in Google. I waited for this price. Let's see if we can actually get a bit of a turn here. Intel's still working. Oh, it was Palantir. I knew there was a long. We want to get involved in Palantir. I was looking for the dip buy into 15. It got to 15.05 and started going again. So
Sweet.
Time to get a little more aggressive in Palantir. Maybe try to take some 10s and give it back into 15.05. Let's go to Brendo for the crypto update, which I'm assuming is flying.
Crypto markets essentially kind of following the comments here as well, along with stocks so far this morning, guys. We had an initial move downside. We're back to basically break even, though, as far as Bitcoin is concerned. We'll show you the chart here in a second. But interesting note out this morning on MSTR. They bought the dip, 347 million worth, or the equivalent of 12,333 Bitcoins added to their stash over the past couple of months for MicroStrategy. The conversation, meanwhile, continuing over in Portugal this morning, where they are having this panel. There's BTC sitting at 30,150 right now. So a bit of a pullback, as we were mentioning. Maybe these levels coming into play right now, 30,100. Essentially a bit of a pivot here. We'll see if we can't find some stability. So yeah, most of this early decline has dissipated, but still holding in the red. 1,858, meanwhile, for ETH, down 1.4. Red for the most part, but not a huge move, guys, for crypto.
Just quietly there, man, we got another hot dog trade on Meta. I don't know if you guys can see that through 287. We just took 75 cents, kind of like an undercover brother right there. Took that, man, and then there it is. Huge move up for Meta. So yeah, man, we are stone cold chilling. Watch out for AMD. We did short a little bit more there. Let's see what happens with that one. And then, of course, we shorted more Google as well to the upside as CCL is trying to break through 17 right now. Let's watch to see if that can go. And there goes Amazon back up to the day's high as well as the market. 15,150. It's that level right now from yesterday that we keep on talking about over and over again. We're right at it right now. So if there's going to be a short, maybe it's right here, right now. That's that short that we're looking for.
Oh my goodness, so I'm now into Google. I only have 2 shorts on. Intel's still the long that's working out, and as long as it holds, it's now above 33.50, so it's absolutely flying. But I want to get to this for a second, because I just saw someone mentioning the regional banks. KRE has, I don't want to call it an iceberg because that's not what it is, but there's a bit of a wall at 40.55 here, and that was a big level yesterday where it bounced off of. So if we don't get through that, watch out for the regionals, down almost 1%. It is worth a look, but I got to be concerned with Alphabet. It was net long pretty much everything, but when you got to 15.15 on the NASDAQ, take profits out and flip into the shorts as we speak. So if it breaks out here, 119.25 is my out. Coinbase is just chilling at 73. We're able to get one leg at 1-to-1. It's holding a higher low, but I don't necessarily want to be sitting adding back into this position. It is too much counter trend here on Coinbase. And this is a squeezable name. Like Google is a very different from Coinbase. Coinbase is like 22% short. So how many times do you go to the well on a level like this? To me, if it's one, you're doing much better off.
All right, yeah, we've reshorted. I'm just trying to stick with the same kind of names that we've been on, but we will take profit again on CCL because CCL just went to 90 again. So we're out of that. I mean, this is about as smooth as it gets here.
God, Palantir.
Right now today. Yeah, Palantir is the best, man. We love Palantir. I initially bought this, of course, at its IPO. Well, it was a not an IPO, direct listing there for Palantir. So my first position long, I think 925. And then we had bought some more here at the bottom as there goes Palantir. Look, in an age of data, I mean, this is the name. So is Snowflake.
Yeah,
We've already talked
AI
about that.
data,
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, 131.06. Nice move again. We're still long Amazon, so that's really pumping here. We are going to wait for AMD to get up. That was just a small position. If that was my bigger position, then I would be getting out, obviously, on the way down. But we're basically flat on this trade now. Let's wait to see what happens on AMD up at 110 again. And that's the level we wrote down on the sticky notes. So we're going to try to respect a little bit of that. Maybe take a little bit more right now in the 50s again here, just because. But we do have a bigger order waiting for that 110. And then if we break through 110, then we'll get out. And it's just... Look, you can find better levels than 110 for sure, but if it gets all the way up there, this is a level that we want to short. So let's just wait to see what's happening right now as the NASDAQ just keeps on ripping higher and higher and higher. And on that note, one name that we haven't checked out, Apple, right now taking out the high and taking out new all-time highs right now of Apple, trying to break through 189, guys.
Congratulations!
Yes, sir. 190 going to be in play today on Apple potentially. Prad, get yourself ready for that one. But the way to stay, look, if you gotta fight the shorts, if you are gonna play short, this is what you gotta do. Coin took that local high out, very tight stop. I don't care if it falls to VWAP from here. We're able to go twice for the win on Coin because we have ourselves a tight stop. That's the setup. That's the way you play it. You can't hold past. You're gonna get destroyed. We're accelerating obviously a little faster than anticipated. Intel was so darn weak early. That 33, I did not find a reload on that dip to 33.20. I'll look back and have to examine that on my train ride home as to how I wasn't able to get back into this one to the long side. If we don't break out the pre-market highs, I trail it underneath the pre-market low. At this point, you just let it run, let it fly. This is absolutely insane. It's arrows up. And here's the AI. Like that's still holding above 35. However, what hasn't yet broken is that local top at 35.50. 35.50, I mean, there's still a bit of a gap to be filled. And when I say a bit of a gap, I'm being entirely sarcastic. This stock was at $48. So there's a lot of room for it to recover to the upside. It's consolidating for this double top break at 35.50, which is incoming any second now. The NASDAQ is through resistance. So we're almost all systems go. Google hasn't broken out 119.25 yet, but it feels like a matter of time.
Yeah, for sure. The thing about that whole Prad thing is he wants to go blonde.
Oh,
so, you know, this is just a reason for him to get there again. So, and it looks like he's going to get it right there and then blame Apple. But, you know, Prad wants to go long. He wants that right there. I'm paying? No, absolutely not.
Pay
I mean,
for it yourself.
I could make a ridiculous bet and make you pay for something too. I mean, whatever. But right now, Pratt, I think you could get enough people to sponsor it on the show for sure. Right there. So if you guys give super chats, you know, there it is. All right. So look, Google's still making moves higher, right? The NASDAQ's breaking out. It did not. Obviously, it did not hold that 15,150. It just went right up to the upside. So now if we're going to do a little bit of a longer term look here on the NASDAQ, you know, let me just zoom this out a little bit more here. Whoa, what's going on here? The scaling is way off on this. Let's just go here, scale it back out. There's 15,250, another level to look at. Maybe this is better if we go to like a little bit of a longer time frame here. Let's go to 20 minutes on the NASDAQ to have another look. As AMD, we're just waiting for it to get to that 110. But yeah, there's not much room. Like if you take out this 15.2, then you still have another 50 handles to go until that level. And then you're all the way up here at 15.3, 15.4, 15.5. So not a great couple weeks here to be bearish, because there hasn't been many days where the short has actually followed through. So, you know, big time movement here today, back up to the upside as we're breaking out again. There goes Tesla, still at highs. There's that 257 level that I think we talked about yesterday as we were going short. Yeah, there it is right there. There's 257 again on Tesla. So that could be a good short, but then you're literally standing in the way of a monster. So up another 3%. I mean, we wrote it down right here. Get long Tesla, 247. The bottom of the day is 249, so it's ridiculous. Oh yeah, that's right. We were stopped out there because my account was not active. But right there Tesla, big time move, and there goes Google to the upside as well, rinsing everybody on the short. So bye-bye Google, and it looks like pretty soon maybe bye-bye AMD as well. But there goes Google, huge move. And by the way, Meta $1.50 in the money.
So I just got out of Google, took one shot at it, and the one shot was at 119. You see it break out the top. That's the way it's got to be. And the market's just only going to the upside. It's arrows up. I'm in AI on that break that we just talked about. If you can't beat them, join them, quite frankly. I couldn't beat it, and now we're going to try and join it. It was a bigger break. I wanted to wait for this level. Didn't want to see it at 35. I was playing the reversal. I had this same break. It didn't work at 35 even, so I wanted it breaking at 35.5. Show me that there's buyers at least up there to take out the level, and I like this one back into the even. I got offers in front of 36, because if I want it back to 35, I'll take some out in front of 36. Then we're looking 37 top. CVNA, seriously? I shouldn't have said it was going to break 27, because ever since then, all it's done is not break 27. But it's about to right now. So 26.80. I just took an AI break, so I probably don't want to be involved in this one. But 27 break on Carvana has a lot of room to run. I feel like being long two squeeze names, that makes usually a lot of sense. I don't know that I've ever really done that before. But 27 breakout on Carvana. I got AI anyways. And Palantir, my goodness. So about finding a way into Palantir, I was looking for the 15 dip. It went to 15.05. Now the consolidation's up here at the quarter. There's still room for this to get to $16 is next resistance, I think. And it's a nice linear move up. Every consolidation has worked, so I'll try it until it doesn't, because this market wants the upside. 15.2 incoming. Oh, I totally forgot. That IPO, GENK, not a bad day to have an IPO when the market's looking pretty strong. But I see no tap value. So that must mean it's not going to open anytime soon, because I don't even see a theoretical auction price there, which usually you see it if it's going to open soon. Yeah. So my guess is afternoon, or you'd see it on the locator. But I'm watching that one because Kava was good. I know nothing about this restaurant except for it's like an Asian restaurant, and Kava was a double up if you got the IPO issue. This one's supposed to be a $10 issue, I do believe. But we're going to power up C3AI. We lost on the short. We now win on the long. It's on the way to 36 even. The market wants higher and higher, like the D'Angelo song.
Yes, it does, man. The market, I mean, we just got stopped out there of AMD at 110 again, man. Again, maybe we didn't give it enough love up there, but it really got going. So we'll go back into the short now, but AMD definitely burned us that last time there. Oh, no, I mean, whatever. We were short. I think you guys saw we were short 76 out there on the break. So not a great trade there, but let's go back into it and see what Brendan has to say.
A little one moving here. ATOS, a few people mentioning they updated the enrollment of patients into a clinical phase 2 trial that they're just kicking off. Yeah, the conversation's still happening over in Portugal. ATOS, so 20% to the upside, just took out 120 there on heavy volume.
So I was just saying, do I want to take the open on this GNK? It's a small IPO. That's the only issue. I don't know what liquidity is going to be like. Intel is pulling back, so it's a good run off 33. I said if it got up and failed the pre-market high, I never added back in. I'm trailing out underneath that previous pre-market low. That'll be under 65. If I get out, I'm looking for re-entries off of VWAP, maybe underneath VWAP into 33.25. You got to cross that bridge. If it goes that far to the downside, it's not an automatic reload, but it's been a banger. It's been a Kincaid spiker. And AI just made another press to 36 and failed at 35.95. Come on, there you go. Failed 35.95. So I was able to get a quick fill in there out at 90. Now I'm holding on to the second half for 37. if you double tap an even dollar like 36, I can anticipate a bit of a pullback in there. But this one seems like it wants to go. Everything is going to the upside, at least almost everything, with
Tesla's
the exception.
260.
The regional banks, I think, are the only things that are weak today. Carvana is about to break 27, and Tesla 260. As we go to Brennan for Sector Watch, show me what's not running, Brendan.
Yeah, kind of surprising to see this board. Very, very mixed as far as the S&P is concerned. As we've seen, though, individual movers all over the place right now. Just 0.03 for the S&P 500. Pretty mixed as far as the individual groups go. A lot of negativity in the consumer staples group. GIS reported General Mills down 5 1/4, dragging the rest of the food-related names with it. Some weakness in banks outside of individual regional banks, and also some financial services names to the upside, or back to the upside a little bit today anyway. QCOM, AMAT, Intel leading the way as far as downside moves are concerned in the semiconductor group, but the clean energy related names, FSLR, Enphase, both higher on the day. Yeah, a nice 7 1/4% move for Carnival back to the upside again today. Almost 6% here for NCLH being dragged along. RCL 2.5%, some travel related stocks showing all kinds of strength as well. Strength again today in industrials 2 days in a row. Material stocks downside, communication services. Netflix on a positive note from analysts this morning, up 3% so far. Pretty flat for energy names, pretty flat for the overall market, guys. 0.02 right now.
So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive green on Tesla since 256. It's at 260 right now, but I wanted to get to Micron very quickly. That just went red to green. They report tonight, and look at the flat top break at 67. This is worthy of an entry here. We're at 15.2 on the NASDAQ, by the way. That's only 0.5% to the upside. I know it's a strong day here, but it is only 0.5% up. That's because we were gapping down on all that the chip news there. So 67, Micron. I do feel like if it holds on to this, you got 68 up top. Crazy if you get to 70 on an earnings day, but stranger things have happened. What, like Carvana, like really? So now it just hit 27 even without breaking. This is seriously just teasing right now. Carvana is just teasing this 27 level. It just doesn't seem to want to break it. So it's getting there. This is the thing about a breakout. It has to actually happen. The dip buy into 26 is the way to go. If you're just long into this, then you don't need it to break 26 for a winner. You know, it breaks 27. If it breaks 27, that's gravy, and you can think about adding if you have to. So if it fails 27 here, let's look for a dip buy at 26 and play this the more aggressive way. Not aggressive way, the more patient way, I should say. It's the other way around. Yeah, John, maybe too far, too fast, and it needs to pull back, give another consolidation before it goes.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. We just tweeted out this Carnival trade because, like, what? Neil was just talking about it right there. RCL at 100, Carnival just breaking through $17, and there it goes, man. Like, yeah, talk about a day breaker. Boom, right there to the upside. And a big shout out to Amazon too, because it just took out 131. We actually were looking at that 131.50 area. We wrote that down as per, I mean, it literally says 131.50. What's the high of the day? 131.50. So came right into there. We should have got that out. Did not realize it as we're, looking at everything right now. Amazon, Meta. Meta just pulled back a little bit too off 289. So wondering about that level as well right there, 288.77, that high. So we can stick an order there right around 289 just in case we do get back up to the high side on Meta. But I'm going to give, we're back into AMD here, but I'm going to give this to 111. We talked about 110, but there's 111 from yesterday. Like, how? Remember I said in the morning here that this is a joke, that, as if Biden, like, they're not going to do anything to China, period. And if they did, that would be ridiculous. So that threat there gave everybody an opportunity to buy exactly at the dip levels here of 107. So, anybody in the pre-market that was buying this, look what happens, man. They tried to tank it down. We were actually lucky to get some of that short, but now it's just blowing up to the upside as everyone scrambles to get back into AMD on realization that maybe there is nothing behind that story. But let's wait to see. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. One thing that I'm disappointed in, we haven't really heard anything about Powell today. So you know, and I
where's
know
he at?
Brendan's there looking, so there must not be anything. So let's just continue to wait to hear if there is any, you know, hawkish or dovish talk one way or the other. We'll wait for that, but I'm waiting for like 110.80 now on AMD to see if there's anything there, because I don't, you know, to start to leg into this trade now just means that once it busts up to that high, if it gets there, then I'm going to have way too many shares at such a shitty price. So, all right. Yeah, well, go ahead, yeah.
Only less than 15 minutes to go. And if you tell me we're expecting Powell at 9:30 and to hear some comments from him, I'm not expecting a nothing burger from him at about 10:45. However, this is all it took. It only took to the end of the show to finally get into a Palantir long. You know, it is what it is. Palantir has been on a lot of stocks have been doing
I
this,
didn't
but
realize it's the end of the
first
show.
consolidation, I was able to get into because I keep missing it, so got a little bit more aggressive. I think this is give it to the quarter mark and then see if it gets to 1550. If I have a 37.5 long, which I do, that's literally right in between 1550 and 1525. That's usually how it works. But that one I think can continue to trend up. And the reason I don't mind joining the trend at the top, you got to have a stop, obviously, as I said, underneath that quarter, is there's room to go. If we can hold on to this level, then I think we can get to $16. So that gives you lots of runway to the upside if it's going to work here. You always want to have an idea of what it can do for you, not just, hey, it's a long trend. Let me just join on a consolidation. It's good to have an idea where it can go. Still in half of AI. It just bounced off my entry. I tried to get more, but I tried to get it on the way back up. I didn't just sit on the bid in front of 35.50, which would have worked. That's not the way I want to do it. So if it takes out 36, I'm still holding on to the original half, looking for 36.5 and 37. It's been an arrows up kind of day. Quite frankly, this is one of those days where if you are looking bullish, and again, I don't know where our other, the other bulls over there. We are breaking out these tops. This NASDAQ seems to want it. That's the ES. The NASDAQ, if you look at the next resistance, 15.2 is a round number, but 15.2.5. Last time we were up there, we had a bit of a rejection. So there's still room in this move for it to go. And speaking of things that are trying to go, Tesla's having trouble with 260 right now. So it's hanging up here a little bit. I said 262 in terms of where I thought resistance was going to be on Tesla, but it has already pulled back off 260 once and is in threat of pulling in a lower high here as we go to Brennan.
Worth noting, guys, we're about to, not yet there, but we're about to go green here for NVIDIA, getting rid of this entire China-related pre-market dump. So nice to see you back to the upside.
NVIDIA. The amount of money that waits around when NVIDIA has like a single red day, like it had one red, it had this day, right? And it looked like a flush day. I mean, like if that's not a wipeout day, it goes $20-something to the downside. 27 bucks or something it gave back, top to bottom. And the very next day, it just holds 400, and then again we're gapping and holding the same level. It's ridiculous, right? So 420 is about to come into play here. I have one line drawn on this chart. I don't know why I didn't have a line drawn at 400 to remind myself to go long in front of it, but 420 is it. We're going to get there in $2. I think it's a short at that level. If it breaks out 420, look for the long above, but underneath that, it's kind of like Google. I took one shot at that stock, and it was, when it got to 119 resistance. It's actually at 120 itself right now. I guess you play the over-under game here, but this market is just way too strong. I'm disappointed in not getting enough longs at some of these bottoms. Crazy. Absolutely crazy on NVIDIA. And Apple about to break 189.
He already is.
Oh, never mind. Yo, Prad, you better price out that. This could happen. We could be doing this today or this week, I think.
Hold on. You don't understand why he did that.
But I don't understand.
Because he wants to go blonde.
Well, okay.
Right? So this is now an excuse for him to go, right? It's like you saying you want to shave your head, and you're like, oh, if Tesla ever breaks 260, I'm shaving my head. Obviously another ridiculous call over there, so don't.
But that's kind of lame.
Exactly. All right, Brendo, what's up?
Dollar strength coming back into play as these comments and the discussion continue over in Portugal with the heads of, again, the ECB, the UK Central Bank, the US, and Japan. So focus on not only the DXY up here, up 0.5%, but all of these downside versus dollar strength coming back into play. Again, we were talking with Frank Caberna yesterday, mentioning the fact that the yen specifically at historic multi-decade lows versus the US dollar, down again today, 0.32, 0.7 coming into play for the yen. As the conversation continues here, guys, there hasn't been much in the way of anything really we haven't heard already. Very hawkish coming from all of them for the most part as far as comments are concerned, but nothing new.
Yeah,
Hawkish, eh? I mean, Google's breaking 120 right now, and look at this. Like, this is why you get out of the way. We didn't even have Google written on here. We had Tesla, AMD, and Amazon. So it looks like we'll be wrong on AMD, but it's just because we're not. I mean, we could be wrong on AMD. It's just, we looked at 110. It's just hovering around 110 right now. Obviously, we talked about not having the right amount of shares or anything like that. I'm going to put on a little bit more if it does rip back up. I was just waiting to see if it did cruise up there to 111 before we added like a significant part to this trade. But yeah, wow, what a money maker today Google's been for anybody. It's just like on fire, like straight up fire. Right there today. So like Palantir and whatnot.
Stupid.
Some of these stocks are stupid strong. And congratulations if you respected those levels. That's all. Palantir breaks off that 14. I know you're in it at 15.30. And yeah, right here. So that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. As a just stupid move. I don't know, stupid move, but up 5% today. What's been a crazy move, of course, is that Tesla that we talked about off the sticky note as well. But you talked about it having a problem at 260. So hopefully the whole market can turn around now. And if Tesla leads it, that's fine by me, as I am literally my biggest position, because I've gotten out of everything else, is AMD right now. And it's to the short. It's just kind of dancing here. So hopefully the market will pull back a little bit and it could be led by AMD, but we'll wait to see here as it's just ticking higher and higher and higher. Right now, CCL does fade off. Oh, no, it doesn't. I thought CCL faded off 17, but no, it's still above. So there goes CCL, there goes AMD. All the rest of them, man, it's still a long market. These bears.
The bears are.
It's been in pain trade for them.
They're not in control.
And for me.
Look, I shorted AI at 35. That didn't work. I didn't join the long till 35.50. It just broke 36, but there is distinct lack of bids above 36 right now. So I'm trailing out half of this underneath 36. I have an offer in front of 37, which was there from before. But that was really. It happened faster. Like I instantly got the trail out of half in front of on the other side of 36. But you can see it cross down with an aggressive order, and then we get some. I'm still holding, but if it's going to fail 36 even, we could have a dip buy scenario. You mentioned Palantir. I am in Palantir up at the top. It just bounced with another higher low off 27, so I added again at 35. So my price is now 36.5. And if it takes out the top, I'll probably get something out in front of. Like right in front of 15.50, like 48, or I should just put an order there, like 48 and 49, worthy of putting some orders, and then we'll see what happens. I mean, if we hold on to 15.2, as I said, like why not just believe we're headed for somewhere in the 16 range on Palantir? Looks a little more clean on the 15-minute chart, like somewhere in here, 15.80 to 16 even, could definitely come into play. So let's just stick with the longs. I was looking for something that would be a good short, like the only long I lost on today, like really, yeah, I didn't give this enough room. See, this is a problem with a breakout trade. With a breakout trade, if it doesn't work right away, I don't like it, and then you look for the dip buy. Well, you know what? The dip buy was holding on to the previous top, which it didn't even come close to, and then your re-entry at 25. Right there, nice line drawn, and then the Lucid's at 650. So the only losing long for me was on Lucid, which is at the high of the day right now. You almost can't lose on these longs.
No. I mean, I'm sitting here going short every day and just watching these levels break. And then when we have wins, we take them in the morning, but we talk about scalping in and out and not holding enough for the bigger move, right? And I mean, even here on CCL, it's breaking through 17. It's a monster trade. We're happy to be in this name, but still, huge move up, and I just didn't trust that it was going to continue to go. So when we got the trade, we started getting out a lot here for what, 25 cents? And now, obviously, being in the money 55 cents, would be nice to have still held on to the majority of that trade. All right, just because we're at 15.2 right now, this is giving us good risk to reward now. We're bouncing off a little bit here, so we're in the AMD short. We don't necessarily want to get out of it. I would have loved to short more of Google up here at 30, but unfortunately we had to wait for it to pull back down, and we actually have O2s right now, 10 cents in the money. Nah, man, we want more than that on this trade, so we're going to have to watch out for Google here, trying to go up and down. So
it's at the 120.
It's at the 120, I know, but it was also at the 119 that I liked as well. So, yeah, 120, possibly a big psychological level, but it already took it out, right? It already went to 120.30. So whether or not you can hold 30 or 40 cents against you is your own risk to reward ratios. So make sure you watch out for that. But, as we wind down the show, I guess, my whole day is going to basically rest on this AMD. We're 50 cents out right now. Obviously, this name can tank, but not without the market. If it just keeps on going, NVIDIA went green, so did AMD. They're both, NVIDIA's back down. Did it go green? I don't know. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Probably up here at 417. But remember when it was down here and I said it can easily go up $15? That's exactly what it did. It's the exact same move it did yesterday, $15. Bottom to top. So now we'll see if there's some kind of a retracement happening in the space. But right now, man, looks like the market just wants to take all the bulls and basically just take all the bears, rinse them, and get these bulls kicking one more time. So here's a nice little downside move. I'll take out a little bit on Google just because it's been so bad. But let's get some 85s, whatever, man. We'll take 17 cents on this. Waiting for a lot more as here finally pulling back AMD a little bit.
Yeah, I'm watching. So Intel never went green. That's the only. I think most of the chip names did, but this was so weak off the open. It's actually still down 1%.
That's probably the right one, man.
So it got to 33. This might be the right one for the short because it didn't break the pre-market high. This is why am I sitting there just yapping about it? And I could have just got 68s. I don't want to chase past 65 ideally, because I think the local high here is at 78. That's 13 cents. If you're all in at 65, which I wouldn't go all in at 65. You want to be all in if it breaks that top, the local high. I should have a 70 to 72 price, which means limited amount I want to get at 65 even. I haven't even got a fill yet, and I can't even get a fill. Let's see if we can actually grab something. Come on, Intel. How am I? Oh yeah, I'm still long. Right. I'm like, why? You got to get out of your long first.
Yeah.
And then you have to go into the short.
So
it's hilarious. I'm like, what's going on? Why am I seeing purple? Yeah, so I'm going to get that short now. Palantir's actually pulling back as well, so I've got to watch out for that. I might even get Google if it gives fills over 120, because that high looks like, is it 120, 25 or 30? I want overfills on that one. We're going to get some earnings here because we've talked about Micron, but there's another name which should go to the gates of hell.
Congratulations!
Whoops, that's the wrong one. Damn it. That is BlackBerry. So they are going to be reporting aftermarket. It's actually a potential squeeze name back in the day, but it doesn't have a big short float anymore. It's all about Micron. They might not actually make money on this report. That's one thing I'm going to just sort of get out of the way. It is making a decent move. It almost went to 68 here today. And if it gets to 68, I think it's a bit of a fade. 68 is a big level here on Micron. If it gets to 68, I would probably short it. Let's go to Brendo.
Watch the market here, guys. Fetcher Powell just saying that they don't see inflation getting back to 2% this year or next year. So he's pointing at 2025. So a bit of a down move here.
Yeah, hilarious. A bit of a down move.
Now we move.
Like, are we? I mean, we just went down 20 handles. I mean, the market is up right now 180 handles since this guy took the podium. So maybe, I mean, Google's saying no to that as well. It's going back up right now. I hope the market can crack Brendo for sure down to the downside there. As we just took a little piece out at 20 for AMD because I was like, okay, just went down. But we're going to hold it. We took that out just so we can reload it if it comes back into the 50s here, 60s here for that. But yeah, this is the whole day right here for me. Either if it takes 111, then you know that I'm going to get out at that level. But with only minus 50 seconds left in our show right now. Let's see some downside pushes. No more outs for AMD. Maybe we'll take something out for flat at 110, but no, we want this name to drop down back into this 107, 108 area here today. VWAP, of course, 108.80. That would be a dream for me right now. But I did want to say a big thank you to Dan Robb, man. Great. We love you. Great dialogue. Thank you so much. That's the whole point here. Not only are we trading, but we're also going to, bring you the good here. And I did not get...
Not that good, but the good.
Yeah. Well, all the good goods. We did not get lunch menu yet today. So unfortunately,
better not be late again.
we cannot go over what's for lunch on a very famous segment here on the show. But... We'll talk about it when it comes through. Maybe we'll forward it to the guys, or we'll definitely, you know what, we'll talk about it at 2 o'clock. Surprise lunch, 2 o'clock, we'll let you know what we had. But for now, thank you for watching. Thanks, Neil. It was a good show. Thanks for Brendo as well. Fabian, Ramin, everybody, man. Great show today. Well done. And thank you for everybody for watching, because without you, we don't have anything. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls, the best damn moderator that YouTube has ever seen. So thank you to Bears vs. Bulls on that one. But without any further ado, it's the Mad One and the Professor all ready to rock and roll. Let's flip it over to the Midday.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is the Mad One Max. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Use the code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to the folks at Search Trader. This was kind of foreshadowed a little bit in the morning show. Max is in Tesla. Before I take you through my trade, the Mad One, run us through that, man.
Yeah, I'm not in Tesla anymore. I did end up trailing. Well, I mean, I got out a bunch of times. So I had a bunch of fills on Tesla. Ended up taking a bunch of L's trying to get into this long early. I mean, not a bunch of L's. Like, what is that? 1, 2, 3 losses trying to get into the trade. Then I end up in a great position here. With like a 251-ish average, 250-50 average, I think it was. And it just didn't seem to want to go, so got way too much out. Ended up adding above the pre-market high here at 252, or that wasn't the pre-market high, but 252 is a key level for me on Tesla. And it is these like kind of pre-market tops. End up adding there, getting a bunch out, great trade, get to reload. Took a couple L's trying to reload, but that's how you got to do it. And then, I'm taking this reload again at 254, and then adding again at 256.
So you're not letting this one off the hook?
No. I mean, the idea is that this gets to 260, and what does it do? It gets to 260. Sadly, I'm not a millionaire yet, but
soon?
Maybe if I can load the size in down here and manage to hold on to it.
I mean, that's as nice as it gets. Like a couple of green candles in there, and then multiple reds, all separated by great distances.
Oh yeah.
That is a hell of a trade. Shout out to you on that, bro. Tesla, a monster, up 3%. So I'm assuming, you saw the bullish headline. You're like, look, let me get in a dip trade on this. It's been strong.
I mean, market's down, Tesla's gapping up, right?
Right.
So
divergence.
I know that 248 was that. Maybe it'll load here on the 30 minutes. But 248 has been the low of the kind of consolidation that we've been having on Tesla.
Right.
We gave it up, 2 days ago.
Right.
And now, yesterday we get back above 250.
Right above, yeah.
So I'm thinking if we gap back into this range that we've been in and we hold above 248, Tesla's very likely to go up, regardless of the market move, unless the market move is like insane to the
And
downside.
then all of a sudden you've got a catalyst. Boom.
Yeah. And now we have a bit of a everybody's upgrading their delivery numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, sometimes it's just as easy as that. And,
Beauty.
Yeah. And we had pretty much, at one point, the same trade. What time did you get into yours?
Yeah, so I'll show mine.
Yeah.
Essentially, they were dips. So mine was a huge trade based on 4,400, the level we talked about on the morning show on the ES. Let's get to that. So first and foremost, if you're looking for a level you've identified, personally, this is what I'm looking for to see that the buyers overwhelm sellers. These wicking candles in and around it and immediate buying, even though we retraced all the retracements were bought up and bought up aggressively. So that gave me courage, not only to get in, but to add. So here's the look. So I took it on the SPY rather than taking it on the ES, so I could have a bit of a more nuanced trade with several outs. So initially getting in on that 44.02 dip, then getting that actual 4,400 itself, adding more on here, waiting for the break of the 44.10 area, get some out there, 44.15, and then I give myself about 18 points on that exit up here at almost 436 for like, I don't know, $1.50 there. So that's the equivalent of that. That was my move on the ES, even though the ES, I gotta tell you, it is a dud compared to the NQ today, because NQ has really been buoyed by tech and we have flown up. But we have some interesting convergence between the levels. What are they? Well, this 44.18 level, that's yesterday's close on the ES, and that's where we topped out. Lo and behold, we topped out here at 15.2, another area of psychological resistance. So you like when both of them make the curl or the break from, you know, important levels for each respective stock. So that's what equity. Oh my God, I'm losing it. You know what I mean. Futures contract. Let's go, Sharif. Wake up. 15.2. That's the level we're rejecting off right now. We haven't really rejected it. Let's see what we do. Some buying coming in. Papa Powell, Max, is done speaking for the day, I am told in my ear. So
that could be quite bullish, actually.
Exactly. Market digests it, keeps going.
Yeah, I feel that we need to do a bit more of a pullback. I mean, we screamed up from 15K to 15.2 right away, so, you know, oh, whoops. Close that chart. But, you know, I think that we got to come back a little more before we keep going. Obviously, Apple, new all-time highs. But between me getting ready to come up here and coming up here, Apple's up another 40 cents. So, Platinum Prad incoming.
Yeah, I know. We got 60 pennies, so this dude has to paint his head.
Absolutely dyeing his hair today.
Yeah, I'm lamenting really here, having gotten out of this last position. I think we defend some of these levels. I think we give it a run for its money. I think we give 15.2 a run for its money. We'll see. I think the direction of the trend is overall it's strong. So let's look at the wider picture here, Maximilian. Let's go 30-minute here on the NQ. What's that show? Okay, so where do we expect resistance? Yeah, definitely at that 15.225-ish area. Yeah, this peak around here that we made on June 22nd. You got to say the better level is that 15.250. There's a lot of consolidation movement between June 19th and June 21st, right at that 15.250. That's a real level, even though you have the peak over here at 15.225. Yeah, 15.250, I'd say that's the level we really need to be looking at if we reclaim 15.2. So good amount of action in and around that area.
I'm a little annoyed that I'm not long Tesla at 257 right now.
The dip. The retracement and the higher high.
And it kind of gives you that little dip down, and then right back above, you got like 20 cents of risk here. You're looking at 257 as a key level that held on the offer earlier. I mean, that's an easy trade to have, and if you think that the market's going up today, this is the name you want to be in. So
trend direction.
Probably should be long somewhere around 257.
Yeah.
Right now, $1 in the money, telling you guys how much I'm gonna make, but
you never do that, bro.
You can't have.
It's actually not your style. Yeah. Okay.
CNTG. Have you seen this?
Yeah, strong today.
This thing is ripping right now. CNTG. How is this not halted?
65% almost here. $2 incoming.
$2 absolutely incoming. Yeah. Oh, it's SSR. That makes things interesting.
Good call.
Why is it? How does this not halt when it goes from $1.50 to $1.70? I guess it's got to go 30 cents. So now it's got to go 40 cents. At what point did they change these halt rules? So
I don't
they
know,
have
bro.
to go 20% on these small caps.
Yeah.
But that $2 break could be something for sure. The fact that it's SSR means that people can't hit the bid to get short. So I mean that gives you a little bit of edge on the long, and makes the breakouts a little bit safer sometimes because they can't really rug pull you on the breakout, or that someone getting short can't. If someone's already long and they just dump the shares on it, then yeah, of course. But yeah, it could be interesting, that $2 break. Have a look at the daily chart on this one. Oh, so we were up yesterday.
Yeah, that's why I was just about to tell you. So despite the fact that it was a really indecisive day, it moved enough to trigger the SSR, and here we are. So interesting buying action as the market. Go for it. Sorry.
210 level seems pretty interesting, actually.
It does, yeah.
And after
going
that,
back a
like,
ways.
you know.
It's not a blue sky setup, but
Not
like,
exactly.
No.
Although,
And there's a
is this
lot
the
of, well, where's the majority of the volume take place? That's where the volume profile really helps here, so
Yeah.
we can kind of see
It
where the
seems like
majority
it's
of the
in here.
shorts may be set up. Yeah.
Yeah, this like $8 to $12 kind of region, which is kind of a big region.
Yeah, a little bit, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a bit of a gap, but
That does look like that's where all the volume took place, except for the last 2 days, obviously. But yeah, interesting name. I don't think I'm going to take a $2 breakout at 11 a.m. on a small cap, but I could see the setup there.
hey, man, you know, I've had a good day. I don't mind risking a little bit on a small cap. Why not? BDTX had a hell of a day. Okay, so now I'm watching these ones. They're basically money next day retracements. I really should have had shorts for this. I didn't want to go into the whole thing, but anyway, yeah, down 17.5%, very predictable move, and it's not like a halt candidate at all. It's stair-stepping down, giving you good action. Let me just show you real quick here what I'm talking about. This is yesterday's mover, BDTX. Let's label that bad boy.
I think that this one, as long as it's above $5, has the potential to be a long.
Sure, but there's a move down. I mean, it's always like this. And does it give back the entire move from the breakout? No. But there seems to be a second-day retracement that could be had. You could place it off 100 different levels depending on where you got in here. But here's the move yesterday. Big move off that 1 3/4, 2-ish area. We get all the way up to, you want to say, the high of day. The intraday high of day was 685. This morning, though, we make a new pre-market high, but then the selling comes in, and that's all she wrote for now, caveat. 750 was the high. We're knocking on the door here of 5. In fact, we made a 498 low. What I'm just saying here is, you know, I might start looking at one of these as like, you know, you buy it, you hold it for a little bit with some security. All right, so we're moving down here on these markets. High a day, yesterday's close on the ES gets rejected, 15.2. Also rejected for now on the NQ.
The IPO is open. Somebody in the chat just said that Gen K is open, so let me pull that one up. Is it on NASDAQ? It is on NASDAQ. No volume yet. What was the indicated open price on this one? I'm not sure what the IPO price was. Probably should know that, but $20 clean high. $20 breakout if some volume comes in, but at the moment, no volume. This is a small one. It's like 300 million or something, so.
GENK. Okay, let's load this.
Not really interested. The last one was a couple billion, I think. The Cava.
I feel like I should be cleaning this.
This is just going straight down, so.
Is it halted? No, it's
not. No. It's just doing nothing. Like the volume's at 270K. I don't think that this is tradable until the volume gets above 1 million. You start to see some size somewhere. Right now, this is looking pretty anemic, as you like to say.
Hey, yes. Anyway, 1650. The spread though wide, very wide. It's like 60
This is
pennies.
one of those ones where you get long, and you just like dreaming that this goes to the moon.
You don't have anything to base it off.
Yeah.
What are you basing it off? Yeah.
There's no
price action tape.
Defined prices. Yeah. The spread is crazy. If you think that you're making some kind of calculated decision off of this, I think that you're fooling yourself, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, there's lottery tickets out there. Some of us will be like, oh, let me buy this lottery ticket, let me buy that, and by that, it's like trading parlance for like essentially a gamble. You can go one way or another. And yeah. And so there's that, but that's not what we're about on the show. Anyway, Apple's showing relative strength here on the retracement when you're comparing it to other big tech retracements. Looking good. Meta looking like it's retracing more, as well as Amazon. Even your friend Tesla coming off 260 there, now knock on the door at 255, $5 removed from the top. Look, I'll keep my eye on Apple. We know Apple was the relatively strong name yesterday. I took this name long. well to the high side, and I feel like it's got that same momentum today, despite the fact that it's only up 0.5%. The chart, the price action looks good at the moment. 189 dips being bought for now. How far do we retrace on these markets? Is this the beginning of a downturn, or are we just retracing here possibly to test those levels again?
I mean, kind of looking like a bit of a turn. We said that we wanted to see a bit more of a dip, or I did at least, before we kind of attack those highs again. That Tesla down move is kind of interesting, actually.
255 price action looks good. There's that consolidation.
Yeah, like
area.
255 is a big level. Obviously, just being an even kind of $5 level. 254 and actually 253.50 has been a price today. So I don't think that we get down there. VWAP is right here at 255.50. 255.50, I believe, is where we broke out from. So this could be the long right now. I don't know if I want to take it yet.
Too. It would touch VWAP to the T.
I should have been paying a little more attention. At 255.50, I might have actually taken this long. Right now, kind of.
Good buy.
I mean, I'm not going to pay up 50 cents for this. That doesn't work for my risk to reward game, where I'm kind of taking a lot of hits before I get the big move. So you can't just keep getting hit hard. But that's a good spot to be long, I think, at VWAP at that 255.50. Usually it'll kind of violate the level, get down to like 255, and then blast through that 255.50. So I don't think that the selling's necessarily done yet. And if we do hold 255 on the bid, that's where I would definitely look to get long. Amazon as well today, now bouncing off VWAP.
Yep.
Amazon was great. I wanted to get long Amazon at 129 if it held off the open, and that's exactly what it did. It gives it to you twice, gives you the breakout off the open, and then it holds it on the bid there 1 minute into the open. I mean, I was long something else, so you can't really have every trade. I mean, I guess you could just set the stops and be like, I'll just get long at these prices and deal with the consequences, but that ain't my style. And currently holding 130.50.
If the levels are concrete, I feel like that style is okay. But if it's range-based and you need multiple entries like what you're doing, you can't do that.
Exactly. Yeah. If you're talking about just like a clean breakout, sure, you can set 5 breakouts. And then, if they all come at once, you probably lose some hair, but maybe you make some money. Yeah. The 130 price, though, on Amazon today has been good for the retracement. So now that we're kind of holding higher lows now, so we'll see what happens on that one. And then NVIDIA, I had that 305 as inflection today. I said if we hold 305 off the open, I want to be long. 405, sorry. Yeah, 405. I always say 3.
We've flown so much. So.
That's exactly what it does. It goes 405, holds it again 5 minutes into the open, and then just blasts off like that 412. Actually, shout out to Jacob. Jacob said NVIDIA back to 417.50 today, and that's exactly where it went to. Was he long? No, I don't think so. So, maybe he needs to work on something.
I like how you guys are back in the duo back there. The duo has been reunited.
Yes,
because they were there you guys were together for so long.
Yeah, Jacob taking Ian's seat.
Yep. All right, dip being bought up on the ES. We are back at break even. The dip being also bought up on the NQ, not as vigorous on the ES, but Apple really pumping to the high side, back at day's highs. It's caught proudly in its sights, baby. 189.43 high a day. I feel like I'm going to be saying the high a day of this one multiple times today, as it definitely continues to look like the outlier, the strong outlier, as it looks to take that $0.50. We'll see if we can get continuity. That dip off VWAP on Tesla, $1 in the money if you took that dip. It's a nice reversal candle. Let's see if it continues, though. 260 in your sights. But what do we see here on the future? We haven't made a higher high. So we got back up to those levels, but no higher high was made, but the dips got bought. Let's see what we do around here. Is there continuity? The direction, I would say, even though we were kind of down on the day, is more into the uptrend at the moment. So oil says, sorry, T-Money. Whoa, bro. I was looking at oil this morning because I was looking for the relative strength of the ES, and oil is moving here, people. we have the CL contract up 2.5. You know, you're not really seeing the exact same kind of move in these oil names. XOM up 0.79, CVX up 0.55. CL, what is this? August 23 contract. Okay, there we go. I don't know, this line over here at 69.40 is a previous close. That's why I have it there. But yesterday's close on oil, 67.70. So that 67 level, I don't know, I keep saying it over and over. I don't know if anybody remembers, but 67 level, people, look at this. This is the daily chart on the continuous contract. Constantly getting bought up, no matter where we are, whether we're in March, May, or now June. 67 holding as a level. We've talked about this.
We highlighted this last week.
Your boy,
Buffett?
no, not Buffett. I was going to say Biden, but I
oh yeah, Biden. Biden's buying.
Biden's buying. We
Biden, Buffett buying.
Yeah. Well,
What's
he's
Oxy
buying
at?
Oxy.
What's Oxy at? I bet Oxy bought the dip.
0.88. 57. It's definitely range bound Oxy.
Yeah. What's that on the daily though? What was the level that we were talking? Yeah, that's the level we were talking about. 56. Gets below 56, you're already up $2. If people are listening to us and taking these swing trades, you are welcome. We don't take swing trades around here, sadly, but well, probably not sadly. I think a couple accounts we get blown up pretty fast trying to swing some of the stocks that we trade. I don't know if you saw this Joby Aviation today.
I didn't actually look at that.
I looked at it in the pre-market. It was doing no volume, but they got approved to fly one of their, like, what is it, AVTOL or whatever, the autonomous
vertical takeoff and landing, eVTOLs.
Electric
Vertical
plane
takeoff
things.
and landing,
So yeah, this one just takes off. I was looking at it pre-market. I'm like, that 7 break looks like it could be something, but it's doing no volume. I'm just going to write it off. And then basically just trends all day. And based on like the volume, this is only 23 million shares done. And this has a 311 million float. So this feels to me like it's like genuine buying. Like this is definitely not a squeeze. This is just a straight up, this company has a good, has good news, and somebody is just buying this all day, or lots of people. This is one of those trades where you can just kind of add to it constantly all day, like that 740, 750 breakout works. Where's $8? $8 kind of fails, but it doesn't even get down to the prior low. So I kind of wish I was on this one today.
Right.
Because you can, this is one of those ones where you set the breakout for, what's the 930? For that 710 pre-market high breakout. And you can just kind of leave it, and you can set your stop below $7.
Yeah.
And you're chilling all day on it. So
it's a good looking one too, and it's
trade
not
for
too
sure.
volatile. Doesn't move all that aggressively. What's the float on this guy? It's large. It's 360 million shares.
Exactly.
Probably why it's not.
But it is 13% or 15% shorted.
Interesting.
So
what does this company do?
That's a lot of shares.
Aviation. Okay.
That's
eVTOL,
more
I see.
shares than has been traded today, for sure. So you wonder.
Interesting. FAA nod to begin flight testing of electric air taxi.
Like if we gap
Have you
above
seen
$9
some of these?
tomorrow.
Have you seen some of these?
I've seen a couple.
Like they're supposed to be as easy to operate as like a video game. It's not supposed to be more complicated than that.
Flying a plane or driving a boat is probably the easiest thing in the world. There's nothing that you can hit unless you're flying a plane in a
Controversy
city.
incoming. I love this. Go.
I mean, if you're flying a plane in a city, I guess
Yeah,
you could hit a building.
course.
But like, I think that, you know,
Wind
somebody
effects,
could tell you how to control a plane right now.
Yeah.
And with zero
And I know
experience,
bad
you
weather,
could fly it.
Bad weather causes. You need
Yeah.
experience for bad weather.
Yeah.
Because like you have crosswinds.
Yeah, you just can't land it. But these EVTOL things, they just go straight up.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Look, I've never flown one, but you're supposed to be able to use it much in the same way that you use a video game controller on a thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be that way. But anyway.
Just like driving a sub, right?
Yeah. Oh, shots fired. There it is. Well, the internet hasn't felt that it's been too soon, Neil. You got to see some of the memes I'm seeing, man. Very, very, sensitive subject. All right, guys. Incoming is NASDAQ's close yesterday. That is that 15,111. Phil, I like that. 15,111 on the NQ. Let's see if it acts as a support level. We are now almost back flat on the NQ, down on the ES as we come back into 44.10. Some of these big cappers all kind of giving up the ghost at the moment, retracing, but not back down to lows, that's for sure. Apple continues to be the standout, the strong one on the day. I gotta say, the chart pattern of the chip names, despite the fact that the China news came in, also look quite bullish off that initial gap lower. Look at those 5 a.m., 4 a.m. lows through 397 now. The high of day 417. Let's see if we get a move even today to Greensville on the day for some of these chip names. I know that AMD was, AMD is green. NVIDIA still down 1% though. AMD looking like the rocket. Are you still long this? AMD? You short AMD off yesterday's close, I'm assuming. Yeah, exactly. 110.50 is where it's dancing at now. 110.77 high a day on AMD, and that level corresponds with some of the aftermarket action we had yesterday where we topped out at 111. So AMD will continue to see here, but that support level on the NQ at 15,111 could give some of these big cappers a bit of a buoy. We'll have to see, Max.
Yeah, the market's turning around, so I'm long Amazon here. It came into that 130 level that I was talking about. Gives you the bounce already. It only gets down to 95, so good risk to reward on this one. I'm long 130.07. Where would I add to this? Probably at, do I even want to do it at 80s, or do I want to just stop out there? We'll have to decide when we get there, but I mean, this is a great price on Amazon today. Been extremely strong recently. It got right to that 130.50 price that it got to 2 days ago, if that'll pull up here for me. Right there, 130.150. Turns off that. We get a breakout of that. Where are we going? 134 is the next stop on my charts. So yeah, let's see with Amazon if we can do a little dip by action here. See if the market wants to hold above that 15.1. It looks like it does for now.
We'll see.
ES doing a really nice bounce too off VWAP there. So right down into that 44.10 area, bounces off 4 handles right away. If we do take out that 44.20, I mean, the moon is the limit.
Very interesting. Yeah, we are. You want to see buyers step in aggressively at key levels that you've identified. That kind of gives you more confidence in the level. Apple breaking down a little bit more than the range that was established earlier, but still above 189. It was kind of holding above that 189.10 area. We'll see what this one does. But good strength still on Apple as we hold that 15,111 level. Let's see what else is moving here.
Oh, I missed Tesla.
You know what else has been very strong today? Netflix, man. 3.9%, almost 4% to the high side. Netflix, look, it's not the volume mogul that some of these other names are, and as such, the spread is a little worse on this one, but, it's definitely giving you good patterns here. It's been up and to the right. All the dips been getting bought up. What's the price action look like? Where did we start off? 422.89. That was a low. That was essentially where we started the day from the pre-market action. It's just been moving up. 434. All right, let's see where we're going to look for here with respect to resistance levels. What do you have? I feel like you have something here on this.
Oh, I was just going to say, I really don't trade Netflix. The next time I'm trading Netflix, July 19th, July 20.
I see.
July 20.
Earnings.
Earnings day is the only time that you can trade Netflix. Or for me, for the way that I do it, there's just not enough volume and not enough liquidity to get in and out at clean areas. Unless you're breaking $500, 500 break, I'll be there.
Yeah, well, this 445, this is the 4-hour chart on Netflix. 445, a definite local top on Netflix. This chart takes us all the way back to May 10th. So definitely a local high. What's the daily look like? What are the greater levels we need to be aware of? Look at that dip down, my goodness. Not even the daily, we need the weekly for this bad boy. Okay, here it is. The bottom end of the consolidation range is at 4 3/4. You got to think it's going to be a bit of a zone between 500 and 475. Look at all the wicks down into 475, all got bought up during this period here between July 2020 and July 2021. A year of 475, 500-ish being the low end. So you definitely feel that that is going to be an interesting area
I
for
think
Netflix.
also like that 450 price. That could be. Maybe I'll participate at 450. I think that's like going to be a key level too. So maybe 450 if the volume's there, if there's size and stuff. I mean, you can also just take small share size, look for like a $10, $15 move, and you're giving it $2. I just hate doing that. I can't. It doesn't matter how many shares I have. I can't stand being out of the money. So I'll be there like
I can't
like
stand being
tapping my
Neither
foot.
can I.
Freaking out.
But we're getting bought up here on the NQ.
Yes.
Like that's another 5-minute candle to make a new high with a bit of a reversal candle. That 15-111 holding up. As we move back into 15-155, some good buying here. Let's see how we do. You want to see multiple buy-ups at that same area. So that presupposes some dips right back into 15-111. If we come back into that area, we don't V-shape retrace. I may participate in that. So we'll see. The ES also looking to go green again as it comes into yesterday's close. Tesla curling, Apple curling, Microsoft curling, Google curling as well. What do you got there? XPEV.
Yeah. Who
like
is
it.
that? Watch my trade saying XPEV vol and break. Yeah, XPEV
Up 5 1/3.
looking good. I was looking at this morning. I mean, there is no volume though. 8 million shares on an $11 stock is really like quite small. It just doesn't have that like push kind of volume to it. Like I just can't execute when it's like this. But that 1150 price, definitely a key spot. It's holding above it for now. If we start making new highs, we start getting the volume to push in, then I'll be interested in XPEV. Apple is absolutely zooming to the high. I'm wondering if you take the Apple $0.50 break into the even dollar break of 190 and you know, add some fuel to the fire that's going to be on top of Prad's head.
Yeah, he thinks it's going to be $350. I think inflation may pinch him in the rear end in that one. But if he get
ES going for 44.20 right now, so everything's pumping. This Amazon position looking pretty good too.
So I'm looking to get into the Qs here because we are strong. The NQs and the ES just went green, testing highs again. Do we take this level? What's oil doing again? Quickly. Oil 2.5. Oil at highs. Okay, so here comes. See, is it time to get into something like an Apple trade? Like, would you be interested in an Apple long here with a 189 out?
I just don't like buying things at the top of the range. I'd rather to break the top of the range before I get in. But like, that's such a random price, that 189.43. I feel like there is some size on.
That's
there's
what
some
I'm
size
feeling.
on 189.50.
It's like Neil would say, getting it on the back end.
Yeah.
So you're a little late to the party.
Exactly.
Ideally, like it at 20s, maybe.
Yeah.
Because then it's curling there. You've seen the curl develop at that point. Yeah,
But I mean, if
hear
you
ya.
want to punch in small size here, that's just not the way that I mean, I've done that before when you're like anticipating something to break, and then you just get smoked because you don't have a defined out on like.
You're right.
On like this.
Yeah.
Where like where I'm gonna punch out down here on, I don't know.
What I would punch out is a newer low. So my thing would be like, okay, well, this
and
one's
you're saying
decided.
that like the target is 190 break.
Exactly.
So like you're talking about
Risk to
basically
reward.
$1.
Exactly.
So risk to reward makes sense
That's
on
what I
that
was
one.
thinking,
2.5 to 1.
We'll see. I'm not continue to look at this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott H. Pump it for Shinobi, baby. But Scott H. wanting to talk about the cruise lines. NCLH, CCL.
Cruise lines. Shout out to Wayner.
Wayner's on that? Back
Smoked
there?
CCL
Love
today,
it.
I do believe.
These guys are dueling each other. CCL up 9% now.
Wow, that just
NCLH
blasted
up
off.
7.1. So these guys are strong. So is Apple. So is the market. My goodness. Okay. So I want to look at these, but I also want to trade. So I really want to load up Apple on this screen here. So let's go ahead. I know it's at highs. I get it. But we did get that nice dip buy. But maybe we come back down again. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait. I'd like to see another maybe 189-ish retest. If I miss it, I miss it. That's fine. Shinobi, AMD, baby. Yeah,
AMD's flying.
is now above 111 and is up 0.75% on the day. And it's got an 1130 high.
You know what we also talked about, Sheree?
What?
Tesla 255.
What? To the T.
It breaks it by 11 cents.
Okay.
And then goes straight back to the high, or not to the high, but straight back to 257.50. Like, this is the easiest way in the world to execute. You buy 255, you either buy it in anticipation of it holding, or how I like to do it is you buy it when it comes back up and holds. And then it holds VWAP, and now we're holding higher levels.
There we are.
And we're coming into that 258.
here goes
I'm
Pearl.
fully expecting 260 to break today, so I should be long this name. I am not. That is a mistake by me, but I don't know. You can't have every trade. As this Amazon one just kind of wicked 130.50 and is coming back down off of VWAP. Where's my Amazon? There it is. So yeah, not looking great on Amazon. I currently have the stop set just flat on 130, so if it gets back down there, it doesn't look good anymore. It doesn't mean that we've turned around. If we get back to 130, we're probably breaking and going a bit lower. This could have been a little liquidity grab scenario or a stop out situation where they stop people out below that 35 price and then they send it over 130.50. I wasn't watching if there was any size or anything on that 130.50. If there was, then that would be a reason for this to turn around, and then you could probably structure a breakout there to add, which I'm kind of convincing myself to do. But we need this market to take out 44.20.
Yeah, absolutely. 44.20 and a half. That's the HOD. We're holding here 15.111 definitely on the NQ. This is the headline for AWS. This morning, they were releasing some product called App Fabric. Essentially, it consolidates everything. It makes it harder for you to leave their AWS cloud service, essentially. But in exchange for that, it makes life easier in so many more different ways. And they're using a lot of AI. You haven't heard a lot about AI from Amazon. So one of the first things here, and this has been talked about as being kind of, the silent horse. If you're looking for something to pop on AI news, we really haven't seen Amazon pop on AI news. You're talking to me? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, what?
Sean's failing his compliance test at the moment.
Sean's doing a compliance. I had to do that too, but it's so annoying.
Yeah, I had to do it a couple months ago.
Yeah, likewise. Anyway, so AWS moving on, Amazon with that AWS news. Anyway, looking at Apple. Apple's coming into 189.50 again. 189.48. We're right back at those levels again, Max, as this one continues to show its hand and its relative strength. Up we go on the ES through yesterday's close and a new high day at 44.22. The NQ also curling. But some of these big tech names like Meta and Amazon not looking, and Microsoft for that matter, not looking too enthused about moving to the high side. Look at these anemic retracements here on these three. Not much happening, but Apple, Google, and I want to say Tesla looking real good. Likewise with NVIDIA at the moment.
Amazon.
Good strength, and there goes the market to the high side. Should have taken that.
Oh yeah. I added to my Amazon over 130.50 as I said I was going to. So now going to be looking to take profits just above these high, maybe just in front at that 69 price. As we know, that always gets filled there. There's a little bit of a buying program. Lots of buying coming into Amazon. So I'm just going to hold it, see what happens. Now my stop is basically flat at 130.29, which is basically this wick here. Just easy to execute sometimes on some of these trades as the market goes up. Maybe I should take a little profit. We'll see. Yeah, I'll take a little like 10%, 15% here.
Yeah, good move up, man. I got to get into something here. So displeased not have gotten into Apple. Should have been punching in there, but it's all good. Let's see what we do around here. We know that we have 190 incoming. So again, looking for a pullback, but probably not going to get it in today's market. Also, want to mention Carvana. $27. Didn't you say you wouldn't trade this unless it came back into 27?
Is it above 27?
I swear it's at 27 at the moment. Carvana, the beast. Another positive day. It had a good day yesterday off that 21. We ended the day at 24.25. Today we start the day off at 23.75, and now we are knocking on the door of 27, up 11%. Lots of strength for Carvana. I know this one was a sympathy play, I think, yesterday with some of the upgrades by Bernstein in the car industry. I know Car Gurus and Cars.com got upgraded. Didn't really look at the reason for the upgrade, but essentially Carvana running on that news. We know it's obviously very short. There has a huge short float, 60%, I believe, last time we checked. So
yeah, it should still be there. I'll check it right now. It doesn't update that often, so yeah, Carvana is still at 56.49% according to Trade Ideas. Get your subscriptions, Trader TV Live.
Baby.
Trader TV 20 is it right now? Is it higher than 20?
TTV 20. Yeah, Trader TV 20, I think.
Get your Trade Ideas subscription.
There you go. Look at this guy doing work, putting in work. Okay, a little bit of a pullback. That's what you want to see here. At least me, who wants to get in here and not at high. So here we go. A little bit of a pullback, keeping my eye. And yeah, we'll see what goes on here. I'll let you know. What is everybody else talking about? Carvana route consolidating over 11. Okay. The SPY.
Oh,
yeah.
Carvana's really going. Eh?
Yeah, man. 27's right there on Vana. Yeah, we're right there. So, have a look.
I don't want to make a bad decision here, but
No, man. Don't do anything. Anyway,
like
Amazon continues to move up 111.40. Nvidia may go green. We got to break above 4. I think what's the close here on Nvidia? 419, just shy of 419, 418.70 ish. So see that Amazon looking good as it pumps to the high side.
Amazon's starting to look quite good, actually, holding above that 130.50. Can't even print 130.53 as Carvana goes. I feel that I should be long this right now. I was looking at the 25 break earlier and then didn't take it, and that ends up I don't think you can hold it back down to here necessarily, but you take it back through 25 or through that high, and it absolutely blasts off. That was a good trade today. Does the 27 break do the same kind of thing, or do we just fly? The high was 28.50 of this recent move, I believe. Yeah, 28.52. We take out that 28.52. This could be, the short squeeze could actually be on. It's been kind of a pain trying to get this one to really squeeze $5 and halt up. Hasn't happened yet. Over 28.50, is that where that happens?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I don't know.
The cruise lines are pumping, Max. Look at CCL, bro, 10%.
Yeah,
this is
ridiculous.
the 5 minute.
That's crazy.
Scott H is like, you should have punched in 10 minutes ago. It'd be nicely in the money. No question about that. CCL up 9.5, 10%. 1741 high. We start the day off at 1590. This has been on the receiving end of it was a downgrade 2 days ago, but the entire industry started pumping to the high side yesterday when UAL came out and gave some good data with respect to the travel and leisure industry and the market. Really liking this group lately. Airlines are also decidedly positive today, with just a couple of ones that are red. Save and JetBlue are the only ones. Everything else in Greensville on my chart. Jumping around here, sorry. Oil at a bit of a top, 69.50 on the CL August contract. So a bit of a consolidation top happening there. Not quite at 70 yet. And yeah, what else? What other sectors are strong? Uranium, yeah, not going to really talk about that. Energy is good. We talked about airlines are good. Frankly, everything. All right, so what's this move here on Apple? What bit of a top at 189.50? Do we wait for a retracement down into 189 a quarter, 189 area? What's going to happen here? 15.2 is the area I'm looking at for continuation, obviously, on the NQ. We're at highs, though, on the ES. So.
The 27 break ended up working out real well on Carvana. And I've been saying that I wanted it, and I didn't take it. Big mistake there. Yeah, I don't know where to take this now. I'm trying to find a spot on the 30-minute chart. 27's the spot. 27.50. Okay, 27.50 was a high previously. So let me pull this up for you guys. Come on, load. 27.50 was this high of day before the day that we squeezed up to 28.50. So 27.50 breakout, or kind of that would be a bit of a bail spot if that breakout does fail for you and you're long from 27. Could be a good decision price. Maybe I wait and see how it breaks, and then I can punch in above that. I just don't want to get long with no stop and
Yeah.
you know, end up having to make decisions on the way down.
On the fly.
That's how I end up losing a bunch, when I just don't have like these defined ins and outs on these stocks. So I'll wait for 2750, see what happens around there. The volume's kind of light still, so yeah. Does the volume come into the upside though? Like that could.
We'll see.
That's the thing. Like light volume, and we're up 15% on the day. You know, that volume could come in waves if this starts to short squeeze. And I think also, like, you don't have to have the price.
Well, that's
you know,
the thing,
like
right?
if it does start to short squeeze, there's going to be plenty of opportunity much higher than this to get in. So I will wait for that volume to come in. I've made my decision now.
I got into Apple at 41s. Okay, so
I like that.
I'm gonna get in here. I'm gonna try to front run the 50 decisive break. My out obviously is the break of the lows, the trough break. So that's where I know I'm out. That's a newer low. I'll be looking to possibly defend that level, really depending on what the market's doing. So just wetting my beak here, small size. Let's see how we go. T-Money says FRCB. This one about, is that on my scanner? FRCB, yeah, Sean. That's First Republic. Why don't I not remember that? Yeah, okay, so first, yeah, that's because it was FRC and then that added the B. Yeah, sure. Big Boy Day, 62, yeah, 70%. Moving up big. Is there a reason for this one squeezing? I don't really see one on my blotter, but my blotter is suspect. 72 cents, 72.90 high. I'm just going to say 72.90 because I'm a tenth of a cent. Right at 70 cents at the moment. But what's the volume on this? 13.9 million, essentially 14 million. So we'll see. Volume's okay for now. We'll keep an eye on it. We know that this obviously has a lot of baggage attached to it, so could be an interesting one to watch. So
I was in New York last weekend.
Did you see any of those
I
branches?
saw FRC branches all over the place.
It's supposed to be run by Morgan Stanley now, or is it JP Morgan? Who's running it?
I think it was JP Morgan.
One of them? Yeah,
right?
they're actually
Yeah.
running it now. Anyway, it's not hilarious. I know there was some people's their
No, nobody
retirement
lost.
stuff. And there was nobody. Oh, okay. Well, shares. You know how they give 401ks?
There was something weird, right?
Like employees 401ks
Oh, yeah, of
with
course,
respect to the stock price.
Ouch.
That's what I'm talking about. Really.
Ouch.
Yeah, I'm not talking about equity holders or different story. But yeah, we continue to dance at these levels. Let's see what kind of resolution we get. We're looking long. At least I am. Already did this 4,400 defend, wetting our beak with this Apple trade. At the moment, Apple's relatively strong on the day, and we'll see how it goes. But 15,187 local top here on the NQ as we find a bit of a top, up 0.43. The ES up, but barely up 0.06 as we're at near highs. 44.23 is the high of the day on the ES September contract, baby. What else we got? JPM says day trader cut. Okay, got it. Beak wetters, yes. Louis Cab, yes. Expressions galore around here. You'll be seeing that fast and furious as Apple pulls back in to these $0.25 levels, Max.
Yeah. Have you seen this IONQ today?
People have been saying in the chat, yeah.
We had traded that before. It's been a while, but up decently today and just keeps basically going straight up. Interesting shelf here at this 1225 spot. I wonder if that breaks down, it trusts the teal and then blasts off. Could happen. Carvana now also waking up a little bit, going for that 2750. So let's pull Carvana back up. Look at this 2750 break. There's a little size on 45. There's a little size on 50. Oh, there's 500 lots at 2720. That's interesting.
Interesting.
So you could have gone long off that, and there we go. Now
Carvana's
the volume's
going,
coming
bro.
in. Okay, Carvana.
Okay.
Okay. All right. How do we play this one? If it holds 50, maybe we get in.
The rocket ship that is Vana.
Yeah, maybe buy a new high. 65,
Bit of a double top brewing here.
66.
What's the look?
I'm long. I'm long 67 here. See if it keeps going. If it turns around right now, you just bail out. Starter size, 27.49 going to be the stop here. maybe this is the wrong play. I don't know, but that volume finally kind of came in. So we'll see if we can hold that 27.50 price and then move into 28 bucks. Looking pretty strong. Oh, I got to manage that Amazon, which just kind of turned around. So I'm going to take another 25% out of Amazon because that doesn't seem to want to go. Stop is in at 130.24 right now. Carvana trying to make a new high. I hate being long at high of day, but is what it is. Should have just taken that 27.50 break, and then we could be laughing right now. But yeah, let's wait, see if this makes a new high. See if we can fill that size on 65. There's lots of size, but then they keep filling it. So I like that. I like that fact. But we really got to get above that 28.50. If I'm holding these shares and I'm taking the 30 break, I'm going to be a pretty happy guy. And I'm fully expecting that 30 break to get to like 37 or something crazy. Because like no volume today and we're still going up. What was it? The day that I was trading it last on the show, I think it was doing like 150 million shares. So, we still got like 10x this volume to go.
Oh, wow. That's not nothing today. You're right.
Yeah, like 17 million for a move like this. Pretty light. Obviously, the volume can come in either way. So this could come into the downside. This could come in to the upside based on the short interest, expecting it to come in my direction. But yeah, we'll see what happens on this Carvana long. Really don't like my price right now, though. And I'm not about to add to this lower. So let's see.
We'll see what it does around here. I'll let you deal with that. Let's have a look at what this general market's doing. ES trying to stay break even. The NASDAQ taking a bit of a break on its ascent as it stagnates here. I'm just concerning myself for this peak. I want to see a new high get made here above 15,180. That's what you want to see. Continuation for this Apple long that I'm in. I'm also looking at maybe adding to this position on the curl up. I haven't quite decided yet. I'm really only a penny or two out of the money at the moment as Apple stagnates in and around here, but no newer low made, but essentially the same high, which is the $0.50. Even though we got up to 56s, you gotta think the $0.50 area is where it's at. What do you see?
They filled 75? The size on Carvana, so I added to my position when they filled the size. So now if we print below 60, I would be out. Looking for this to blast off right now. Kind of slow, though. I mean, they fill the size, it gets kind of exciting, and then it slows down. I'm wondering if somebody is, like, trying to make it look like it's not going up. But, I don't want to be offside if I'm going to be adding at high of day here.
Offside.
So we need that 75 price to break. Could probably add over 75, but I need this to get over 60 like right now. Come on, print over 60. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. Carvana's, we need that volume, man. We need that volume.
FRCB, people are yelling. Okay, it's back at highs. Yes, I see FRCB. The animal, FRCB is back, baby, right at highs. Let's put a ticker for everybody there. FRC, this is on the pinks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is on the pinks. Pink sheets, guys. FRCB at 71.97, essentially 72 pennies. The volume's coming in. The volume is at 14 million. 5-year average is 30, so means bupkis at the moment. We need more, but that 72.90 high, that was on a quick wick. But yeah, let me know when we've actually broken out of the range. I'm embroiled in this Apple long as we look to test the $0.50 again, having printed higher lows, but no higher highs here as we continue to hang out at these levels. Looking at what some of the other big cappers are doing. Google just made a new higher high, looking to test 120s. Google strong, up 1.31%. I gotta say, Meta looks like the weakest of the bunch at the moment. A bit of a flat bottom break brewing here. It's also down 0.3. So Meta looking weak, but everything else decent. Gotta say, I mean, everything else looking like it wants to continue to head to the high side here. So continue to hold this Apple position and possibly add on the curl if I can adjust my cost basis, but we're just not far enough away from my cost basis to really want or be motivated to add. Keeping my eye on the NQ, up 0.43, looking for it to retake that 15.2. We had a 15.2 touch and a rejection with a high of 15.207 and a quarter. So looking to get back into those levels, I think that'll spell good news for this Apple long. Maximilian embroiled in a couple of longs himself. He's in Amazon and Carvana at the moment. We'll see how those resolve as we have 5 more minutes until the Prostradamus joins us. And we give Maximilian some well-deserved R&R after that sick Tesla trade today, bro.
Oh, yeah. A lot of work trading that stock. Kind of, you might lose your mind a little bit a couple times. Yeah. I'm just watching this Carvana. There's no selling, so I'm not going to get out if there's no real selling, despite being out of the money. If it gives up 50, I think obviously you got to get out there. You don't want to lose more than 20 cents on Carvana. So let's see. The buying does come in, but it kind of slows down. I don't know. I wonder what happens over 28. I don't like being in these trades that do nothing.
Oh,
because
tell me about it.
Just all this stress for no reason.
Exactly.
I mean, I want to either get stopped out or it just go up and then we're managing a good position. Right now, I don't know. That's a little bit of a wick, but now there's no volume. So nobody's actually selling this stock. All the volume comes in on the buy side.
Right.
So let's see. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll
this
set the
other
stop
one
up
moving? Let's talk about some other small caps that have shown up on our scanners. CNTG. This bad boy here, Centogene, up Y. Centogene is moving. What is this? Okay, that's a different one. This is actually the wrong one. Let's put that ticker in. CNTG. Good ticker from earlier on, double top. Right now, testing below VWAP. This is interesting because, number one, you have a double top. Number two, you've broken below VWAP. That's my look for some of these small cappers. What I like to do is look for a consolidation to develop below VWAP, and then for Huadunk, a break, a decisive break of the range, and then take the second one around. That used to be a good trade that I had earlier on in the year. I'm talking about December, January, maybe even early Feb. That was like that. So keep an eye on this one. But it's below VWAP, so now it's not viable for me. So let's look how the short develops on that one. But CNTG looking interesting. Joby, we talked about that one earlier. This one has a much higher float, about 390 million or so, much more stable, but apparently it has a high short float. So be on the lookout. Testing 880 right now, made an 892 high earlier. Very stable. You got to say it like that. Joby Aviation on good news, and then Vana, the Maximilian.
Popping off now.
There you go, baby. Go, go, go.
They do a little wick bottom, so I added again at the high. But, when they're breaking out, you can add a high. So let's see. Average price is not great now, but we are breaking out. It has kind of cleanly rejected that 27.50 price, so time to blast off the 28 bucks. Waiting on that breakout to take profit. And then we'll see what happens at 28.50. Can we get the real squeeze and like that halt up scenario? Some size on the offer here. That gets filled. So they are looking to fill size on the offer, but not push the stock up. So what does that mean? Does that mean that somebody needs liquidity? They're just taking the size and then not wanting it to move? Or I don't know. What's the alternative here? But it takes out the high again, then doesn't really go. So, but it won't go down. It's strange, very strange here. But every time size pops up, it does seem to get taken. So I am remaining bullish here. Look at all that buying coming in. Let's just get above 28. Should I add on 28 break? Probably. I think I'll add on 28 break here. That Amazon starting to move up now. So got my first piece of Amazon out. And then now the ad above 50 is still remaining. So looking for that 131 to break on Amazon. Come on, Carvana, just pump up. Let's go. Let's do the move. Do the big move that we've been waiting for. I should have been long at 25 bucks right now and managing some crazy long. Now there's size on the bid. Do they want to fill that? It looks like no. So only one way to go if you're not going to fill the size on the bid, and that is up. Come on, blast through that 27.90. Let's see 28. Oh, now the size gets filled on the bid. I don't know, man. Just gotta wait.
Yeah,
just gotta wait.
Stressful times, but yeah. Hey, at least you're taking some. Well, yeah. It's a tough one anyway. I'm continuing to keep my eye on the NQ to see if we can retest that 15.2. We're closing in on local highs at 15.187. Really haven't been able to take it though, and that's kept some of these big cappers a little bit, sideways. Let's call it that. No, not really down. That's not a fair statement. Sideways, but Tesla finding a bit of a top at that 258.5. Much in the same way that we found a bit of a top at 189.5 on Apple. So both curling down off those levels. Can they retake them and make newer highs? That'll be the question. Keeping an eye on the NQ to see how much of a buoy it can give to those positions. That's what I'm focused on at the moment, to see whether or not I'm going to have opportunities to add. If I do, what's the future situation? Sean would like everybody to know that the compliance test required by the Ontario Securities Commission has been passed, and he is now compliant and able to trade. Bang, the Katina man is back on the ones and twos, and by ones and twos I'm talking about trading. Yes, shout out to him. Powell talking yet? No, Kim. Powell is done speaking. He began at 9:30 and continued. I believe that panel had 3 other federal bank presidents. You had the Bank of England, the ECB, and the Japanese bank were there as well, and they were making comments. So Papa Powell's on there, but Maximilian is overtime.
I am overtime.
So it's going to give you an opportunity to say.
And I did just bail out of Carvana, by the way. That was, you can't keep adding at the high and then holding it, so bailed out of that small loss, sadly. But I'll be back on it back there for sure.
Okay. So stay tuned. Let me know, and I'll update the viewers.
Maybe you hear some yelling back there.
Yeah, not from you, buddy. Yeah, that's not your style. But thanks for being on, Max. We'll give you an opportunity, and for Pratsuramas to set up. All right, guys. So back at these critical levels again, the ES continuing to hang out positive above that 44.18 level. That's where we closed yesterday. It had trouble breaking through it. You had to break through it initially here, a rejection, and right back there. So now we're trying to use this level as support, former area of resistance. If you're looking at the ES there's no real corresponding level on the ES except say maybe 15.2. We're below it at the moment. We haven't been able to break this 15.187 for a little bit, so haven't been able to put that newer high in above this consolidation range, but haven't made a lower low. We haven't broken this 15.114. We shall see what transpires here on the NQ and the ES as they continue to both dance near highs but not make a decision either way. Chips have been strong. Let's talk about some NVIDIA and AMD. We heard this morning when we woke up that there was going to be some sort of chip ban from Washington to China that would ban these AI chips. The A800 is the chip most used by people in the AI game, the generative AI LLM game. The A800 is sought after anyway. So these companies' balance sheets could be grossly affected. So as a result, they gap down. However, looks like we're buying that back up. Sean posits that, they're not going to do anything. Anyway, NVIDIA having all sorts of volatility at the moment. It just got all the way up to 418, quadrumped right back into 415.5, getting bought up again into 417, 416 and a half-ish area. So a lot of volatility on NVIDIA just as I speak about it on the 1-minute chart here. AMD, much the same, right? Gap down on the news. In fact, there you go. The move was yesterday. In fact, it was around 6 o'clock, it looks like. I thought it was this morning. No, it looks from yesterday. The sell-off came in. What time did it come in? Yeah, right at 6 o'clock. All the way down into that 106 area. We get right back up to that 111.5. So the news getting bought up despite the bad headline. Obviously, AMD not as exposed to the GPU game as NVIDIA is. I was reading somewhere that NVIDIA's market share of these GPUs is somewhere in the 80%. So, yeah, much less an effect, obviously, on their balance sheet as on NVIDIA's. And quite frankly, when you have that kind of, aggressive stance, you don't know what the response is going to be from China. And the fact that NVIDIA's chips are made in Taiwan, so close to China, also presents some sort of an interesting problem there. So interesting to see what transpires as we have the Prastradamus, who's now set up. Thanks for coming on, brother. How are you?
Hello,
today?
how's everyone doing? Good. How are you doing, my friend?
Good, good, brother. I love how you're wearing red, the burgundy-ish red.
What I wear has nothing to do with anything.
All right, sorry.
Has nothing to do with anything. But no,
How's the
awesome
day,
day
my boy?
today. Good day today. Market's been wonderful. You know, is it an inside day? I know I have to check on that one, but there's still a wonderful day on the market. Opportunities were there, exactly like yesterday. The question is, where did we take advantage of some of these positions? I mean, it might have been Elon's birthday, but I think the gifts were given to all the market shareholders to the long side on Tesla. My goodness, this stock was absolutely monstrous. What a crazy break off the pre-market high. I think I had the 252 break high, and then 256 was, I think, my best out. Man, the stock is at 260 at the high of day today. Like monster moves. Missed out on the second half of the move when it broke the high of day because I was looking at other positions like FTX or Coinbase or Mara. So I missed on the bigger move over here that I do know that Max was part of. So congratulations on that one, Max. But man, what a day today on Tesla, up 3%. Turning the whole market to the north side, honestly, helping other stocks out there like AMD go positive. AMD was like down 2-3% if I remember, now up 0.5% on the day. I actually had a long on AMD too, right around this VWAP re-entry 108, but I got out at the what is this, triple top area, got out at the triple top area. Biggest mistake I possibly could have done. Well, there's so many mistakes I did today on my exits because almost every single winner that I have that I could show you was just a way bigger risk to reward potential. Did not see this one coming, but I guess it was pretty obvious with 15K holding and getting back through 15K yesterday. So congratulations to the market. I do want to quickly point out that when the market for QQQ was going up, the SPYs were lagging a bit. We were still testing that 4,400 area. And later on, the 4,400 area not breaking, holding, and then now we're breaking the pre-market highs. We're pretty much around, I think, yesterday's areas now on the S&P 500 market. This is my chart. So we're pretty much around those 4426s again. Let's see if we can go test those areas on the S&P 500. If that ends up happening, then obviously that means NASDAQ could just break out the high one more time. So get ready for another ride on all these positions, ladies and gentlemen.
Burnt orange, says Mpu. I don't know. Is that burnt orange? What would you call that color? Burgundy? It's burgundy, no?
I don't know, dude.
Well, brick says inoperable. There
That's
you go.
a good color.
There
I
you
like
go.
that
Brick.
color.
I like that. That
I'm
is
bricked up,
it's actually accurate. We have so much brick in Toronto, right? Like, so we're so attuned to that color, I gotta tell you. Yeah, still same levels on Apple here, but we're continuing to print higher lows at a consolidation top, that 15,187 on the NQ. I feel like we're gonna have a bit of a blow off top here. It looks like we're curling aggressively here for the move up as we dance through that 189.5 on Apple. I mean, look,
Jesus,
bro,
there goes the market.
I don't know. I was just going to say, right, like here comes 15-2 incoming on the NQ. We know the high of day is 15,207.25. We really need to take this 15-2 decisively here. I don't want to be dancing with this level and player range. That isn't what I'm in this trade for. Microsoft breaking out. Tesla moving back above now, 258 again. So, yeah, Apple having trouble at the $0.50, has to be said. We're printing 51s, 2s, 3s, but we're really not getting that decisive move through the $0.50. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Platinum Prad, question mark?
Not happening.
Come on, bro.
Not happening.
You're still going to hold out, huh?
Yeah.
Neil says to him, you want to bet?
I'm already in a bet, bro.
He's
What more
on
do
a
you want me
bet.
to bet? Man, this is crazy. I did not expect the market to break out like this just now, and I missed out on more money over here on FTX. I already complained about how I'm going to show you more positions, missing out on the profits over here. Just before hopping on the show over here, I logged out on my computer, and I moved over here, and look at this move on FTX. Didn't think that we would continue going above 249 and actually take out the high day, but man, 250 in play now on FTX. There's someone next to me I'm trying to ignore, but I can't now because they got money in their hand, and they're betting a loonie.
Real Canadian currency here, $1.
A whole loonie today. I mean, we're at 180.
Money on the board makes the day go good.
189.50. 189.50. 189.60. Does 190 come in today? All right, hold up. I see your dollar. We're playing poker, right? I see your dollar, and I raise it 4. I don't have a dollar on me. That's the problem. Who's got change that I can put change down over here? That's true. We should not be putting real bets on. This is Monopoly money, guys. Look, this is not real money. It's Monopoly money. But, man, Apple might just hit 190 today. I'm going to be out of $4 over there. We're going to see what happens in the near future. I mean, this might just happen during midday. I'm not going to sit here and keep saying no, no, no. I would like for it to not happen. I even asked my buddies in the back there who have a lot of buying power, like, hey, be a good friend and put your whole buying power short so the stock doesn't go there. Because if you were in that situation, I would do it for you. But that would be market manipulation, obviously, and both of us would get fired. So thankfully, he didn't do this. And unluckily, I might just have to go blonde starting July 1st. So Shady's going to be back, Slim Shady. We'll see if that's going to be a possibility, man. Minus 200, Pratt incoming very soon. I'm hoping it's 200 because Max said he's going to do it for 200 instead of going outside and getting done for 300. Now we're only 30 cents away from 190. I mean, this is happening right now. This is happening right now. We're only 30 cents away from this. This is ripping. Congratulations to every Platinum Prad lover over there. You're going to see it again. And for everyone who did not like Platinum Prad, you're going to see it again most likely. So I apologize for that one. AI is ripping, saying chat. So let's go check out AI. AI at the moment, I was looking at AI previously in the day. I did not find a position to get into it. Maybe 35 around VWAP over here was the idea to get back in. We're right back to $36. High a day, 36.18. If 36 can break, you know, there is obviously the stock. I also did mention to you guys that the short float numbers got released yesterday, if I remember correctly. So AIs, whatever short float numbers we see on AI right now, should be the most recently accurate short float. And that's a 30 to 35% short float number still on AI over here. So 7% up on the day. Market is trying to take out the high day for the NASDAQ along with the S&P 500, which did not too long ago. And I think we're above yesterday's high also. So clear moves to the north side. The sky is open, baby. We're ripping it. Man, I wish I didn't close most of my positions because we could have made a lot more money. Let's go regret a little bit more about one of our other positions over here. It's going to be Airbnb. And looks like not that much more money could have been made on Airbnb. We were talking about Airbnb with Sean on the Friday podcast episode that we had. He was talking about how he bought Airbnb on his long-term / swing account around the 100 area. Today, it's up 2.4%, around $130 to $132. And we caught that long off the $130 break. Wayne actually, Wayner, brought up the stock, brought up the level, took the breakout, was a profitable trade, actually my number 3rd best stock on the day today. A little bit of a retracement later on when the market did pull back, but giving you a chance to rebuild those longs around the same 130, 129.50 around VWAP to have that run back up to higher days almost. So congratulations on Airbnb over there. Almost any stock you picked today, as long as you timed it right, you were laughing to the north side. So markets are just beautiful. Stonks only go up.
Size on 80 here, not reflected on the book on Apple, but definitely was an iceberg there. It was not able to go up despite the fact, here it goes again. See, there's nothing really reflected on the book. Bogdanov is coming in for Bradley. I'm seeing 81s show now on the ask. Do we get prints? We do. So let's see how much more resistance we get at these levels. We're long Apple at 41s. So 40 pennies in the money now on Apple as it runs up to that 190. I don't want to celebrate this because I don't want to put my man through this, but it is what it is. He put it out there, and he's gonna have to reap it now. But yeah, here we go. We're moving up. Meta finding a bit of support as well. It just went green. 287 kind of was the level there. It's at the $0.25 level, so Meta green. Microsoft as well, kind of a bit of a double top possibly forming on Microsoft, on our friend Microsoft here. 338-ish area. We're getting bought up back into it, but yeah, that's where we peaked out earlier at around that 10:50, 11 o'clock time slot. 338 was the top on Microsoft. Tesla continuing to dance with that 258 level. Above it at the moment, at 40s, at 30s, it's stair-stepping up higher lows, no question, on Tesla. And now just actually printed a higher high. You're looking at that 260 level. Maximilian talking about that one earlier. So we'll continue to watch Tesla and Google, which has been on the receiving end of multiple left hooks and jabs from analysts this week. I believe 3 downgrades it was on the receiving end of in the span of 10 days. Now finding a bit of reprieve, 1.6 to the high side as it dances at highs, 120.25. We are going to the high side on Google. It is strong at the moment. And 189.89, he's sweating. He's next.
Nah, not wrong.
Show some emotion, man. We're having a good time.
I'm chilling. It's whatever.
Yeah, it is whatever.
know,
whatever. Okay.
You try to make the call and things don't work out for you. It's whatever, man. This is life, you know.
It is. It is.
This is life. You think you
Remember
have the
me
right
and Luca?
call.
We had to dress up as clowns, essentially Sesame
For
Street
what?
characters,
Oh,
because we
yeah.
challenged. We put our,
I
you
was
know,
like,
we were.
clowns? What? Did I miss
Well,
something?
essentially, very close to it. We were dressed
Man,
up.
that was a great episode.
That was funny, man.
We need to get those pictures. I actually
That's
have
funny.
pictures of you struggling with those hats, and it's like falling every time.
I had
on
to
you.
flip the beak in proudly because it
yeah.
was blocking my vision. I couldn't.
I
look
remember those. Those are amazing times, and shout out to the chat for bringing in those like counts at those
sir.
times, man. Let's bring in the like counts now too, ladies and gentlemen, for Platinum Prad's possible return over here. Looks like Boggy is stepping in at the moment slightly though. 189.80 is the high. We are seeing a little bit of a red candle form on the 1-minute chart, which I'm not too confident about ever. I always look at the 5-minute charts to start trading to begin with. So the 5-minute chart's still showing you a green candle on the current formation, so we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, look, 10 cents away from 190. I might as well just call the salon right now and book an appointment, right? What am I waiting for? So let's start calling a bunch of salons around here. Yeah, hello. Bogdanov's not answering, so probably a salon will.
You can't get it done with Sean's guy. All right, what's his name again?
Halim?
Halim, yeah.
I don't go to him anymore.
Oh, you stopped? All right, sorry. Didn't mean to touch on
That
that.
guy is something.
All right,
No,
all right, cool.
he's cool. He's cool.
That's
He's chill.
cool.
But now I go to someone else now.
Okay. All right. 189.90. Here we go. The NQ, though. The NQ is where it's at right now. It's broken through 200. Looks like decisively as we touch that 19 area. If we do retrace back into 15.2, what you're going to be looking for are those aggressive dips to show you, look, buyers are stepping in here. We like 15.2. We're going. We want to take it north. This is not what you want to see. You don't want to see a triangle-shaped retracement like you did around here. And this isn't the look, right? So let's see what we do on the retracements. That's kind of what I'll be looking at. Apple now back in the 80s a little bit, giving Pratt a bit of reprieve as we kind of flatten out here on our ascent. But yeah, the ES also doing fantastic. I mean, I really wish I would have held some of my SPY long from the morning. Wow, did this one go? I mean, I gotta learn to be better at being patient.
As long as Pratt is right about the Unity call, we good? Oh, you were watching the last night's stream or was it the midday stream? I forget when I made the Unity call. I mean, look, 4.5% up right now. I think it was during the midday stream actually when I made that Unity call out. And I'm a big fan of Unity, and I did say I'm going to add it to my long-term account. What did I do? Nothing. I did not add it to my long-term account at all. I did also mention that I'd much rather wait for like the under 30 price, and that was possible yesterday or the day before that actually. 36. Yesterday we could have taken somewhere around 40. Now we're going to 45. I mean, this setup over here looks very similar to the GitLab setup for me. So, you know, for someone who's big into gaming and thinks that he understands the sector quite a bit, I think this is a bullish indication right here. You know, them getting into AI,
Can I ask you
them
something?
them getting into AI, them doing the whole Apple things too with Vision Pro. Everything just looks great for me in these areas. Same thing as GitLab. And Sharif had a question. Which
Yeah,
was?
like, so you know a lot about rigs. Like, anytime I have computer issues, I come to you. So these GPUs that were being used for BTC mining and stuff like that, can that kind of stuff be repurposed because they're GPUs for this
Well,
AI
depends
stuff?
on like how hard they were used and stuff, right?
yeah, okay,
like some of these Bitcoin miners are so they're like overusing
Beat
these
up,
GPUs. They're overclocking the crap out of them. So like that just kills the card over time,
Really?
the lifetime over the card, lifetime of the card over whatever.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So,
Yeah. The lifetime of it, yeah.
It really depends. That's why
Gets
when
beat
Sean
up.
was like, "Oh, I can sell you my old GPUs that I used to mine with," I was like, let me see the GPU first."
Is there any way
then
to
I'll think
test
about
it?
buying
Like, do you know? Is
Yeah,
there
you
any
can
way?
put it through
Yeah.
like a computer and get a benchmark tested, and you can see like compared to what the actual numbers the company
Gotcha.
provides to you,
If it's
how far
lower.
away from is this? Like obviously, what the company provides to you on the website. They like fluff the numbers always a little bit extra, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there is a little variance to it, but if you see a lot of variance to the speeds and the processing power and everything, then
You know
obviously
it's been beat up.
this one's dying on you.
I hear you. Yeah, because there's so many on Facebook Marketplace, BTC mines, rigs, whatever they call them, mining rigs, that I'm like, okay, well, all these GPUs, man. So let's see what.
Yeah, just don't buy used ones.
Yeah,
Says
chimps.
Chimps. That's
Okay,
what,
you guys
that's what I
know,
try
you
to
guys
do.
know,
I
yeah.
try not to buy used GPUs. You can get like
Rejection.
used like memory cards, use RAMs, use
Okay.
hard drives.
not,
But like
GPUs,
GPUs, I would always be careful with that.
They overheat and stuff too. There's issues about beating them up with, and if you overclock it, you risk overheating it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like overclocking your GPU.
Yeah.
Yeah, naturally, because
Yeah.
you're putting more, you're asking it to do more work, which requires more power, which requires like more energy from the PSU and everything.
Exactly.
So you're just putting more heat emits out
Okay.
of your computer.
Good
Yeah.
to know. 15,
Nerd mode.
What?
Nerd
mode.
mode.
Yeah, man. Well, it's always nerd mode. Okay, so this is exactly what I didn't want to see. Let's see what happens. 15.2 given out again. Let's see if the buyers step in here and we get a nice move above 15.2. You don't want to see basically a rejection top much in the same way that we saw around the first time around 10.50, 11. So let's see what we do here. Are the buyers going to step in at 15.2? We'll find out. Apple back into the 189 $0.75 area. That's 75.76. We had a 90 high, a bit off that at the moment. Julian Weisner, Sharif, got a nice trade in the NQ since 15.167 and a quarter all the way up to 15.216 and a quarter with 4 lots, a nice $3,900 profit. I see it all the time, waiting for the right moment can bring the way to go. Shout out to you on that trade. Excellent trade. Love that. Love how our viewers can actually profit, and keep them coming, Julian. Shout out to you and futures traders. So good. Yeah, 15.2 dance right now as we do get bought up, but not above it at the moment. Keeping my eye on that. Not much to report on that front. What else is moving here? We talked about some small cap cappers earlier in the morning. Joby is still making its way up. $9, come and gone. 907 high now, man. Joby, very, very strong as it continues to hold this 50 period. You can say that several touches here on the 1 minute 50 period. What does the 5 minute look like? Let's see what the 5 minute looks like. I just took out the 5 minute. That's lovely. Let's go here. There we go. 5 minute, not much the same. There's really no, I don't have any 7s or 21s here on my charts. I took those off, so you're not going to see anything for local retracements. It'll have to be bigger. So yeah, anyway, Joby looking strong. What else? IonQ, Max was talking about this, 10 million shares. That's also near highs. IonQ, let's load that one up. Yeah, 1264 back down into 1250, but been very strong, up 15 2/3%. What's the float on IonQ? It is 175 million shares, larger. It is a quantum computing company. We know about that. That's been talked about with GPUs.
Wow.
15, I got to say 15-2 sell-off here, man. I don't see the dips getting bought up that nicely at the moment, Bradley.
Wow. AMD and NVIDIA absolutely getting destroyed right now. 418 to 415 in the past 5 minutes, I guess. It's just absolute dropping on these stocks. They do have a negative catalyst. I think it's the negative catalyst was more Chinese regulations for exports coming in July.
American regulations.
Towards China. Exports to China from American regulations, exports to China coming in around July from the Biden administration. So even with that negative catalyst, I mean, what a crazy move for AMD and NVIDIA. AMD was positive for 1 point today. Might be going negative once again now with that drop. No, still positive on the day, 0.34. NVIDIA still down, though, 1% on the downside. But look at that drop to 414, 413 coming into play now. Can we see a little bit more drop all the way back to VWAP? Looks like some news might be here, so let's go to Sharif.
Yeah, just coming in, Bradley, at 12:07. NVIDIA sees no
Isn't that a good catalyst?
It is.
Long.
No, NVIDIA sees no material impact from reported AI chip restrictions on China, reports CNBC. Here's the actual report. Expects no immediate material impact from the reported new restrictions on the exports of artificial intelligence chips to China. CNBC reported Wednesday, citing CFO Colette Kress. Shares of the company pared losses and were flat in the afternoon trading. U.S. Commerce Department will stop the shipments of chips made by NVIDIA and other chip companies to customers in China as early as July, the Wall Street Journal reported on Tuesday. So Jensen Huang and his boys and, the others coming out and saying no material impact, selling on that. You heard Bradley there. He sees it differently, and I got to agree with him. I guess we were waiting for a response. We got one, and maybe the market doesn't like it. It's a sell the news event. I don't know, because we're definitely not buying that 15-2 dip. That is over. We are going to retrace. Just going to be how far. I don't see us getting bought up at this moment here. Buyers not stepping up to defend 15-2 at the moment on the NQ. Back down 0.43.
Yeah, but I mean, the drop is still dropping right now. We're not done yet. If NASDAQ can pull back all the way to VWAP, then NVIDIA could really drop back into maybe 410 and below 410. I would love to try a long around 410 on NVIDIA right now. We are seeing the previous lows coming into play around 412, 413 to see if there's any buyers there, especially on the 3-minute, 5-minute chart right around this 413 area. Let's see what happens for that position. I want to quickly give a shout out to myself. For calling for calling out this lucid trade yesterday on the After Hours show. So shout out to all of you viewers over here, the 434 viewers who hit the like button, and the 5.8K viewers who came in to watch the video. Thank you, thank you, thank you. After Hours show comes out with banger trade ideas every single day, baby. We gave you the HD trade a couple days ago, which you were able to take capitalization on yesterday. I don't even know if that's the right way to say it, but I gave you the lucid trade yesterday that you were able to capitalize on today, which was the 620 breakout. I got rejected by that 620 breakout 2 days ago, and today that 620 level, if you were to take longs off that, I mean, look, we went up to 650, and the level that we have on one of our long-term charts on LCID is the next level around 666. 666, the evil number coming into play, really, okay. But also we have the volume point of control for this little range, including this range, which is around $656.57. So we're waiting to see if the stock can pump back into these ranges. Maybe 7 can come back into play. Beautiful long call out over there on Lucid.
Wow,
Sean is just absolutely going crazy right now. He's whoa, I get it. AMD now back to being negative on the day, 0.5% negative now. Monster tank coming in on the overall chip sector. Even Amazon dropping like it's hot. Here comes the position for Amazon back under 130. Half of my charts missing for Amazon, so ignore that part. But you can see how we are moving back down to the south side. Now only up 0.5 on NVIDIA. Sorry, on Amazon. Market's still on the positive for both of them.
Yeah, big dip back down, but a higher high and still a higher low. How do we fare at this 15,111? Do we fare much in the same way that we did here, where they got bought up immediately. Let's watch for the buyers to step up much in the same way that they didn't do at 15.2, and that's why you got the Huadunk right there. The buyers were not there to defend 15.2, but a double top possible here, man. But no question about it, we still have higher highs and higher lows, so let's see what this 15.11 does. 15.111. You know, is this a second chance to get in? By the way, Apple trade got out break even, got in here, got out here as it continues to Huadunk. So, you know, we give up, what was that? Like almost 60 pennies worth of profit on Apple, right? As we waited essentially for that 90 break, but didn't get it. But here we go. Brogdanoff coming in hot, defending the Pratsadamas, and his hair 189.25 now.
Boggy showed up, baby.
Move down as we come down.
They did. Sadly, they were two twins. Sadly, they did both pass away in a span of 6 days apart from each other from COVID. Not like, I think this was like a year or two ago. Yeah, like this is not recently, like a year or two ago. So yeah, rest in peace to the Bog twins. But the meme keeps them forever alive. And them, they showed up, man. They showed up. The Bog twins, saved by 10 cents, baby. Holy lordy lord. Can there ever be a better call out? Hey, Neil, your dollar's still on the line, and it's got missed by 10 cents. 10 cents. Let's go. That's what we like to see. But like, look, it still might happen today. I'm gonna keep it real. Still might happen today. Micron is what my new position on the board is. I'm gonna try some Micron longs here with this pullback on the SOXX semiconductor sector. SMH is also another one that you can use to track the sector. You know, we're watching NVIDIA, AMD pull back to VWAP and maybe even below VWAP slightly. That AI news that just came out didn't seem that bad. Whoa, Apple just dropped. I just looked over at the
189 incoming, baby.
Yeah, I just looked over at Sharif's screen and Apple just dropped hot like 20 cents instantly. So 189 coming into play now. Apple, you know, I think 189 is something that you could see some defending coming into play. Probably some Marvel Avengers coming in defending this level, blocking the downside from happening too much, so they could see that Platinum Prad really coming out in existence. But look, VWAP is not that far out either. 188.50 looks like is where VWAP is on Apple, and I would love to see that drop coming in a little bit more. NASDAQ exactly around VWAP on the 5-minute chart. S&P 500 still a little bit of ways from VWAP. I think it's around 10 points away from VWAP. We're 8 points away from VWAP right now. The way this chart shows up, the numbers is a little buggy for me. That's why I'm having issues with it. But yeah, 10-ish points away from VWAP over there. Could see S&P 500 going down a little bit more, maybe, but NASDAQ hold up, and Apple 189 longs could look prime.
Some soccer news now, Bradley. You may want to go to sleep and take a nap. No, Arsenal are apparently top dogs now in the race for the signing of Declan Rice. Manchester City have officially dropped out of the race. Their 80 million or 90 million plus 5 in possible add-ons, I think it was 80, was rejected. Arsenal countered with 100 million plus 5, payable, I believe, over 4 years, 5 years. Looks like that's the sticking point right now between West Ham and Arsenal, is that they want it paid over 18 months. Arsenal want to spread it over a longer period. It looks like now that Stan Kroenke's done building SoFi Stadium, there's a lot more money to go around in London, because now we are outbidding Manchester United, Chelsea, and City. When have Arsenal fans had an opportunity to say that in the past 2 decades? Remind me, because I've been a fan since 2008, and we definitely weren't outbidding anybody back then. Ever since we built the Emirates, we've been kind of handicapped a little bit. But that's neither here nor there. We are now top dogs for 2 top players, and we're in the hunt for some more. So I'm very happy with the signings coming so far. It's not a done deal yet, but the boy wants to come to Arsenal. He wants to stay in London. He's made it clear, and that's my story.
I like it. I like the passion. I like the storyline. Hopefully it does play out that way. And we always want our friends' teams to win. What was the team? Arsenal? What was the team? What was the team? Arsenal, was it? I'm not trying to diss you.
Oh, bro, you
Was it
killed
Arsenal?
me. Yes.
Yeah, we want Arsenal to win. Look, he doesn't know what my car team is
I have
either.
no idea when
Exactly.
he
We
talks
want
about that
Arsenal to win and get that dub skis. Hey, there was an interesting strategy that I saw on Instagram last night.
Yes, sir.
If you want your workday to go by quicker, just take the tie bet on any game in the soccer league, and apparently it'll make your workday go by quicker because nothing's better than making you sweat halfway through the day. So it's like if you just go on the Bundesliga apparently and just slap it on
That's
the tie
the thing,
bet.
because they play when we're at work, right? That's the thing. Like, oh my God. Yeah.
And he's like, just slap it on the tie bet. If you lose, you lose. But if you win, you win. But it makes your day go by a lot quicker.
That's the thing, though. Like some leagues, you have a better chance of ties.
Right.
Like the Spanish league, lower scoring. The Bundesliga apparently was the highest scoring one. I don't know if that's still true anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, like I think that there are strategies around that. The odds makers are probably already wise to that, though. Like, you gotta assume like they're probably already.
Look, Vegas always wins.
Exactly.
Vegas always wins. They never catch an L. They take my money every
take
single
everybody's
sports
money.
season. Thankfully, all major sports that I watch are off, so my money's in my pocket right now and not in DraftKings pocket. So that's good. Shout out to DraftKings. Sponsor us, by the way.
We're doing a bit of a double bottom. It's not a double bottom. It's a bit of a range trade, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for support to come in front of 15,112. That's yesterday's close. You know I like that, pardon me, as an area of support, a key area. Let's see how we trade around here. What we're looking for, what I'm looking for, are dips into this area met with immediate buying, creating wicking candles, much like this one. That's what you want to see. If you get multiple of those repeating over and over, that's even the better. It shows that buyers are repeating, really stepping in on multiple occasions, overwhelming sellers. So that's what I'm looking for. These multiple wicking candles off that key level. Let's see if we get it, then we'll get it on the backside of it. I'm already up on the day. I don't want to give any money back. So it's got to be an A+ trade if I'm going to get into it. No question about it, not just jumping in for the sake of jumping in. But this NQ trade at the area we're at right now, I like, but not jumping into it. We could break down. I mean, 15-1 could come and go, and it could be a free fall Wednesday. And Burgundy over here could get what he wants, and he gets the defend of 190 for now. 10 pennies off. He sweat a little bit, but at the end of the day, he's good. And here we go. Say that again. Sean says he got short 412 NVIDIA and now is reaping the rewards of that 410 breakdown as we knock on the door of 409 on NVIDIA. So a bit of a double top, a brewing. I always say a brew just for the, what, and giggles. Double top probably looks like at 418 here on NVIDIA. What's up?
I mean, what a call. What a call. Can there be a better call? I don't know. I don't think so. We'll just have to wait and see. Maybe there will be. By
should put like a mirror right there like for you right there.
To see myself every single day.
Okay, hold on. Do you know that there was a wrestler called the Narcissist?
No.
Yeah, he was called
WWE?
And WWCW. Yeah, both. His name was Lex Luger. And he would come out and there was women holding up mirrors for him. So when he got out, he could observe himself. He could flex, he could double. You know what I'm talking about? Would it be copyright if I put up a picture of him?
No.
It wouldn't be, right? Okay,
no.
Thank you. All right, so we're going. He's a hell of a guy. He was. I watched his autobiography. The Narcissist Lex Luger. Let's see if that comes up. I love how his. There it is, baby. There were mirrors everywhere he had, but there were women holding the mirrors. This is the one that I'm talking about, where like women in bikinis came up, held mirrors for him so that he could flex. There was even some fireworks going on in the background there. I think this was WrestleMania. Shout out to the Narcissist Lex Luger.
Back in the good old days when it was called the WWF, and then obviously WWF, the Panda Saving Federation, coming in, taking that name from WWF.
They did, yeah.
And then they forced them to go WWE. Mm-hmm. Those were the good days.
Rikishi,
Yoko, and
Rikishi, Yokozuna.
Yokozuna
Banzai, and he would literally crush people's chests, right? Because he would jump off the top rope. He was 500 pounds, and somehow that was okay. But yeah, no, we're
Stone Cold
tongue-in-cheek, of
Steve
course.
Austin. Oh man,
the
good
best.
days, good days.
One of the best. Yeah.
All right, back to the market here. I mean, Apple's really holding 189 now as we expected it to, but the market's trying to pull down a little bit more. S&P 500 now turning negative on the day as NASDAQ is still positive, but barely 0.07 up on the day here. I'm waiting to see if I want to take more long on Micron. I do have an order out, but they just bounced slightly in front of that order. But I'm more interested on what Apple wants to do in front of this 189 because, you know, I actually want to get into a long over here in front of 189 in case NASDAQ, well, don't laugh, in case NASDAQ does bounce from...
No, I'm not laughing at you.
I know. In case NASDAQ does bounce from VWAP over here, we could easily see Apple, you know, marching back to that 190 level and me crying about that 190 level. So, you know, look at this. We're already marching back above 189 here. And NASDAQ is moving up. SPY's not really dropping all the way back to VWAP. SPY's getting ready to go back up over here. That was a pretty good sell-off in the overall market, but I don't think we're you know, turning the market negative by any chance over here today, especially with how we moved yesterday and how we moved today. I also had an idea, you know, usually not an idea. This is probably like a back-tested thesis.
What?
Going through like the international markets and how they did overnight to kind of have an idea of how we do.
Yeah, yeah.
And on the way to work, our markets were kind of in the red zone.
Okay.
Right?
The
But
future?
the futures. But all the other international markets that investing.com shows you on the phone, all green, like the European markets, the Indian markets, the Chinese markets, all green. So I was like, I should be careful with the shorts today because this market could easily do what we did yesterday, just rip up to the north side, have an inside day, but still have a beautiful north side move to the upside. Let's see what the market had set inside day today. I don't think it did because clearly there were so many chances here. If you go to NASDAQ on the 1-year chart, yeah, we broke yesterday's high. Very clearly broke yesterday's high. Almost ran up to 15,300, but shy of that by about 80 points.
All right, we are at flat on the NQ, and I am dipping my toe in here at this level for an interesting area of support. I have a very narrow area of where I'm going to allow it to go. If it breaks and makes new lows, that's out. So let's see how we fare around here. Last time we got dip bought quite aggressively. You're seeing the wicks that I'm talking about of, you know, when you come down into that level, it's being bought up immediately. We are obviously during the lunchtime hour, so don't, you know, I'm not saying don't expect like parabolic movement, but I have less of an expectation of parabolic movement and more of a stair step up. So let's see how we fare on this future defend at this 15,111 level here. By no means a guaranteed trade, gotta say that.
Isn't that a saying? It's like staircase up, window down.
That's it. Yeah, I used to say escalator up or elevator up, right? Like if it's directly up, you took the elevator. If it's staircase, you know, you took the escalator. But yeah. Window down seems like so much more ominous. I guess that's good for like shorts, right? I love it.
And that means you're jumping out, and that's what the longs are doing right now.
Looks
man.
like
Look,
it,
189 not holding on Apple. They are clearly giving up the ghost and taking us back to VWAP over here, most likely on Apple. Still up 0.5% on the day, ladies and gentlemen, so nothing really to cry about. I have Apple in my long term, and baby, what a beauty the stock is. I think my #1 position in my long term is Apple, and then it's AMD, but sadly AMD moving to the downside, as we see not too long ago, turning back to the red direction today. I think we're up maximum 0.4, 0.3% today. And here comes SPY straight to VWAP.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a monster move on VWAP. On the 5-minute chart, sorry, for S&P 500. There we go. Just straight down on both markets, man. So NASDAQ trying to hold us 15,100. We've seen that level kind of come into play a couple times. Maybe we do see some buyers stepping in right there. Both markets are now negative, NASDAQ futures and S&P 500 futures. And Micron out of the money 17 shares by giving me the second lot of my size around VWAP. What is going on? Did Powell say something right now?
Yeah, man, we
Is he
selling
still
off.
talking?
I got the hell out of that trade. Yeah, quickly we break through, but 15-1 incoming. Not going to dance with this until it really resolves itself here, but there we go, 15-1 outgoing. We are really headed south now.
Whoa.
So big move down quickly here on the Qs. That 15,111, 15,1 not holding for now. Let's see if the buying comes in. But the ES also going south at the moment, giving up that 44.18 level that it had earlier on. Kind of danced with that level. There it is. Big candle down as we now are negative 0.2 on the ES and 0.15 on the NQ for the moment. So what do we do here? Where are these levels? We'll have to keep an eye out. Let's look for the lower end of the spectrum now. So we've been looking so much at the high end. Where is the support level? Clearly, one here at 15,025. That goes into the pre-market, but you like that 1,500, that nice round 1,500, 15,000 level on the NQ. We're a bit removed from that 84 points or so. The lower end, I would say, is the first area of support, 15,024. And then you have that 15 level there. So we'll see how we do and how far we get, but 15.1 being given up now, baby. 4,400 incoming on the ES. If that comes back in, I guess I'll be looking for that long, no question. That was the big trade for me today. And we're only 8 points or so off that. So let's see how it does. But the market selling back off for now. Let's see what else is moving, though. Netflix was having a good day. It's selling off now, too, up 3 1/3. But like the overall market, it is huadunking to the downside. Is the short the move now, Bradley?
I mean, I'm long SQQQs, which is basically looking for a long looking for short on the market. Trying to see what levels I can find on Micron over here because I'm getting ready to just take the loss on the trade and move on from it. Clearly, we are not able to hold any levels over here on either markets. And if buyers don't show up, I don't want to struggle with this. I don't want to struggle with these levels. There we go. Some buying showing up on the 5-minute charts at least, and Micron's around one of these levels that I already thought about having a stop at, and okay, Micron's popping up too. Maybe I should just get out of the SQQ position instead because that one was just trying to catch the move below VWAP. If NASDAQ is going to get below 15,100 and continue going to the downside and break the low a day, then I want to take part in that move. So I took the position in SQQQs, but looks like we might just reclaim 15,100 over here on the NASDAQ. S&P 500 moving back up. Are we really going to see S&P 500 break 4,400 today after not doing that all day when most of the volume comes in off the open? Like,
say it again.
Like, you know, S&P 500 futures did not break 4,400 off the open, and off the open is usually when you see most of the volume come in.
Yeah.
So are we going to see that break come in right now during lunchtime, and when lunchtime is coming to an end? I don't think so. Maybe later on in the day we could expect it, but I can't expect that to happen at this moment. So a little bit of a retracement is expected. That's why I'm just going to take that quick little jump out on SQQQs, but I did want to be part of that ride just in case we do get that push down to lower day on the futures on both of them, on the S&P 500 and on NASDAQ. Right now, though, Micron, 14 cents out of the money, trying to see what we can do with this trade, ride it back up to the north side, hopefully, with the sympathy trade of NVIDIA and AMD. Obviously, Micron has its own catalyst today. It has its earnings tonight after hours. And make sure you come tune into the after hours show today, the after party show, where we're going to have a lot of talk about Micron. Look at where Micron might move to. I actually have the options AI account open over here, which is they're expecting a 5.5% move to the north side on earnings for is that right? Yeah, 5.5% expected from the options positioning so far. This number could change going into the close, obviously, as people open up new positions to the long side or to the short side. But right now, a 5.5% move based on where the stock is currently trading indicates a pop up to $70 or a drop down to $63. We're trading around 65, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Those were interesting trades. I love the aftermarket trades. You get like a week's worth of movement in a few minutes, seconds sometimes. All right, keeping an eye on these levels here. Nothing new to report except maybe Apple's at VWAP 188.75, finding some support for Apple in and around there. Not involved in it though. Just watching. 15,100 not reclaimed, but buying stepping in just below that. Do we stop at these levels? Bradley bringing up a really good point about that 4,400 level on the ES, and yeah, 4,400 was bought up aggressively earlier on. Come to the chart if you're able to, Fabian. Earlier there at 4,400, you got 3 different wicks on my 5-minute chart, and then you had a big 30-point move up. But here we go again to the south side here as we dance with 4,410. Could we see another 4,400 touch? Whew. That would be interesting. Let's have a look at oil. Oil's still strong, up 2.5%, not breaking through 70 yet though. Yeah, we'll keep an eye. I'll keep my eye on these futures and maybe some interesting trades to be had here, but nothing setting up at the moment for me, so not going to jump into anything. Let's talk about some headlines that were being made today. What was live? Let's have a look here quickly at the watch list. In case you guys wonder where we get a lot of these ideas, Brendo comes in bright and early every day to make this watch list, and you can sign up by going to the Trader TV watch list. I believe it's tradertv.live. Yes, exactly. There we go. Oh, I go. That's for the other one. Whoops, wrong one. Watchlist.tradertv.live. If you go to tradertv.live, there's a top right there. Watch list. Click that bad boy, and you can get signed up. But I just have to look quickly to see what was on it here. Yeah, just take over for a second quickly, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just watching the NASDAQ, make a little bit of a green candle on the 5-minute chart, but the S&P 500 still dropping to the downside over here.
Oh, I just want to let people know, I'm not in this triple Qs long. That's just a mistake on the board, guys. Yeah, no, I haven't been holding that for a while. Yeah, sorry, some people saying here. Yeah, no, I'm not in it at all. Go ahead, Bradley.
Yeah, use. Yeah. Yeah, be careful with your email on the screen also, by the way.
Okay, thanks.
Someone's
WordPress. That's what we're talking about. The WordPress. Yeah, I showed a little, but it was hidden. The password is there. We're good. Yeah. What does that mean? Doxed.
Doxed?
Yeah,
doxed means like when you dox somebody, it means you release their public information online, like where they live, their phone number and something. I think it comes from once again the gaming realm, the Reddit realm, and the hacker realm. When a gamer annoys another gamer, let's say in Call of Duty, one of the most famous games out there, they'll just be like, "Oh, I'll hack you and I'll dox your information. I'll release your name and your address and everything on the public." It's like a threat.
I love it.
So you can get doxed or you dox yourself, and that's.
I got it. You can either be stupid like me, or
I did it too,
you can
man.
piss off the wrong people.
You saw what happened to me, right? I did it too.
Yeah.
At least they won't sign you up to Weight Watchers, right?
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. We'll talk about that. Yeah. So a couple of news headlines today. We talked about chip stocks. Bradley brought that up with respect to a possible export ban on some of the more advanced GPUs used for AI. Tesla also in the news, selling more than expected in China despite losing market share. So I think they're looking to shrink their market share down from to 13.5 from 16, but despite selling more. Pinterest was in the news as well after it made a new partnership, I think, with Amazon, definitely taking advantage of that. Snowflake also has been in the news as it continues to benefit from its association with AI. The information cloud-based provider, the cloud-based, information provider, whatever it is making a deal with NVIDIA to kind of set the groundwork for the systems needed for companies to use their own API and to leverage that data. And we'll see how that goes. So those are the names we're looking at today on the watch list, guys. As we continue to head down on these futures, Burgundy, Prad has absolutely, I was going to say doxed this market, but I know I'd be using that inappropriately, but we are quadunking down, baby.
Are you short Apple 189? 190?
189. I just sat down.
You got in at 189?
Dude, I got stopped at a 500 AMA shares at 111.
You should have just shorted 190 like I told you, bro.
I wasn't sitting here.
He was up. Quadunk City,
Never doubt
4402.
Prashadamus. If this isn't proof, then I don't know what is.
Do we flip
I
this
got
around?
Boggy on the phone speed dial, and the phone connects straight up to Boggy in heaven. Rest in peace to both the twins over there. Look at this move on Apple, man. Saved by 10 cents. Wowza.
Big move down.
S&P 500 almost back to low a day. I was just screaming about how I don't expect that to happen. But if SPY breaks the lower days over here, I might just punch SPY shorts, because that might be an easy trade to the downside. I mean, this market looked like we wanted to stay green on the day. UVXY now popping up. This is your volatility ETF. And I'm guessing the VIX is also making a move to the north side. Let's go check what the VIX is looking like today. I mean, if the volatility didn't go up today based on the amount of volatility we're already seeing in the market, then when does it go up? It's up 0.2%. Big move. Big move. Not at all. But let's see this volatility go up. The market is flushing at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely quadunking.
Yeah, it's still the wrong position. Yeah,
it is absolutely quadunking over here on overall the market. Let's get ready for some new short entries maybe. What is coming down to a level where we can maybe short it? Maybe, you know, Tesla is pretty strong on the day. You probably don't want to short the stock. But I'm thinking about like Nvidia, Apple, some of these stocks over here that made monster rallies today. If they come back to these lower days area, I don't really want to take the lower day breaks. But if market breaks the low, then we could look for somewhere in these ranges, maybe the 408 break, maybe the 405 break for the possible lower day test, and then the lower day break for an extension of that move. So getting ready to get into some positions based on what the market's going to do over here. We had to jump out of Micron, obviously, because S&P 500 moving down and NASDAQ moving down took Micron along with it to the south side, and that was an instant loss, about 20 cents loss on it. I'm okay with that. Still pretty decent on the day over here on the plus side for myself, on the green side, and we're living it up, baby. We're living it up. Falling knives, yeah, don't try to catch them. Never a good idea. That hurts. Just wait for the tape to dry up. Just wait for the signals to show up. I mean, there was a beautiful signal on Tesla today to the long side. When originally long I punched up was what I think was a 252 break, and right above 252, 1,000 lots showed up on the position. So I took more long on that level when size showed up, and then I just took my scalps to the long upside on the trade. So that was pretty beautiful. So when signals like that shows up, I think that's when you want to be thinking about the position. Right now, also, I mean, look at this consolidation on the 1 minute chart or even the 5 minute chart around this 254 area. If 254 breaks and the market breaks the low, that could be something to think about. But right now, S&P 500 looks like it does want to hold the bottoms. And, well, we didn't test the bottom yet, but hold the area around the bottoms over here and make a little bit of a retracement maybe. Let's see how big of a retracement we get on the overall market over here. While I'm going to let Sharif actually eat his...
no, I'm done. Go ahead.
He's done? Okay, then I'll do what Sharif does. Sharif.
What?
Anytime you're throwing it off to people, you just go, Brad or Max.
I got you. I got you.
Sharif.
We're holding 4,400 for now. Some buying coming in around there, but I was wrong earlier about how we were getting bought up in front of 15,111 on the NQ. So don't want to jump the gun on this one, but for now, we know that there has been support at that level from earlier and these wicking candles. So let's see what we get here. Had a good trade on this 4,400 level earlier, taking it for like 18 points, which was the trade today. But don't want to give it up. So let's not jump into anything too quick here at 12:58. Okay, so we're almost getting into 1 o'clock. Maybe start picking up. The volume starts coming back in a little bit. Leon says PayPal is reversing to the upside. 5-minute hammer. Interesting. We're getting some reversals on the futures. I wonder if it's coinciding with that. PayPal has been one of the more beat up names, man. Let's just call a spade a spade. $65. You know what's funny about this one? So I had one of my exes messages me about this one.
You still talk to your ex, bro?
I talk to a lot of them. Yeah, we're friends. So she messages me and she's like, I got into PayPal.
You guys hear this?
Everything okay? What's wrong? Why? What's going on? Is this like not a normal thing?
Yannick's right. Sharif's the dog.
All right. So she messages me and she's like, she's in at like near the top. And so this was back right when Papa Powell came November 2021. This is like February or March or something like right after that, probably, right? The top's been had and everything's flushing. This is, February 2022. Mm-hmm. My mistake. So I'm like, look, you know, you're in at a bad price. You caught the top. Sell half now.
Cut
right?
the bag.
Cut the bag. You like the company. Let it curl back up. If it's going to go up, it's going to go up.
I like it.
Her price. You ready for this?
Uh-oh.
Her price, proudly.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I can't even look at it. I got to go on the weekly. The weekly's got to show it. Yeah, she's up there at 290.
Oh, my
So she
Lord.
caught some of the highest tops there.
You want to know my price on PayPal?
What?
119.
Okay, that's not nearly as bad.
119. 290.
290. Yeah. That was a tough. I said, look, I'm like, I can even read the message. I'm like, cut some of it, this and that. I just remember PayPal as that stock. Like, oh my God.
Goes, that's why she's your ex. Wow, Chad, you're ruthless. Be nice, Chad. Be nice.
I didn't read any of the messages, but keep it clean, guys.
Yeah, be nice,
Yeah.
Chad.
I didn't read any of the messages yet. I got to go through them while you're talking. But yeah, that's the story on that one. It was an interesting look. But yeah, man, it was like when the fintech era was all getting squeezed, interest rates were going to go up. You know, these buy now, pay nevers were going to come home to roost, right?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So you know the drill.
Yeah.
There you go, guys.
Great time in the market there. This market wants to go back down, man. Why am I even battling, like holding these longs, trying to catch a falling knife? Like once again, as you guys can see the position board, I'm back into Apple and Micron, and I hate the positions. But as soon as they start working for me, I'll start loving them too. So like it's a very bipolar mentality over here. We'll wait. Look, the market didn't take out the low a day. NASDAQ didn't even push towards the low a day. S&P 500 didn't take out the low a day either, and they're both trying to push back towards VWAP over here. Let's see if these longs on Apple and Micron work out for us, and if they don't, that's fine. We'll donate some money back to the market makers. You know, they gotta eat too. It just can't be Patty Daddy eating all day, right? So we'll feed the market makers over here. We'll buy them a coffee or two, and then we'll come back to the market later on when we get our bearings right, because this trade could not be the right idea at the moment. So be careful if you are tailing me on these bets. That's right, they are bets. And I'm about to parlay these wins to see if I can make more. Going to the next position over here, I see people still talking about PayPal. Did they have a catalyst?
PayPal? No.
Oh, okay.
It was just someone brought it up. It's not hasn't moved much, probably. It's like down half a point. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you guys are hilarious here in the chat, man. I don't even know what to say to you guys, but keep them coming. You guys are jokes. Love the chat. Love the viewers on this channel. No doubt about it. All right. Some of the EV names in China
NIO,
were
baby.
very strong. In fact, XPEV still monster-ish. Yeah, 6% today for XPEV. What's the deal? This is yesterday's news, by the way. Shares are trading higher by 5.6%. This was yesterday to 1075 during Tuesday's session. Several Chinese stocks are trading higher after the Chinese premier, Li Qiang, said the country is still on track to reach its 5% annual growth target. You'll know that essentially what they did yesterday was announce a different form of quantitative easing. It's more business-related quantitative easing where they stimulate businesses directly rather than giving consumers direct handouts. But XBEV, taking nicely to that news, had a great day yesterday off that 10 and a quarter, got up to 11 in the aftermarket, gapped up today to 11 about and a third, and now here we are with 11 and 3/4, 1178 the high, retracing down into 11 and a third at the moment. But XBEV been strong lately, looking good on a day. Is the Chinese EV automaker 44 holding for now? Question mark. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this one as we continue to hold that level from earlier, Bradley.
Lucid now back to $6.50 almost. We're only 7-ish cents away from that price at the moment. Let's see if we can get that test of 650 today. There's about 1,000 lots on that area, but we haven't tested that price all day today at all. But yeah, we'll wait patiently to see if that happens. The market once again. Biden is talking. So something was happening for the market to move the way it was moving. Talking about the Vision Fund, harder to buy a home, pay for college, retire with dignity. Don't gotta tell me twice. I'm living that life at the moment. But yeah, look, they shook me out of the Apple long and the Micron long, but I got back into Apple. Micron, obviously, with the sector being a little scary at the moment, and if Biden's on news, there's at any moment he could talk about how he's imposing these new regulations in July. So if that's the case, I don't want to keep gambling on my Micron longs over here. So I'll just wait until Biden's off the TV for Micron. Apple, I think I could still fight for these longs over here on Apple as a market wants to really go back up over here. We're not really seeing them go to the downside at all. So we'll see what happens for this one. Where is good God? Okay, guys, stocks, anything that you want us to take a look at? Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, all rocket ships. Didn't Amazon turn negative on the day, though? Amazon's now down 0.28% on the day. It's right back to the low of day, though, so there could be possible longs over here around 129, 128.50 areas as the market's trying to curl back up at the moment. We have an Apple long. I do like these areas, too. Maybe if Amazon can push down maybe another 20, 30 cents to the downside, we could try to, get some nice money fills over there, but looks like we're going to miss those as Amazon's now trying to take 129 and start marching back towards 130. And that 130 was a recent new 52-week high. I think now the 52-week high is probably around 132 or so on Amazon. I would have to check what the number is. Here comes the 129 reclaim on Amazon.
All right, 4,400. Are you going to hold or what? I need to know ahead of time before I punch long here,
Call
please.
Sharif and let him know before you move around, please.
Yeah, 4,400 holding for now. I just don't want to jump into this too quickly here. And, but the dips have been bought up, really not making much in the way of an aggressive higher high. The NASDAQ also curling. Dan tagging me in the chat here, letting me know that it was earlier, Dan, you were telling me about the opening range. Let me see if I can find it here. That ain't the one. There it is. NQ 15,090. Again, same level every day last week. So here we are at that level holding. It's at 090, 15.1. Right, curling right back above there as we kind of had a few wicks down into that 15.060 area. Now we're right back at 15.1. What's life without whimsy? Let's get in here. A little bit of sharage. Do we get in here, Bradley, for this 4,400 hold? Trying to think about this one. I mean, you like how it's holding. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to look. I have to think about this one. John H. Space still going. All right, let's have a look at Space. What's that one been up to lately? Haven't been looking at that. SPCE, Virgin Galactic, and their ambitions of going and taking people to space for a nice $500,000, 450,000 US dollars payable 2 months before your flight. $10,000 on the credit card needed, please. ASAP upon sign up. All right, $5. Looking at that level as an obvious area of resistance, being the whole dollar level. We're below it now. There's been price action going back to the 23rd and the 22nd around these 480s and 490s. No decisive take of 5. This was the move up on the news back on June 20th and 21st of their first launch. Did they launch, Neil?
No, tomorrow.
They launched tomorrow.
No,
so hold on, it was
July
1st, to 30th, you said, right? Remember when you checked it?
29th? Yeah, so tomorrow, I think.
I'm pretty sure they had they had a window. It's like a 3-day window or something like that to give themselves. Anyway, we'll have a look at that in a second.
Is anyone in that flight?
I think so. I think
flight? It's manned?
I'm pretty sure this one's manned. Not 100%. We'll Google it. So there is people.
So there's people in this flight?
There's people in this flight. I think we...
Then I'm not going to say anything bad.
300 says awesome, so you can see the flat Earth. Nah.
Flat?
Nah.
I just took in what you said. Who's talking about flat Earth over here?
Yeah.
Bring him to me. Let me at him. Let me at him. I'll go all Elon Musk Tesla on them. Come on, let me at him.
No, that ain't it. That ain't it. Physics thinks otherwise. But yeah, anyway, here proudly 15-1, not claiming at the moment. I'm hesitant to take this 4,400 long. I don't feel that great about it at the moment, so I'm going to sit on the sidelines and continue to watch, see if it holds. So we'll see that. Lincoln, does dollar cost averaging work when trading options? Look, I don't know anything about trading options, have never bought and sold an option in my life, but dollar cost averaging in general works when it's planned. When you're doing it as a panic move to dollar cost average in, hoping, praying that it moves up, that's where you get burned. If you have levels off which you're basing those dip trades, I think it's a very, very effective strategy because you can never really get that perfect timing. So think about that and see if you can adapt that to your strategy. But space here, proudly, at day's high, 476.
I mean, if you guys remember, what was the other company, Neil? Astra, A-S-T-R or something, with when the rocket blew up? Yeah, we were live, and the sadly, no one was in there. So thankfully, no one was in there.
Oh, that's okay.
But you know, when that rocket blew up, it gave you a really good trade to the south side on that said position itself. So tomorrow, you guys know I'm already bearish about SPCE itself. I'm not wishing anything bad to anybody on there. So if there is people on that flight, I would, you know, obviously want a successful flight and a peaceful return for everybody on that flight. But if anything happens, you know the trade idea. There's a good question in the chat over there that's asking, what is the realistic price of space on a successful launch tomorrow? Which is a great question.
Yeah.
And honestly, with the stock that has a high short float on SPCE, it's the moonshot if they have a successful flight.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
with a high
Moonshot.
short flow, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, though, like book value, what it's supposed to be worth, how much they're going to be making per person per flight, I have no idea. I'm not qualified to give you an opinion on that. So if you're looking for fundamentals, you come to the wrong person. But yeah, proudly bringing up a solid point from a technicals perspective. The short squeeze makes it a fantastic candidate, especially if you catch the right people at the right price offside, because there could be big money taking big bets just at the right price. And your tell for that usually is a volume profile. You want to see where the majority of the action took place. So that's the look there. But 4,400
Someone
holding
in the
for
chat said, not moon, they're just going to the edge of space.
Yeah. No. It's look, I'm not disrespecting it. It's an achievement, and I'd love to be on it. But when you're comparing it to Starship, they go.
No, that was the joke. You
Yeah,
know,
it's not that good.
We're saying the stock price will
stock
go to the
price.
moon. They're saying, no, it's not going to the moon. It's going just to the edge of space,
I
just
got it.
like their rockets are. I like that. Adrian with a very clever joke in the chat. Smart. Hey, man, I'm getting absolutely burnt on these longs at the moment. Market wants to most likely, break those lower days. S&P 500 still trying to see what it wants to do. Below VWAP for both of these markets at the moment. I have space on my chart, so let me show you Amazon instead. I'm waiting to see what Amazon wants to do near the lower days over here, 128.50 lower day. I took the 129 break because I thought the market wanted to reclaim VWAP, so I anticipated instead of participating. So I'm getting burnt right now at this moment, 45 cents out of the money. Thankfully, very light on the size over here, so if the market starts moving back down and Amazon looks like it wants to take out the bottoms, I'll just take that second L on the show right now and then walk away from it. Looks like that is going to be the nature of this trade because Amazon just right there, as you saw, took out the lower day. There was not much size, a little bit of size, not too much. Took out the lower day, and now we're seeing a little bit of buying show up. Some dark pool gateways, but mostly liquid gateways coming in. Anything that says D is a dark pool gateway. That's basically big institution buyers trading within themselves and not with any of the people on the liquid market gateway, such as ourselves over here. But if they are coming in to buy up these levels, that might just be a good indication for me. S&P 500 showing me another green candle, so that's good. Thankfully, we did not have a stop out, and we're gonna manually stop ourselves out with some sort of a time stop or so, or any indication that shows up on the tape or the book that shows up over here. But it is sadly a losing position at the moment. Apple, flat, not doing anything. We moved up to VWAP on Apple. Look at that, buyers showing up on 128.50 again. Buyers showing up on 128.50, fighting to take those fills at these prices because they are also expecting maybe a bounce incoming on the market. If they are expecting it, and I'm expecting it, then probably we're all wrong.
Honestly, right? We're always wrong. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sitting on the sidelines right now. I'm waiting for a decision to be made about this 4,400 take. We're dancing around these lows, but no definitive buying, but no lower lows being made either. So it's making me feel a little bit better about waiting for the long. We got a nice move to the high side earlier. We could see one again. Papa Powell's done speaking on the day. Information has been digested. Let's quickly have a look here at the economic calendar to see if there's anything we need to apprise ourselves of today. Let's go today. Where do we have left on the day? Nothing. We already had the 7-year note auction at 1 o'clock. The actual comes in above consensus, so that one does better than expected for the auction. The only thing here, we got the Fed Bank stress test results at 4:30. That's after the market. Bradley will take you through that in his after party show. That comes to you via a release at 4:30. Yeah, but higher lows accumulating here on the SPY and by extension, obviously, the ES. So looking for this 4,400 defend and really interested possibly taking this long, but don't want to jump the gun too early. Igor says MU puts. Are you betting against the microchip sector? So Bradley,
yeah.
MU, Micron, they make mostly RAM, right?
Okay.
I'm asking. No. Okay, so I think that, let me have a look here because I remember reading something about that. Micron is a provider of memory and storage solutions. The company's product portfolios include dynamic random access memory, DRAM, negative A&D NAND. I don't even know what that is. Three-dimensional 3D exploit memory and NOR, solid state drivers, I know what that is.
Space.
Graphics and high bandwidth memory, HBMs. Yo, man, too many acronyms in the microchip sector. I can't keep up with all this. But yeah, Micron on deck tonight. Yeah. It has been an interesting mover in the past. When I did trade these aftermarket movers, Micron was one that I narrowed down last year as being an interesting play. So for you guys that love those aggressive moves, stay tuned to the after party show because I suggest to you, you may have one in Micron.
Yeah, we're going to
have This guy's jamming over here. He tried to get you. Who's that? Is that Fabian? It is Fabian. You got to be watching out for Fabian there, man.
Can't get me, baby. I've been on the ones and twos before. I know all about the timings. I know all about the little secrets and the tricks of the trade over there. Can't get me, because I used to get these people every single day myself, right? But no, I appreciate the effort over there from Fabian on that side. Just still looking at my positions. I mean, I'm just watching Amazon like an absolute hawk, trying to see what happens around this 128.50 area. NASDAQ and S&P 500 still battling. So you guys are probably bored of me mentioning these same few stocks. So why don't we go, wrong box. Why don't we go to a different stock that you guys are looking at? Oh, wow, Lucid 650 breaking now. Hi, Dave.
People were saying,
are you Sean? Sorry, Neil, are you long on Lucid? 51?
He's long now through the 50 break.
Oh, man, yeah, that was insane. Like, this stock is still going. You can't stop Lucid. The train is leaving again, departing. And the next stop for me is honestly $7. Not sure if we see 7 today, but this stock is obviously $7 the next stop. Remember that fighter that I was telling you about?
Mm-hmm. Your boy?
My boy?
Yeah, from Vancouver?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's now, holding it, and that was the conversation. Wait for 620 to break. It's going to go to 7. He he ended up buying it earlier than that and risked the all-time low.
Remember he got
All-time
those
low
yesterday,
didn't
yeah.
break, and now look at this position. We're giving you a very similar call out on Unity. If all-time low breaks, take that L, do the Fortnite L dance, and walk away from the trade. But if it doesn't break, you're holding it for a monster move to the upside. So very happy for everyone who is on Lucid, and shout out to the After Hours trade for pointing this one out. Sadly, was not on my own radar. I say this so many times. If I only practice what I preach, I'd be a millionaire. I'll be the first world's trillionaire.
Oh, Pradley. Good move up. Pardon me, I'm getting a little bit of allergies coming in here, so you'll have to excuse me as it is allergy season in all of North America, I want to say.
Allergic to shorts, eh?
You know what? I am more of a bull than I am a bear, but I don't know if I'd say I'm allergic to them. But at the moment, yeah, 44.07 holding. What do we got here? Tony Price, do you think SoFi will close above 9? All right, I got a SoFi rant. You ready?
Oh, better be a good one.
Pradley, we're expecting a Supreme Court decision.
I know. I saw the post earlier behind me.
We're expecting a Supreme Court decision, and it's going to have implications for SoFi. Pradley, do you know what the amount of student debt is in the United States? You want to take a guess?
$3 billion.
What a joke. Try again. Keep going, my friend, and go higher. Much higher.
7 trillion.
Come on, Pradley.
Is that a joke?
No, it's $1.75 trillion, bro.
Okay.
The second largest debt after mortgages.
You said go higher, go
Well,
larger.
I know,
so
but
higher
you
and
said
larger.
$5 billion. You jumped to $7 trillion. I thought there would be a little bit of space in between. But anyway, $1.75 trillion the student debt load in the United States, second only to mortgages. Again, like I just said. So refining these is such an important thing. SoFi trying to make that one of their niches. They're looking to take advantage. They got hit hard when the student loan forgiveness program came in. In case you're just joining us, wondering what the heck we're talking about, the Supreme Court being asked to judge on the legality of the Biden administration's suspension or abolishment of these student loan programs. So if it comes out that they can't do that, well, guess what? Debt's back on, baby. And you know who takes advantage of that. Anyway, curling here, the market 15.1 took that back. ES not quite getting down into 4,400. The 4,400 dips getting bought up again. Do we curl again here, Pradley?
The longs are working, baby. Let's go. We're doing the Kodak Black dance right now. We're living it up. The longs are working. Apple in the money. Amazon flat once again. Let's see Amazon rolling to the north side. Gotta love these moves. Sadly, Lucid's dipping back under after breaking that 650. Why, Lucid? Market's moving up. You should be using that as a momentum catalyst to run it up more to the north side. So let's see that break of 650 once again, and let's see those highs of $7 coming into play. Even though I did say I can't expect 7 today, we would love to see those numbers coming in. Apple 189 once again right now. I know it's so hard to even imagine me being long on Apple, especially for someone who's been screaming short 190 for how long now? How many days has it been? But yeah, look at this move on the overall market, right back to VWAP, S&P 500, and NASDAQ. Did not want to stay red for too long. NASDAQ now only down 0.03%, absolutely flat on the day, honestly. And ES is down 0.19% on the day after being positive for a little bit. Nice bowl cut. Yo, be nice, bro. I just haven't got a cut in a while, and I haven't brushed my hair before going on stream because I was busy running around with my trades. Be nice. Lucid rolling with Aston Martin. They are indeed rolling with Aston Martin. Lawrence Stroll, the CEO of Aston Martin over there, making some changes up, trying to see if Lucid's technology has any actual meaning behind it. Like, they do say that they have supercars and whatnot. I'm watching Apple right now reclaim 189 almost. The 100-period EMA is about to get taken out over here to the north side. There goes 189. Probably should have added because NASDAQ is at VWAP and S&P 500 also at VWAP. Let's see if both of these markets can reject or hold set levels or are they going to keep on climbing back up after an obvious hold of 4,400 on the S&P 500 and an obvious hold of 15,000 on the NASDAQ market from pre-market going into the live session for today, or the opening session for today? The regular trading hour session for today. There you go. That's the right way to say it. Amazon in the money now, only 4 cents though, so nothing to take profits just yet, but at least we're flat / in the money. The markets are back at VWAP. If markets can go back higher, that'd be a positive trade on Amazon over here. But if markets try to, retrace back down from here, then most likely we'll have to take a little bit of a loss on Amazon, but at least it won't be as big of a loss on Amazon as it was earlier. Actually, just saying that out loud right now, I might just take some size out. I might just take some size out here, de-risk a little bit, and then we can add back in at the lower ranges if we really like the trade so much. If it does go back to 128.50s or so, we can add back, get a better average price, and then run that trade to the north side. Now our average is 128.68 on Amazon. That puts us 13 cents in the money after realizing a little bit of a tiny loss on that first little position that we added. And Apple, 34 cents in the money. Can we see the market turn green? NASDAQ did, but can S&P 500 do the same? That's a nice Caesar haircut. Chat's bullying me. I'm leaving. Chat's bullying me, bro. Chat's bullying me.
What, Caesar? What does that even mean?
They said I have a bowl cut. Now they're saying I have a Caesar, like the Roman Emperor Caesar haircut.
Yes, okay. All right, I see. Yeah, I like it on you.
Chat's a bunch of bullies, man.
All right, let's go long, man.
What did I say?
I don't know. He's an emperor.
Okay, man. I'm sorry. I hurt your feelings over there, Fabian.
Tyrant. I don't know. What's the look there, Bradley?
The look is.
By the way, I'm long. Let's see if we can get a bit of a move back to break even on the ES. Pardon me. I don't know what that was. But yeah, going through 51 again. Let's see if we get some momentum here. Apple also knocking on the door of 189. It's back up there after, dipping to that 188.25 area. It's finding some support at the moment. So Apple getting off the schneid, as Neil likes to say. Jackie says, you are still very handsome, Prad.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, bowl cut, Caesar or not, feeling it. So, pretty good there.
Miguel saying, bro, it's the internet. The more offended you get, the worse it gets. Yeah, I'm just farming. It's just, it's just YouTube 101, streaming 101. I'm farming the chat. See how much faster the chat rate went up? If we were to look at the chat rate numbers,
what is that called?
It probably went up, by a 0.1 or 0.2%.
Farming?
So that's farming.
I like that. Farming?
Yeah, it's like
eliciting a response?
Yeah, basically increasing the chat's engagement in the chat by doing something stupid on purpose or doing something funny on purpose and farming the chat. So on the Twitch platform, they use a lot of emotes. They talk with a lot of emotes. They have their own language on Twitch.
What is this alternate universe in which you live, bro?
Twitch
tell me a little bit about
Twitch
this.
Twitch has emotes, and they talk in their own little language. So when people do something, they use these little memes and jokes to talk with each other, and you would be confused by just looking at the chat, like, what the heck is going on? But if you understand the memes and you understand the jokes, you would understand what's going on. So when a streamer does something stupid or funny, you would see a lot of these memes and emotes being spammed in the chat, and then sometimes you'll see chat going, okay, stop farming.
Okay. Yeah, because they get it. Like, they've seen it all.
Yeah.
They ain't fooled, baby. Pepe hands?
Pepe hands.
What does that mean?
It's another
a streaming thing.
Yeah,
okay,
like PogChamp, Pepe hands.
Oh, you guys, these guys, you
wide
guys live
people
in a different
comfy.
world.
That's what I am right now with these longs, baby. Wide people comfy. We are riding it. No copium needed. No hopium needed. We are riding to the north side. Let's go, markets. Taking that VWAP section, VWAP indicator reclaimed once again on both of these markets over here, S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Sadly, the SPYs are still negative. Apple, I just had to take some profits on AAPL. Can I please have my cursor on the right screen? Apple just taking some profits over here at 50 cents per share. Amazon, we did deleverage some of our size not too long ago. That was the most stupidest thing I could have probably done because this stock is now more in the money and we could have just held on to it. More profits coming in though, 40 cents in Amazon, 40 cents in Apple. Can the market now go to the pre-market highs? I'm talking about the SPY's pre-market highs, which is around 44.15, and the NASDAQ pre-market highs is exactly where we found support, which is what you want to see when the market moves down the way it did not too long ago. So congratulations for all you bulls. We might see 190.
Well, I'll be okay with it. I'll tell you the truth.
It might be the power hour for the market, but it'll be sour hour for me. So 190, we might see it happening.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. So we'll see how this one does as we curl back up here and look to take those earlier highs that we made on Apple. Same thing with the ES, looking to go back to Greensville. Someone said, What'sville? What city? Greensville, my friend. That's where we end up in positive territory on the equity index, whatever you're looking at. Speaking of going back to positive, Amazon looking to go break even as it comes back into that 125.25 area. So we're looking for these big cappers to curl. I'm also keeping an eye on oil. It's been knocking on the door of highs all day. The CL currently at high 69.70, up almost 3% on the day now for oil. So let's see how we do here. We're in two longs, we're in Apple, and we're in the SPY. We're banking on moving up here. We're already did well on the SPY. I don't want to give anything back, but you know, we see an opportunity. We're going to take it, and here we go. We're pumping to the high side. Pump it. Bradley.
Okay, Chad, take it easy.
What happened?
Chad's saying
Weedsville. Calm down there, John Sproul. It's not 4 o'clock quite yet. But legal as it is in Canada. What happened?
10 minutes ago, it was 4:20 somewhere, but it's not 4:20 anywhere right now.
No,
so you'll have to wait for the next clock hour to hit to use that excuse. The markets are moving beautifully back up, ladies and gentlemen. We are enjoying our longs right now.
Yes,
all the money that we donated to the market not too long ago is being given back to us. Wow, Apple. What a long on Apple at these lows. Can I hear it one more time, Sharif? Say it.
Bump it.
Let's go, baby. Ride the stock to the north side. Amazon turning positive here again on the day. Ooh-wee. If the market isn't volatile right now, I don't know what is. Ups, downs, lefts. Lefts? Rights.
Lefts, yeah. Multiple left-hand turns.
You look left and you trade right. So left also, right? Lefts and rights coming in from the market all over the spot. It is a beautiful time to be a trader. It is never a dull time over here, especially with Trader TV Live and this wonderful community out there every single day. So if you haven't yet,
like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
You know what I did, chat? I baited him because I hovered my hand over the cat sub and then I moved to Sharif sub.
He's a fader,
That's because I love Cat, and I know Cat is so tired of hearing herself, so I was like, you know what? I'll save her the trouble.
Oh. All right, well, look, we're dancing at these levels here. Some selling coming in at above this 15.1, but you got to anticipate we're going to have a little bit of volatility. So we'll keep an eye on these positions. Nothing more to report. I saw Wainers back there. I heard he had a hell of a day trading those cruise lines. He was telling me cleaned up on CCL. And in case you're just joining us, CCL has had an interesting couple of days, suffered a downgrade over here back on the 26th. I believe that was Monday. A big boy, Huadu, proudly says he's out. I'm going to have to look at my positions in a minute. And then we hold that 14. Now we're talking about 17.5 as the high day, 17.49, trying to hold 17 at the moment. But these levels, let's see here, on, the ES. Okay, so the ES having a bit of a retracement here. Let's see how we fare. Apple much in the same 189 incoming here on Apple. Topping tail candle for now. Is it noise or it is a healthy retracement? Let's see. Ion Q, Roberto says short float around 13%. Let me double check that here with Trade Ideas. Shout out to the folks at Trade Ideas and the NOS boss himself, IONQ. Let's load up that bad boy. The short float. What'd you say it was? Where was that? I lost it. Anyway, the short float here saying 15.44 with a total share float of 136 million. So IonQ, a good name today for the trade. We'll keep an eye on those. Scar Joe Rabbit says flush it. He's short, or they're short. They're looking south, and they don't want this bull run that we kind of just did a little bit here above 15.1. Nuh-uh. They want it red, baby. They want Burgundy Prad to pull down this market. Anyway, shout out to you. Everybody gets an opinion around here. AI Pop says LC Money. AI C3A. I haven't had a look at that today. I saw a couple of people mentioning it in the chat, though. To be fair, let's have a look at the chart here, guys. C3AI up 5.93% above VWAP. Bit of a double bottom here at 34.80 below VWAP. Trying to come into, you know, the mid area of the range, but since establishing that 36 top, been a bit of a range trade with a nice bottom. You have to say though, 34.80. The buyers have definitely been stepping in at those levels. Market retracing for now. Is this a fake out breakout? Oh, baby. Coming back down is the ES and Apple. Bradley.
That's the same color, right?
Brick? Oh, go show his screen if you can.
That's the same color, right?
You can't. Yeah, it's quite close.
Hold on.
You gotta go back to that. There you go.
That's the same color.
That's brick.
You can put my face on.
I think this is brick.
That's the same color. Yeah. So as long as I'm this brick over here, I'm fine. You know how much these bricks cost?
How much? Are these Supreme brick? Why does Supreme making bricks?
This is how much they cost.
What are you supposed to do with that?
Nothing.
Put it in your room, your house? Like, what is this?
My goal in life is to buy all the Supreme bricks and build a house out of it. No, I want authentic Supreme bricks. I don't care if the resale price is $1 million per unit. I will buy every single one of them and build a house out of it. That's my goal in life. Right now,
Can I ask you a question? Like, consider me stupid here for a second.
It's not
I
stupid
always
at all.
see
These are stupid.
Supreme tagged with other brands. Like, who is this Supreme, and why do they keep associating themselves with like?
It's just like a clothing brand that started with skateboarders. You know, like skateboard companies made it hype and so on. So how they started is they made it in a limited run. So they would only make a style of clothes in X amount of times. Actually, they only make it once, I believe.
Okay.
And they never really repeat it. So they would ended up making these partnerships, like let's say Muhammad Ali or whatever, and they would make these pretty cool-looking shirts on really cheap shirts, like a Hanes $2, $3 shirts. Overcharge them at $70 per price, and they would make a killing on this, absolute killing, because it was limited inventory, so they would sell out every single day as soon as it drops on Thursdays, and the resales on these stocks.
Wow, so they had a day.
The resale on these items are just insane. So every Thursday they open at 11 on their website, and you can buy it online, and 99% of the items sell out in a minute.
I had no idea this
In
even
a
existed.
minute.
Yeah, I keep seeing them everywhere.
They recently sold their company to VF Corporation for a ton of money. I think it was like in the billions. Wow. Shout out to VF Corporation, who also had their earnings recently, and they took off to the north side. They absolutely launched up on that earnings move. Let's just show you the longer time frame chart here on VFC. They also own, what's that company called? North Face, Columbia, North Face, Columbia, and a bunch of other stocks. So here we go. There's the earnings move over there. I was pretty bullish about this one. Sadly, didn't buy any shares for myself. You know, I own a couple Supreme clothes when I used to be what's the hype beast is the terminology for the kids who spent a ton of money on these stupid clothes.
That's what they're called?
Hype beast. When I used to be one of those, you know, Babe Supreme rocking hype beast, I used to spend a ton of money on that. But now you know. I look equally or even better in way cheaper prices clothes, so I just go for that option.
I just shop at Winners, baby.
That's cap, bro. I've seen you with Lulu's every single day, with Calvin Klein's, I've
Those
seen
are
you
all from winners, yeah.
You're getting Lulu from winners?
Lulu? Oh no, Lulu I buy from the outlet.
Okay, there you go. That's what I'm saying.
Lulu I get from the outlet. But, you know, to be fair, they don't really mark down their products. We're talking like 15, 20% max. Yeah, Lulu, they suck you in there. I remember Lulu had like a glut of inventory back, I believe, in Q4 of last year. Q1, they got rid of all of that inventory without marking it down, holding on to margins. So Lulu's been a success story this year. Shout out to Canada, Lulu, the Canadian high-end leisure athletic clothing maker. Let's call them that.
I used to be a big hater on Lulu because I thought it was just like for women and it's not really for men at all. And I was like, okay, I'm not buying their stock. But then when I really looked into them, man, they make beautiful products.
They make great products.
And you can see that in their stock price. When the stock was going down, the earnings came out and Lulu just launched right back to those highs. It was insane.
Yeah.
Monster move.
I gotta tell you, dude, I've had gym shorts, and I use my gym clothes often. I have a lot, but I cycle through it a lot.
Oh, really? We didn't know you go to the gym at all, Sharif.
So I have these shorts I got from Lulu in all these different colors. Can I tell you, not one strand of thread has come undone.
That's amazing.
They are robust, bro.
That's
and I squat in those bad boys. You know, I do everything in those. And they are robust, so I got to give them credit. But anyway, hot yoga tights. No, John Sproul. No, not hot yoga tights. We doing weights. We doing strength training. We doing, what else? I do plyo sometimes. Why not? CrossFit workouts. I even like those. Very high intensity, very high impact workouts. Rivian quietly up 5 3/4%. Proudly done 22 million shares on the day.
What? Why?
I don't know. EV.
Why? What's the catalyst for Rivian today? After Lordstown bankruptcy, a shakeout is expected in the EV market. Oh, okay, fair. I mean, you were talking about a possible company like Rivian or Ford or something coming out and buying Lordstown.
Yeah.
So maybe people are thinking, you know, maybe Rivian is part of that group of stocks.
Interesting.
Rivian over here, though, man. I've yet to see a proper Rivian on Brampton streets, and when I do see that, that's when I go really confident in the company. Because if my homies in Brampton are buying Rivian cars instead of Toyota Camrys, then clearly there's something going on in this company.
Yeah.
Right now, we're not seeing that. We see still a lot of Honda Civics and still a lot of Camrys. Shout out to my Toyota and Honda fans out there. But Rivian, man, I'm still very, very question marky about this car company over here. I mean, Ford backed out. Amazon struggling with their delivery company trucks that they were supposed to make for them. There were a couple good posts that I've seen about the truck that they made. That I do like their truck.
Yeah.
But I've yet to see that truck in real life.
They make an SUV off it now. Have you seen the SUV they made? It kind of looks like the Jeep Grand Cherokee. It looks like a bite off the Jeep Grand Cherokee.
I think I've seen it. You showed it a couple days ago, right?
Yeah, it did. It was like, okay, not great. But anyway, back to these markets here. Did we find a top? Bradley's out. I'm just hanging tight here because we haven't made a newer low, but looks like we're accumulating to make newer lows here as we dance with this 15-1 level on the NQ. Here comes southward we go on the ES and Apple as we break down. Probably get out of these trades soon if we break through the levels. Let's see what we get here. But yeah, some selling coming in on Apple, on the futures. Do we get support at these levels? That's the question. We'll continue to watch and see what else is going on here. How high can SPCE hit? Asks JCB. Space moving up on the news that they may launch, right? They have, I believe, June 27th to June 30th window for their launches. Let's see if they get that. Yeah, good question. Usually somewhere in the south, no? It was like Florida or something like that. Yeah, Florida or Texas, says Neil. We'll have a look there. Apple pumping to the high side here, keeping me afloat as 189 gets reclaimed real quick here. So we'll see if this was just bamboozlement to the downside or we're going to actually have a run up here and hold these levels on Apple. Will Prad have to become platinum Prad. We got teased with that oh so close earlier, 10 pennies.
Don't make me do this
10
again, bro.
pennies, baby. He's threatening to call Brogdon up, and you know what that means? Platinum Prad could be amongst us this week. No, you need at least the weekend to get that done, right? Yeah. So we'll have to give Pradley a little leeway
New
there.
Mexico, it says New Mexico is where they're launching from. Sierra Country, New Mexico.
Okay. Somewhere in the south, usually it is. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. What do we hear? We're continuing to look at my SPY long, my Apple long. Not much to report on that mixed bag. Let's see if we continue to get higher highs here and higher lows on our friend Apple as we now come close to the $0.25 here. Why am I looking at space though? Sorry about that. Get that out of the way. There we go. Coming in towards those highs. Patience, 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 baby. What else we got here? M&M Prad says icky 22 megabytes. That's snow moving in the wrong direction, says Nick. Let's have a look at snow. We know this one has been in the news lately as a result of its association with NVIDIA and Jensen Huang. He was a guest, he was a keynote speaker at their Ideas conference there. 190, 194 high on snow, up 4 1/4, but it has been a bit of a retracement move since topping out at that 192-ish level. Now straddling 185 from the downside, not able to break it. 185 has been a top going back to about 12:30. So maybe a couple hours now as a top here on snow, like you were saying, kind of going in the wrong direction there, but we'll have a look. We'll continue to see what's going on. What else we got here? What are the boys trading? Praddy. UAA can't go much lower. Under Armour, haven't seen anything about Under Armour lately. I got one of their shirts. It's one of the ones with the association with the Rock. What is it called, Proudly? You know the UAA Rock
I think
brand?
it's like Project Rock. Project Rock,
I think it's Project Rock. Yeah, yeah.
The bull.
It's got the bull on it. I got one of those
or
shirts lately.
Or the Terramana is his drink, right?
That's his tequila.
His tequila,
yeah. Yeah, not much happening on UA, down 2 1/4, but higher lows. This is not an intraday trading stock, so won't really have much to say on that. But Apple continuing to print higher lows here, and that's the trade I'm involved in addition to this SPY 4400 hold. Let's see what happens.
So I'm just trying to do some research over here. You know, I'm just trying to find the weather report for Sierra County tomorrow. So if we can see if the launch will even has a chance to take place.
Yeah.
If the launch doesn't have
Looks
a chance
good.
to take place tomorrow, then obviously we're already starting off to think.
Americans wondering what's 34.
I'm thinking what's 99, bro.
Yeah. Oh, it's in Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
You got switched. Okay, there you go.
What's 99? Well, that sounds real hot to me.
It is hot. Yeah, it is.
But no, 99F. I have no clue what that means in actual math. Yeah, this math over here, 99F. Looks like the sky is pretty clear with a little bit of chance of cloud for the launch tomorrow. Possible chance over here. I was also reading some articles about the launch. And interestingly enough, there was a previous launch in 2014, Sharif, where a pilot did pass away, sadly.
Oh, my goodness.
And now they have to sign a waiver. Makes sense. Another interesting fact is NASA and U.S. Air Force both define astronaut as anyone who has flown over the altitude of 50 miles or 80 kilometers or above.
I see, okay.
And Virgin Galactic falls short of a true space flight experience.
Well, that's what I
So
was saying,
NASA
yeah.
and U.S. Force both denies Virgin Galactic as a true space flight experience. And they were debating, though. Virgin Galactic were apparently debating, and the price you said was $250,000. Yeah, like that's
not that much, probably.
Pretty wild. That's how much you paid to go on a submarine too, right?
It is, yeah.
That's a
good call about that,
pretty wild price, man. 1,000 players paying $250,000. I mean, that's a good amount of cash flow coming in.
Yeah, that's sad anyway there. Long space, says Braden. All right. So they launch soon. I don't know. Did they say anything about the launch date?
No, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow.
So we're good to go on that. We'll continue. We'll definitely be paying attention for that tomorrow. At least I will. So Captain Kirk going to want a refund, says Nanya Biz.
Didn't Captain Kirk go on the Blue Origin one? Captain
Oh,
Kirk,
he
the
did.
actor who went on the Blue Origin.
What's
William
his name?
Shatner.
William Shatner. Yeah. Do you follow Star Trek?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't follow it, but I'm a fan of it.
Kirk or Picard?
Kirk?
Captain
Picard for sure.
Okay.
Because I remember Captain Picard from like the old school TV days, and then Captain Picard ended up becoming Professor Xavier in X-Men. So like I have that relationship with him. So it's like it's got to be Captain Picard for me. Kirk was never like in my history.
No way.
No.
Okay. All
My
right. So
brother's
then
history
I
probably,
guess
but not mine.
the next question is moot. I was gonna ask you original series or next gen. So yeah, obviously that answers itself.
Kirk was not in my life.
Yeah. Well, I know. I'm saying. Well, that's an old one. You really had to be watching that one. That's really old. All right, market coming back down. Doesn't look like we're gonna get continued. Well, we could, but we haven't broke 4,400. It's just I've got 10 minutes left on the show. Then I got to go up at the big desk. So I got to be able to monitor these trades. How long do I want to be in them? That's the question here. So we'll look to see if maybe we'll weasel our way out of this trade soon. We shall see. Isn't William Shatner Canadian? Says Tick. Yeah, he is. What Captain Kirk would.
Ignore.
Okay, yeah, that's funny. Captain Morgan, says John Sproul. It's only Wednesday and it's 1:50. Pump the brakes on the Alki talk.
Is that Jacob's second account over there?
Why does he like Captain Morgan?
Jacob just loves alcohol, man. Any day, any time. Just tell Jacob alcohol, and he's like, let's go.
Jacob loves his alcohol. Hey, man. Good for Jacob. All right, I'm getting, we'll see what we do here. I think I'm gonna.
I mean, it's just the last 10 minutes, guys. It's market's not really doing anything right now. I mean, there are some levels that you've seen us play around. They're around VWAP. S&P 500 is pulling down, though, just so you know. If you are longs, you've seen me jump out of my position, so I'm being a little careful. So I'll probably look for other positions later on. I'm going to go hit the gym at 2 o'clock, and I'll come back around 3:30. You'll see me at the 4 o'clock show, so make sure you tune in for that. We'll be looking at how Micron moves around. Let's quickly go check what time actually Micron announces their earnings report today. I'm guessing it should be 4 o'clock, so let's go to Earnings Whispers. Come on, don't be so slow over here. Calendar, Micron, exactly 4 o'clock. How can we forget BlackBerry? Neil's company's actually announcing earnings since Neil's actually here. Neil, do you know
I put that.
Doesn't matter, bro. Doesn't matter. Just because you broke up with BlackBerry doesn't mean BlackBerry broke up with you, okay? You're still with her, and BlackBerry still loves you, and you still love BlackBerry. Okay, there you go. So BlackBerry 5 o'clock. He was just saying wrong. I don't have that phone anymore. We're not gonna let him slide with that one, ladies and gentlemen. We're not gonna let him slide. But BlackBerry coming out at 5 o'clock. Micron coming at 4 o'clock. We're gonna be sticking around for Micron for sure, but BlackBerry most likely won't be able to see how that one moves around when the numbers drop. 4 o'clock. We're gonna also be talking about all the movers that moved around today, like the Nvidia move, the AMD move, Tesla move, and looking for trades that we can set up on tomorrow. So make sure you tune into that one too. The big kahunas are coming up very soon in about 7-8 minutes over here. We're going to be looking at most likely that 190 area coming back into play on Apple if the markets move back, that is. But the way the markets move back down today, Bogdanov up there looking out for the homie. You got to thank Bogdanov for that 190 failure today, man.
Let's go,
but we
Bogdanov,
might see it tomorrow.
We need it.
We might see it tomorrow.
Who's
it could
the
happen.
anti-Bogdanov? Like, who do I have to call to counter Bogdanov?
Bogdanov is anti-you. That's the thing. So if you are long, Bogdanov will short the market, and if you're short, Bogdanov will long the market.
So there's no solution to this Bogdanov
No, Bogdanov
character?
is anti-you.
So he's like the all end all and be all.
That's
like we
it.
can't counter this guy.
That's it.
My goodness.
He's the anti-you. He will wait for your stops to trigger at all times and then go the other direction. So you just gotta be careful. Never fight Boggy, because Boggy knows. Boggy wins.
Boggy wins. Boggy winning right now because Apple coming down again, protecting Pradley from having to paint his head platinum. Sharif says pump it. He may be Bogdanov. It may.
That's true, because Pump It is from Bogdanov. So that's the whole meme from him.
Okay. I got it. All right. Learning a little bit here as we go. Carvana moving back up, guys. Back up to 12% and above $27 again. It made a high of $27.87. Bounced off VWAP a couple of times today. Gave you a couple of opportunities here for this N on Vana. Good look here, looking maybe test up to that 28 bucks, possibly 27 and a quarter incoming. Good look on Vana, up 11 3/4% on the day. What else do we have here? AI was looking okay, 5.5% to the good on AI. Not much else. Not much else. These market bottoms, yeah, not a whole lot. We'll have to wait maybe for Power Hour to really get the volume going here. But yeah, I was talking this morning with the guys, some new data points coming in saying we had a lot of institutional money come into the market last week that had been sitting on the sidelines. So that's an interesting point. Does that continue? You know, at what point does a lot of the money that's been sitting on the sidelines say to itself, okay, we've missed the boat, it's time to participate? So that's going to be the look. Also, we got another data point about retail trading. Apparently, that's up. A lot of the retail trading brokerages reporting a lot of user engagement at the retail level. So that's really interesting too, from the show's perspective, because we want those viewers to be watching, baby. That does well for us as Apple, continuing to have those sub 189 prints bought up, buoying it above that 189 level. Here we go again. We had a bit of a consolidation range between 189 and 189 a quarter. Do we break it, or are we just going to hang out around here? Higher lows on the futures, both on the NQ and the ES, but very much still at or near lows and kind of range bound. So we'll wait for a breakout one way or another. Let's see what we get here. Nunny Abyss says, Prad, let's get that FDX short again. Proudly on that FedEx play yesterday.
I was not short FDX. I was long FTX.
I don't know what he's talking about. None
I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but yeah, today I was long FTX. I was actually long around 247. I'm guessing you're talking about how I wanted to maybe short that 230 area, but 230 never really came into play. And if you're looking at it on the 3-minute chart here, we kind of see a head and shoulders coming in around this 249 area. Yeah, I mean, you could possibly short this 249 level on FTX for a move back to VWAP, but S&P 500 and NASDAQ just made a move down to VWAP and below VWAP almost to the lower days, and are now trying to reclaim VWAP. So I'm not going to be looking for shorts on any stock, especially not on FTX, because this one could march back up to days high very easily, and my stop would have to be days high. So I'm not risking that much money just to make a dollar per share to the downside. No, I'm not doing that. So I'll wait patiently for a different trade to show up, a better setup to show up for me to be involved in. So maybe that's something for you to consider. But if you want to keep your risk tight and maybe see if that win ends up showing up anyway, that's something that you could go for. I don't hate the trade, but I don't love it either. So I'm just gonna stay away from this one. I think. There was another stock that I was actually going to look at. Let me just scroll up. Boeing. Yeah, thank you. Boeing did have a catalyst today. I think it was the fact that I forget what the percentages was, but a good amount of their flights in China, which were halted, got resumed back again and are back in the air ever since that Ethiopian flight crashed back in the day. A lot of them were, pretty much halted, and they needed to go through the testing procedures and so on. So Boeing with a positive catalyst today, popping back to the north side. Not too long ago, I think a day or two ago, they had a little bit of a negative catalyst in the same realm, and Boeing still moving around in that same box that we've seen the stock been in for so long. So let's go to BA over here. Look at this box that we drew. I can't remember when we drew this, but I'm guessing it was on the day that the box is there over there. So on somewhere in January, let's say, is when the box was drawn. And we've been respecting these areas for so long now on Boeing that no trade for me until we really push to the extremes of these levels. The dip buy of the 200 level coming in one more time. Even with negative catalyst, the stock just keeps on holding that 200 area, which is very good for itself and the investors. I'm sorry, Benny the Bull. I keep knocking him down. Shout out to the Chicago Bulls mascot, Benny the Bull, for those if you know that mascot over there. It is Benny the Bull, right?
I believe
yeah, okay,
so.
good. I'm just making sure I'm not getting it wrong. As long as it's not Benny the Butcher.
All right. What else we got on tap? CNTG. This has been a monster one as well, up 41 some odd % here.
Sharif enough.
Sharif enough. Yeah. Yeah, keeping an eye here as we dip below that 15.1 here on the futures. So another bad look for these longs. Got to probably bail out on this Apple long here if we continue to head down as we break that 189, but still above VWAP. So keeping my eye peeled on that. Not much else happening as we have about a minute and a half to go here, Bradley. Let's take one quick poll. Do we finish green or red on the day? Oh, I got my answer. Let's go, bro. Here you go.
I don't do this every day, man. Chill.
Let's go, bro.
I'm not Sean over here. I don't have that skills.
Yeah, they do it often because they have the Bears and the Bulls over by the Big Kahuna's desks. Who sent over the new one anyway? Because I know the black one is a new one, right?
I think Randy bought him.
Oh, okay, I got it. Interesting look there, guys. All right, 1 minute left as we are at, uneventful levels at the moment on these futures. But we'll see if we can get that 15-1 hold. Bradley suggests otherwise, baby. We are going red according to the platinum one, or soon to be platinum one, question mark? Right, we shall see. Carvana making its way up. Leave you with a couple ideas here. Carvana really headed north back to that 27.87. That's a high day. It's at 27.44 now. Looking to take that $0.50.
Boeing with the monster rally right now, though. Wow. Everyone enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you guys at 4. Thank you, Sharif, once again for having me on the midday.
Absolutely. All right, guys. We shall be on tomorrow, the same bat time at the same bat channel. Brando's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a pretty interesting afternoon setting up here after we got that sharp right-handed